To another live stream, another day, another live stream. This should be good. We have a lot of different topics to discuss. And then, of course, we have our downtime at the end where I just answer questions and we just have a little fun chat at the end. So, yeah, let's just see how it goes. Oh, I was saying London Fashion Week is sponsored by Pull and Bear. Really? I didn't hear about that, actually. I've been quite out of the loop when it comes to Fashion Week related stuff. But yeah, that's very, very interesting. That's very strange. It's kind of weird for a fashion week to be sponsored by a clothing company because then in a way there's kind of like, I don't know, isn't that isn't that like a conflict of interest? Because they can just push whatever they want to through the London Fashion Week platform because they're sponsoring it. That's interesting. Hello, hello, California Heaven. Oh yes, you made it. You made it. Vujade. I didn't know that Vujade had a new collection, to be fair. Clearly out of the loop. Did Ken release it on YouTube or is it on Instagram or where is it? I have no idea that they released a new collection. Let me check Instagram and see. Instagram. Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna have a look now. My fellow urbans. Okay, let's have a look. Vujade's new collection. I mean, Vujade silhouette-wise, I've always liked it because Ken is always inspired by like archive designers, like Archive, Helmut Lang, Undercover, Raf Simons. So it's bound to have some interesting stuff. It's also made in Japan. At least the last time I was looking into the brand, it was all made in Japan too. Which is a good thing because he lives in Japan. So it means that he has a good hold on like production and kind of where things are going. And so far, it seems like what I always expect from Vujade. Vujade is very much like Helmut Lang vibes, where everything is wearable, which is a good thing, well made, but also there's interesting elements, kind of similar to like Gizmo the Goat's clothing, although I think Gizmo's clothing is slightly more interesting in terms of like interesting details on wearable clothing. But Vujade is it's cool. It's cool. There's nothing that is like particularly screaming at me in this collection. But like I said, it's just like if you want stuff that's like really cool, good quality, wearable, that's where Vujade comes in. What I do love about Vujade, I will say, is everything is so well done. Whether it's the marketing campaigns, the photography, the styling, it's always so good. Like these pictures are really good, I must say. For like just normal studio production pictures, they're really, really good. Yeah, very cohesive. Exactly. I agree. I agree. Said the stream schedule is confusing. It's because things always happen in my life and then the timings change. Like I always say, unfortunately, because YouTube is not my full-time job, even though, of course, I want to stream at the times I say, like Wednesday and Sunday mainly, it almost never works out that way because, it's just like if money calls in terms of like if work they tell me to do something, I have to do it, which means the stream is kind of like messed up. Most people that do YouTube full time, it's why they can always stream when they say they'll stream, because they can actually follow a schedule. Let me just see the rest of these pieces quickly. Vujade collection. For people that don't know what we're looking at right now, so this brand is Vujade. It's run by someone called Ken Ijima. From my understanding, he's Korean, but he lives in Japan, and he's built a really cult following on YouTube. Then he started a brand called Vujade that's kind of like produced in Japan, and he vlogs a lot of the process of making the brand on YouTube. So in this side of the YouTube space, it's a very big brand. So someone asked me what I think of the new collection, which I hadn't seen. So that's what I'm looking at right now. the the only guy I know that passionately wears the row in public. I'm a big fan of Wear, by the way. That's for people that don't know, that's Gizmo the Goat's brand. Gizmo the Goat is also someone who he's also Korean, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's also Korean. But Gizmo is honestly one of the most stylish people on YouTube. Personally, that's what I think. And he has a brand, and his brand I think is just as interesting as the clothing he wears. As far as like YouTubers making brands go, I think that Wear is definitely one of the better ones. However, this Vujade collection, I don't know, it's cool. It's like wearable, very, very commercial and stuff. I thought it would be more interesting because normally Vujade always has, because he always takes those like helmet lang things. But it's cool. It's probably going to be really, really expensive though. But it's cool. But I think the thing about Vujade that I will give him credit for is all about the shape. Like even this puffer jacket has a really interesting shape, like this sort of like V cut thing going on. And it's something you probably just won't even notice that much until like you see someone wearing it. But yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Exactly what Mike is saying. Vujade comes down to fit. I agree. I agree. Like the cuts are just really, really good. Did you say Ken Ijima has vanished? Really? Oh, Gizmo. Yeah, I haven't really seen Gizmo a lot. I think both of them don't post as much, like Ken, and that's kind of like the YouTube thing, isn't it? It's like build an audience, make a brand, make loads of money, and dip YouTube. Maybe I should make a brand and dip. No, I'm joking. Um, that seems to be like the YouTube pipeline, is like get a channel, build an audience, get a brand, make hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then say goodbye. um, and then come back when you want to sell something else, or when you have a new collection that you need to push. Return to YouTube quickly to inform people of what you've been doing. Um, that's kind of like the YouTube pipeline, it seems. So a brand is loading. Don't say I didn't warn you when my brand comes out. um, Giz doesn't post on YouTube much anymore, but still pretty active on IG. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Oh yeah, Jacob Keller. Although, because Bare Knuckles was one of the first kind of YouTuber brands, though, I feel like he sort of started that whole genre of like YouTubers leaving YouTube after they have an audience and then starting a brand. Then after that, I think it was Avery Ginsberg. Avery Ginsberg was like the second one with Stats Ballet, and I think now he has Ground Cover, and I don't know what else he's doing right now. And then it just kind of exploded as a thing. Yeah, Giz is Korean too. What's your favorite Korean brand up now? You should look into Jin Kim if you haven't. Yeah, I know about a lot of Korean brands, to be fair. So my favorite Korean brand is Kanghyuk, because I own a few pieces from Kanghyuk that are really cool. And almost every single time when I wear them, when I wear the pieces, people are like, oh, that's really interesting. Like, what brand is that? I like brands like Blindness. I like brands like Wu Young Mi. Some of the pieces they make. I like brands like Rock. So yeah, there's a few Korean brands that I really, really like. In my streetwear days, I used to like Ada Era, which I think is Korean. I think Ada Era is Korean, but I could be wrong. But I used to wear that back in my little skateboarding streetwear days. Urban by Ayo. That's hilarious. Goom is really cool. Isn't Goom the person that won that, or she kind of went far? She went to CSM, right? Didn't she? And she was part of Fashion East. I've seen a lot of Goom stuff. Goom is really good. Goom is cool. Goom is really, really cool. Yeah, it's funny because Goom was huge in London at one point, and I think Goom now is more just like big worldwide. But that's very interesting. That's very, very interesting. Goom was like part of the era of CSM of like I feel like Goom went to CSM when Moa Lola and like Grace Wells Bonner and all those guys went to CSM. I feel like that was the same era. That must have been such a fun time to like go to CSM. Kind of jealous. Maybe I won't say that when a lot of people I went to school with become big, and then people will be like, "Oh my god, you were like at school the same time as like this designer and stuff." It's kind of like the cycle of life. Easy way to get into the Korean brands is Essence. They slash prices on them pretty regularly. That's how I got into. I'm guessing by YWM you mean Woo Young Mi. But yeah, no, Koreans. Yeah, they've got some really cool brands. It's the same for most Asian, like, the like Korea, Japan, China. There's so many. I talk about this all the time. Obviously, Japan is like an obvious place for like where loads of cool designers come from, even like brands like Anrilige or like Kane and Amiya, Junya Watanabe, Comme des Garçons, blah, 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 Yoji. But obviously, Korea is big. Also, China, the whole Ziggy Chen, Uma Wang side of things. I'm a big fan of those brands. So I just think Asia is like really producing really strong designers. And they have been for a long time, to be fair. And kind of like when you think of interesting clothing, a lot of what they do is a lot more interesting than what I sort of cover quite frequently, because I've told you guys I cover all the luxury brands because it helps bring an audience to the channel. But I'm more inspired by seeing what those designers do than what, I don't know, Gucci is doing or something like that. Leah says Japan unequivocally has the best brands. My one positive comment for the day. A positive comment from Leo. Wow, we're doing really, really well today. So early in the stream as well. We're not even 15 minutes in. We have positivity from Leo. Today is going to be a really good day. Exactly. Leo hits his positive comment quota really early in the live stream. That's crazy. So we're going to get straight into the news stories for today. I think the first thing I wanted to cover is Anok Yai. I'm not sure how many people are aware of this story that's been big on Twitter, but Anok Yai basically had a story of like bad treatment from a photographer. And the reason I wanted to cover it is because this is kind of indicative of what does happen in the industry. And as much as I love this industry, I think it's very important sometimes to share some of these crazy, really problematic stories, because I think people should be held accountable for really, really bad behavior. And then also, I just don't like a situation where we're cultivating this sort of behavior in the fashion industry, which is why I almost feel compelled to cover stories like this. But anyway, to kind of go through it, she said, who wants to hear a story? Okay, she's deleted the post, so I'm gonna, obviously I screenshotted it. No, the good streamer, knowing the good streamer that I am. So I'm going to sort of read out the screenshots from my phone because it is actually really sad. Really, really sad. Um, so yeah, so the first one says, "Who wants to hear a story?" She said, "I remember in 2019 being called a cockroach by a photographer. It was from this brand that I used to always work with. I didn't speak their language and they didn't speak mine, but regardless, we were on set shooting look after look. There were days I shot 60 plus looks. On the second to last day, the makeup artist starts powdering my face, and the photographer puts his camera down and yells, 'Lotion la cucaracha,' which, for people that don't know, that means lotion the cockroach. Then she said, everyone on set starts smiling and laughing. I can't react the way I want to react because at the end of the day, I'm young, I'm alone, I'm black. Anything that I do will affect me, my family, and other black models. The next morning, I refuse to go on set if the photographer is still there. Someone from the team calls me and says, 'We don't accept that type of behavior. We'll fire him now. Tell me who he is and we'll get rid of him.' I got to set thinking he's going to be gone. He walks by me and smiles. Someone from the team pulls me aside and says, 'I asked the team what happened and they said you made it up. Honestly, whenever you come here, you're never smiling and you're never happy to be here.' By now, there's tears running down my face. I told her I wasn't lying. She still doesn't believe me, but I could tell she wanted me to sit down and shut up. So I forced them to call my car to the airport and pay my full rate regardless. I remember wanting to come out with the story to magazines, but I was told, think about what it would do to your career. That was my first and not only time being blacklisted. I'm sure they thought I wasn't strong enough to stand. But anyways, and then the last post it says like, 'Hi bitch,' and then she atted Zara, and then she said, 'Remember me.' Um, but yeah, why I really wanted to cover this story is sometimes, and I don't know why fashion cultivates these kind of people, and I don't know why fashion promotes these kind of people, but this whole thing of being mean just for the sake of being mean for no other reason, like I don't know what kind of person you have to be for it to be in your vocabulary to literally decide to call another human being a cockroach. Like, what kind of human being even thinks of stuff like that to just say unprovoked to not only someone, you shouldn't even be saying that to anyone, but a fellow work colleague? This is a model that you're working with. It's so unprofessional. And it's like a lot of fashion is like that. And this is exactly what I mean sometimes when I say that I love fashion and I love clothes, but the people in the fashion industry sometimes make it really insufferable for me, which is why I prefer to just do my own thing and stay away from shows when I can and stay away from events full of these people when I can and just like stay in my house and live stream and talk about the fashion rather than have to deal with all these people that call people cockroaches unprovoked and do all this like mean stuff and people start giggling and laughing and think it's funny. Um, and that's insane. And I think based on the fact that there's a timeline to when the shoot happened, and the fact that apparently I was reading somewhere that Anok Yai hasn't done too many Zara campaigns, and considering it was in 2019, they might be able to find who this photographer is. But I hope if they find this photographer, people stop working with this photographer, because what kind of human just goes around calling other work colleagues cockroaches? Like, what kind of like terrible behavior is that? Like, quite literally, what kind of behavior is that? So it's just something I wanted to talk about because I don't know why in fashion people just have these insane power trips. They just, I don't know, it just fashion gets to their head and they just start saying any old rubbish. And I know exactly what a knock must have been going through because I've literally experienced many similar things working at many different brands, and it's just insane. Didn't Zara get into that one controversy with the black boy in the hoodie, or was it another company? I think that was H&M, but I could be wrong. It was either Zara or H&M, but I can't remember. Rachel says there is some horrific and very public racism I've witnessed in Southern Europe. Shocking in Spain, Italy, and Greece. Yeah, being mean in front of people tells people who's in charge. What kind of like I know the nectarine man, I know what you mean in terms of like that's the mentality they have, but I still don't understand it. Why do you have to lead by being mean? What kind of leadership is that? I don't understand that. Why can't you just create a good environment? And why do people even need to know who's in charge? When people are being paid, people are going to listen to the people that are paying them anyway. And people are going to listen to the people that are, very instrumental to the job. People are not just going to ignore the photographer. A model is not going to ignore a photographer's instructions on a shoot. I've worked in the industry for a very long time. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. So the act of being mean is so unnecessary when it's not like the model is going to just ignore your instructions on posing and stuff like that. I would have said Annie Leibovitz, but I don't think Zara can afford her. Some people are poor slash insecure leaders. So many people, it would shock you. Yeah, it's weird though. It's very, very strange. I personally, maybe I have the wrong mentality, but I think people would actually respect you more if you're nice. I think the best way to get people to do what you want them to do, especially in a work environment, is to treat them well. I think if you treat people really well, then they will be happy to, walk through a building for you because they know that you would do the same for them. That's how you lead. You don't lead by calling people cockroaches and being mean. That's not the way you lead. But maybe I just have the wrong idea on leadership. Who knows? Maybe I have maybe I have the wrong understanding of how you're supposed to lead. If I had like a company and I had employees, the last thing I'll be doing is calling them names and stuff. That would literally be the last thing I'll be doing. It's nice to be important, but it's important to be nice. I totally agree with that. Yeah, respect works in the long run. It 100% does. But anyway, I'm happy that Anok Yai kind of can call them out. And Anok Yai now is so important in the industry. She can't really like. I know she's been blacklisted, and almost everyone in fashion has been blacklisted for one reason or the other. I've been blacklisted from a few brands, which I won't get into. Um, but it's just yeah, because people just want to be mean and get away with it. And the moment um, you know, you actually hold them accountable for just being unnecessarily mean, they blacklist you and act like you're the problem. That's a very fashion thing. So yeah, Alexander McQueen was famously quite cruel. Fashion breeds geniuses who can be very nasty. Yeah, Alexander McQueen was a bit of a prick at times. That is very true. Um, he has been a prick, especially when, because Alexander McQueen, obviously, there was a time when he was doing a lot of drugs to stay awake and like to work. And there was a time when he definitely used to overwork staff and like treat them really badly and say really mean things as well. I can imagine if you're working for him at that time, it wouldn't have been the most amazing experience. And I don't think that kind of behavior is excusable under any circumstance. Of course, I love McQueen as a designer, but it doesn't mean that every single aspect of McQueen, the person, is like fantastic. And he was an amazing, perfect person every second of his life. That's definitely not the case. You woman you says true, but I think it's about power and fear, though it's not about having respect in my mind. That's true, but I think for me at least, I'm like, why would you want people that you work with to fear you? Why why is that necessary? If I work with people and I was like the boss or whatever, I'd want people to respect me, but not necessarily to fear me. I don't think that's the right emotion I want people to feel towards me. Definitely not fear. I want them to respect me. I'm not going to get respect from being mean. I'm going to get respect by, from leading by example, by working harder than everyone else, by treating everyone nicely, by making everyone feel valued. Especially because I know how I felt working at certain fashion brands where I didn't feel valued. So I always said that if I had a company or I had employees, I would make sure that I wasn't doing the same thing. So yeah, it's just very, very hard for me to understand personally. As a black person, aren't you always one confrontation away from being blacklisted? To be fair, I think you kind of like because obviously humans are really adjustable, right? Because I'm like really tall and really big and black, I kind of know what the optics look like. So I know, for example, that if I'm next to a very tiny white woman, of which most of the fashion industry is just very small white women, I know that if I even raise my voice slightly, how the optics look to someone from the outside, just looking at the situation unfold, it's always going to look like I'm the aggressor or I'm the aggressive person. So I think just naturally, I have a very low tone of voice and I never really raise the tone of my voice for that reason. And I've kind of just naturally adopted that. Um, so I've almost like adapted the way that I talk to people so it doesn't come across like I'm being aggressive, because that's what people love to do. They love to, like, if I bring a very valid point, they'll be like, "Oh, why are you shouting? Why are you shouting? Why are you being aggressive?" That's like their cop out because they don't want to, tackle the situation at hand. Ayo has to whisper next to Mary Kate and Ashley. That's funny. That's actually hilarious. Um, but going into the next story, this was something that I found very, very interesting, is Haider Ackermann becoming the first creative director of Canada Goose. Now, before I even read this article, because I'm going to go through this Vogue Business article, I want to know what you guys think about this appointment. I'm just very, very curious to know what you guys think. Oh, Rachel was saying it's horrible and it's a microaggression. Yeah, it's 100% a microaggression, but there's nothing I can particularly do about it. So I just try to do what I can do about it, to be honest. Being quietly passive aggressive is the best way to go. Absolutely rattles people. Hey, let's see what people are saying about. Let's see what people are saying about Haider Ackermann at Canada Goose. A random AF. Haider finna have the girls in puffer summer dresses. I was astonished by this announcement. This is a monumental waste of Haider Ackermann's talent. It's clear Canada Goose is trying to compete with Moncler. That's a really strong point, That's a really good point and something I was going to touch on later. So Brie, that's very strong point there about the compete with Moncler. Very, very strong point. Haider thing is weird, but all these brands are weird nowadays. Donatella Versace for H&M creative director next. Leo with his beloved negativity. Haider is such a muppet. This is top tier jobless behavior. Haider doing side missions. Um, that's funny. People saying Haider for Goose came out of nowhere. Interesting. So, yeah, we're going to read the article and then I'm going to give my thoughts at the end of it. So, this article is via Vogue Business, written by Lucy Maguire, who writes a lot of really good articles for Vogue Business. So, it says Haider Ackermann named creative director of Canada Goose. The unexpected appointment follows a suite of luxury tie ins at Canada Goose as it tries to retain market share in the booming outerwear space, which is very, very, very interesting. Every brand is just fighting to be richer and richer and richer, and it feels like almost we're at this kind of like peak of just luxury everything, where everyone is fighting for this tiny crumb of market share. But anyway, continuing the article, it says Haider Ackermann has been appointed as the first ever creative director of premium outerwear brand Canada Goose, the company announced today. The Colombian-born French designer, better known for avant-garde luxury fashion and his eponymous label, will oversee all creative at the outerwear brand, which specializes in heavy-duty Goose down parka jackets. He will be based in Paris and work alongside Canada Goose chairman and CEO Dani Reiss to guide the company into its next era, the brand said. What drew me to Canada Goose is not only how they have created a category, but also its authentic reputation and drive to stay committed to its purpose. The impact this brand has had on the world around us is meaningful and inspirational, Ackermann said in a statement. Haider Ackermann is so media trained. That was such a perfect media trained answer. I love that for Haider. Um, Continuing the article, it says, to mark the appointment, Ackermann has released a special Canada Goose hoodie in 4 colorways, retailing at $275 in support of non-profit Polar Bears International, PBI. The designer announced the hoodie on his Instagram with a campaign featuring himself and the longtime climate advocate Jane Fonda. His first full capsule collection will be released in October, according to the brand. High-performance outerwear is a far cry from Ackermann's luxury roots, but the designer's eponymous label has stalled in recent years. The website closed in 2021, except for his high-profile celebrity dressing of names like Timothy Chalamet and Tilda Swinton. And this isn't Ackermann's first foray into performance wear. Since rolling back his own brand in November 2022, he collaborated with Fila on a sportswear collection and an accompanying show in Manchester, England. I remember that actually. That was really big. For Canada Goose, this long-term appointment follows a suite of luxury collaborations, including Marc Jacobs' Y Project, Junya Watanabe and Vetements, as the brand aims to compete in the booming outerwear market amid growing competition from challenger brands. So let's see what they say their competition is, like Arc'teryx and even techwear players such as Stone Island and CP Company. That's very, very interesting that they're competing with Stone Island, CP Company, and Arc'teryx. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. But anyway, to continue, it says, when it comes to the marriage of craftsmanship and beauty, there's no one more fitting than Haider Ackermann, said Canada Goose's Reiss in a statement. He intuitively understands Canada Goose as a brand apart from all others. And that authenticity, craftsmanship, and performance are the cornerstones of our brand. With his distinct ability to harness the energy and potential of our authentic heritage, I look forward to seeing his impact across our designs. So very, very interesting. Like it was mentioned in the article, it's very much a far cry from what we know Haider Ackermann to be. We know Haider Ackermann for, of course, his brand. We know Haider Ackermann for things like Berluti. So this is very, very different. I find it really weird, going back to kind of what Bree said earlier. The point I wanted to make about this whole appointment was I thought that Canada Goose were really trying to compete with Moncler just by the collaborations they've been doing, whether it's Junya Watanabe and all that stuff. Also to do with like kind of where they sit in the markets and the kind of products they make. I really thought they were competing with Moncler because Moncler has creative fashion on a chokehold when it comes to that kind of ski wear, performance wear, outerwear, puffer jackets. Moncler Genius, I'm a huge fan of Moncler Genius. I always have been. I think they tap the right designers every time. I think they always do very interesting things with down, whether it's Pio Paolo making these really lovely Moncler puffer dresses, or Matthew Williams making these techwear looking puffer jackets. So I always thought that Moncler did something interesting. I thought by bringing someone in like Haider Ackermann that comes from more of a, avant-garde, more like fashion specific lens, I thought that's what they're going for. But in the article, them saying that they're competing with like Arc'teryx and Stone Island, they have no chance. That is not. Stone Island is so innovative in so many different ways. I don't see any way that the audience for Stone Island would stop buying Stone Island and would instead buy Canada Goose. I just can't see that. Like a lot of people appreciate Stone Island because they literally develop new fabrics, develop new ways of dyeing, develop like they're so innovative, that brand. And obviously CP Company kind of just enjoys the remnants of the innovation of Stone Island. So I just don't see that. And then Arc'teryx is just like, obviously Arc'teryx is performance wear, but Arc'teryx is so fashion right now. And people don't view Canada Goose as that fashionable compared to Arc'teryx or Stone Island. Like people wear Stone Island for style and fashion and not because, it's cold outside. People wear, the only two types of people I see wearing Canada Goose, and I'm not even trying to be stereotypical, is either people who live in a really cold place and they just want something expensive to flex, or people that just want to flex. Like the kids I see wearing Canada Goose jackets are normally either rich kids that aren't the most stylish people in the world, or people that sell drugs that want to flex that they have an expensive puffer jacket. So I feel like that audience is very, very different to like Stone Island and CB Company and Arc'teryx. I think a better strategy would be trying to take market share from Moncler and the North Face rather than Stone Island, CP Company, and Arc'teryx. I think, to me at least, that's the wrong direction to go. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? This is giving Manolo panic for Shoe Zone. Oh my god, not the Manolos at Shoe Zone. I love how much money Moncler have as well because they actually spend bread on installations. Yeah, Moncler have some of the most interesting shows ever. I was very lucky enough. I covered Moncler's last anniversary show, which was amazing. It was in Milan. I was there. It was during Milan Fashion Week a few years ago. That was iconic. They had the show in London, the Moncler Genius installation, where they had loads of big time singers performing, and it was huge. One of the biggest events in London that year. So yeah, I don't know. I just think then they're just never going to compete with Moncler. Sorry, they're never going to compete with Stone Island, CB Company, and Arc'teryx. I think they'll have a tough time competing with Moncler. But they could try if they get the right collaborations and tap the right designers. I don't see why that can't happen, and I don't see why they can't make Canada Goose more fashion specific and fashion focused. But yeah, I think the strategy is a bit wrong, to be honest. Stone Island clothes and a Linea Rossa beanie was 90/early thousands trapper uniform. Oh my god, that's funny. Moncler in a league of their own in the scene, in my opinion. I was at the Moncler event in London. It was insane. Yeah, I didn't make it to that event, but I heard really, really good things. I heard really, really good things at that event. But yeah, it was very interesting just to see Haider Ackermann, because it's funny because obviously Haider Ackermann has kind of been like a free agent for a while. Haider Ackermann did obviously that collection with Jean-Paul Gaultier that was very interesting. And because of that collection, that couture collection that he did at JPG, a lot of people started speculating every time there's a new opening. I even think this Givenchy creative director role, I've seen a few people put Haider Ackermann's name forward for that. So it's just so interesting. All of a sudden, it's like, oh my god, Haider Ackermann is the creative director of Canada Goose. That was so random. Like, it was so unexpected. But I think it's exciting. It's kind of different, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how he does that. And I hope they're paying him a lot of money. I can only imagine he's getting a very healthy payday from Canada Goose. Was it Richard Quinn who did that hideous Moncler collab? Are you talking about the one with the really strong print? Yeah, that was Richard Quinn. I mean, he's done one of them. I think he's done a couple actually. I like them though. Leo, why do you say they're hideous? You says the Jean-Paul Gaultier collab is exactly why this is disappointing. Like someone said, a waste of his talent and skill. I guess let's see. Let's see. I like to just see how things unfold. Let's see if he can bring some excitement to Canada Goose the way Moncler is quite exciting sometimes. So let's just see. Bree says, I think the investors are too comfortable with Riccardo Tisci's version of Givenchy to consider a dissimilar designer for the brand. Yeah, I mean, they tried. They tried. Claire White Keller's aesthetic is very different to Riccardo Tisci, and that didn't work. Then they tried to go with Matthew Williams, who kind of is closer to the kind of aesthetic that Riccardo Tisci has, and that also didn't work. So at this point, it's just like what would work at Givenchy? I think they just need to keep trying. Leah says Richard Quinn gives me stomach cramps. Why? Why? I actually love Richard Quinn's work. I'm not gonna lie. The sign of the times, fast fashion. They're talking about the BBS Solomons. Boris. We love the Boris Bijan Sabaris. I need to wear my BBSs more, actually. I have the Bamba 2s. I only tend to wear them in the summer because they have this like really interesting dye, and I don't like getting the dye damaged. So yeah, I try to avoid it. I don't know why Otishi and Matthew Williams catch constant strays. I like Riccardo Tisci. I'm not a big fan of his work. I'm not the biggest fan of his work, but Matthew Williams, I really like what he does, especially at Alix. I just think at Givenchy it wasn't the best fit, and I wasn't a massive fan of a lot of stuff that he did at Givenchy. But as a designer, I like his stuff a lot. I like a lot of the stuff he's done at Alix. I like a lot of the collaborations he's done, whether it's with Nike or whether it's a collaboration with, the likes of all the other collaborations he's done, like the Dior, when he was doing some of the hardware at Dior with Kim Jones and Yoon Ahn and Stephen Jones when they're all working on the accessories. So yeah, I'm a big fan of his work. Even the Moncler Genius stuff he's done is just Givenchy, the stuff he did at Givenchy, but everything else, I'm like a fan. So yeah, I don't think I was sending strays to Matthew Williams. I'm quite open about the fact that I do like a lot of stuff that he does. I just didn't like the Givenchy specifically. So yeah. Yeah, I loved Oswald Boateng at Givenchy. That was a really good time. The really colorful suits. And he was also really innovative because wasn't Oswald Boateng one of the first people to do like one of those like video invitation sort of things? I swear he was like one of the first people to do that. And he did that when he was at Givenchy. And it's also bringing Savile Row to the runway in a way. That was a really, really good time. Even though it was short-lived, I think that time is iconic. It's actually quite insane that no one talks about that era of Givenchy. We always talk about McQueen, we talk about Galliano, we talk about Riccardo Tisci, we talk about Claire White Keller. Now we're talking about Matthew Williams. But yeah, people don't really talk about Oswald Boateng. To be honest, I like Haider Ackermann, but I just don't care. He is in trouble with his brand, so let the guy make some money. Yeah. I mean, it's no secret that obviously his brand was going through some times of financial difficulties, which is why the brand almost like is basically effectively shut down at this point. So yeah, let him make money, let his talents flow across the industry, whether it's a Jean-Paul Gaultier thing or it's a Canada Goose here or there. So yeah, it'll be great to see. Um, Micah said Burberry are down bad. Do you know what's funny? Let me see if I can find this article actually. There was an article on BOF, yeah, this article here, which is Burberry a victim of its own strategy? Because they were essentially talking about how, they've had a lot of turnaround attempts trying to change the fortune of Burberry, and the fact that they've had obviously so many different designers. And this week it was obviously reported that sales are down by 12% in the most recent quarter, and full year revenues of, 2.97 billion pounds were flat at constant exchange rates. Shares in the company have fallen 57% over the past year and are now trading at their lowest level since 2016. So yeah, so basically and Robert Williams, for guys that don't know, Robert Williams is like the BOF like luxury reporter. That's like his thing. So I always look forward to when he writes about luxury. He's like the figures guy. So yeah, it was just interesting because I was reading this earlier. So it's funny you bring up Burberry because yeah, it seems like everything that they've tried isn't working. They've tried to increase the prices to attract this sort of higher clientele and to make it more prestigious. It didn't work. They tried to like make the Burberry blue be a thing. It didn't work. Of course, they're trying to push the Burberry to a lot of the Chinese consumers who were the ones that bought most of the brand, but even that is not working. So yeah, I don't really know where Burberry goes now, to be honest. And when I say I don't really know where it goes now, these brands make billions, but they just want to grow more and more and more. If it was my personal company, I would be so content making 1 billion a year and not having to like be like, can we get to 2 billion next year and 3 billion then the next year and 5 billion the next year? I think that is the issue with a lot of these brands. And I've been saying this, I think the whole system is going to crash because there's no way these brands can just keep growing constantly without any end. I just don't see how that's realistic and that could happen in any sort of realistic way. So that's why I've always felt like this whole move to brands just continuing to grow, I think all of them are going to crash at one point and they're going to have to revisit their strategies. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Leo says I could make a good business plan for Burberry. Being fashion forward isn't its DNA. Just make bourgeois coats and scarves and sell them. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think Burberry should have gone into the direction of like bespoke tailoring. Like you go in and you spend £4,000 on a custom bespoke made like trench coat. I feel like they should have gone into that because Burberry, even though Burberry obviously got associated with like football hooligans and Christopher Bailey worked really hard to sort of remove that association of Burberry, I do think that a part of me still thinks of Burberry as like this really high class, high society, like the trench coats cost £2,000 sort of thing. And I think they could have really leaned into that rather than trying all this like really weird, overly fashion forward, gimmicky stuff when that's not what Burberry stands for. Um, and a lot of people don't really look to Burberry for that sort of stuff. We're going to have to see them exploit the third world, even more if they are to grow. Yes, the system will crash as you have luxury houses shrouded in controversy, and the new generations are not having / connected to that old world fashion notion. Yeah, that's very true. Burberry is actually bottom of the barrel luxury. Yeah, I think there's two sides to Burberry because, of course, I do think that Riccardo Tisci bastardized Burberry. When I think of Riccardo Tisci's Burberry, I think of like Selfridge's sale rack with those hideous Burberry pieces. Like, Riccardo's like logo or monogram that he was trying to push for Burberry, that hideous logo that he plastered on footwear, plastered on t-shirts, plastered on that side of Burberry was atrocious. That was really bad. Al says, yeah, nowadays when I think trench coats, I think Bottega. Even the illusion of quality isn't there for Burberry now. That's crazy. Like, it's not crazy that you think of Bottega. That's understandable. I mean, it's crazy that Burberry have been doing what they're doing so badly that now, like, when people think of trench coats, it's Bottega that comes to mind, which is understandable, by the way. Um, but yeah. People think Bottega for trenches because of Daniel Lee, and he's at Burberry now, though. Burberry quality is so sexy, it's like an aphrodisiac. Yeah, Burberry, sorry, not Burberry, Bottega quality. Yeah, Bottega quality is really good. However, I must say that Bottega, let's have a look at Bottega prices. Like, Bottega prices are shocking. Bottega prices are not for the faint of heart at all. Mules for 900, wowzers. Let's just go to men and look at the coats. Bottega prices are insanity. Light cotton twill jacket, £1,710. Structured cotton jacket, £2,240. Oh my word. Um, cotton, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Stretch cotton parka, £2,500. Wowzers. Yeah, I think the good thing about Bottega, what I do love about Bottega, because the thing about luxury fashion is we all know that we're being sort of scammed slightly. We know that what we're paying for is the brand. We know we're paying for heritage. We know we're paying for all sorts of things that have nothing to do with, like the actual cost of whatever making things. But at least with Bottega, at the end of it, you're going to get something that's good quality. And that has been my gripe with a lot of other luxury brands. It's like you market yourself as a luxury, your stuff is already expensive. We know we're paying for the brand name. Just make the quality good. It's literally the bare minimum, and they just won't do it. So that's something that I love about Bottega, to be fair. It's something I've always appreciated about the brand. Wow, printed leather denim jacket. That's their trompe l'oeil. It's like the optical illusion thing. It's like it looks like denim, but it's actually leather. 6,000 pounds though is crazy for a leather jacket. Oof, oof. Did you hear about the Hermes blue boxes? No, I didn't. Enlighten me. What happened with Hermes? But yeah, Bottega, I feel like every season they lean into this sort of like you think it's denim, but it's actually leather. They do that every season, whether it's a cotton sweater that's actually leather, a denim suit that's actually leather, like this, a denim jacket that's actually leather. Micah loves that sort of stuff. Micah, what else do Bottega do that's kind of like an optical illusion and it's actually leather? Didn't they have those like socks, those leather socks that they made that were quite interesting, to be fair? Catfish denim. That's funny. It's a cake, but make it leather. Like you go to bite into it and it's like rips your teeth out. Pull up the leather joggers. Okay, let me see. Leather joggers. Clothing. Probably trousers and shorts, I'm guessing. Um, I mean, you've got leather trousers here. I'm guessing these are the leather joggers. Interesting. It's pretty cool. I mean, the reason why I said Micah should let us know is because Micah has been to the Bottega store a few times, and I know he's always like trying stuff on. So I know Micah is very, very in touch with like new season Bottega and everything that's available. Um, So Micah is the resident consultant on Bottega right now. Okay, Leo says basically they've created another category of Birkins, special editions, I think, not special orders for extreme VIP clients, and the inside of the boxes are like blue or something. Genius but evil. Wow. So because obviously Birkins have become so ubiquitous, they're like, okay, how do we further differentiate so we can still bring in the customers that are here for the exclusive stuff? So now they're making the inside of things blue. Interesting. So it's like, yeah, you have a Birkin, but the inside of my one's blue though. Um, Very interesting. Exactly, because they're not exclusive anymore. So Mez needs to find a way of being exclusive again. That's very, very interesting though. That is so, so interesting. These sort of exclusivity politics that these luxury brands have to constantly play to stay relevant. Yes, for the more rare items inside of the boxes are royal blue. The bags are blue printed with blue string. See, this is why I love my audience because I'm not the most knowledgeable person when it comes to luxury fashion in the sense of like bags, like that side of luxury fashion. I'm more the ready to wear and haute couture. It's more about clothes for me, less about accessories. So that's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. And most of the bags I know are like just popular bags that women wear, like Loewe, I don't know, puzzle bags, or like a JW Anderson Pierce bag, or like a baguette bag, or a peekaboo, or like those are the bags that everyone knows though. So yeah, or like a I don't know, what's that Coperni swipe bag? Those kind of bags. Remember when Goyard was peak exclusive? That's very interesting. Not many people talk about Goyard anymore. I wonder why that is. The way people used to talk about Goyard like 5 years ago, I see that it's just not what people are talking about anymore. Because I remember, yeah, there was a time when Goyard was on everyone's lips. Dior is doing a reissue of the newspaper saddlebag. Maria stays cashing in on Johnny G's legacy. Yes, he's been doing that forever. Even because there was a point in time when Dior ceased making saddlebags, and then Maria Graziatori brought it back, and people were so excited. They're like, "Oh my god, Dior like selling saddlebags again." She stays constantly selling John Galliano's ideas, constantly making a killing. Um, anyway, she's well within her rights to do it. Obviously, John Galliano does not own the copyright to those designs. He designed those for Dior, and Dior probably owns a lot of the trademarks to all those things. So Dior can do what they please. Um, but yeah, it's just funny that Maria keeps re-releasing a lot of John Galliano design ideas, bag ideas. It's funny. But yeah, to move on, something else I wanted to talk about that was at least to me, a very, very interesting story is the fact that Berluti are designing the Olympic opening ceremony outfits for obviously the French team, which I actually have a lot to say. I will read the article, but I will just like give my thoughts and show you guys the pictures of these opening ceremony outfits. Um, but obviously the whole outfit is in the French colors. You've got a bit of blue, you've got a bit of red, you've got a bit of white. Um, but that being said, it's very interesting for many reasons. First of all, we know that LVMH is one of the sponsors of these Olympics. It makes so much sense because the Olympics are in Paris and LVMH basically runs Paris at this point. I also think something that's really interesting is the fact that this might be the most fashion forward, fashion specific Olympics we've ever seen. A lot of LVMH brands are designing these sort of outfits for different countries. A lot of them are designing our kit sponsors, like brands that literally have no pedigree designing sportswear becoming kit sponsors in the LVMH stable. And of course, Berluti is a brand in the LVMH stable, so it makes so much sense for them to design sort of the French outfits. Something I found really interesting also is the fact that Karine Rotfeld also worked on this. So I think she was a consultant and she did some of the styling too. Which so they're just bringing the whole French brigade, like the whole French fashion brigade is involved in this Paris Olympics. So I think it'll be very interesting to see how it unfolds. I certainly will not be attending the Paris Olympics because one, I certainly won't be able to afford it. If you see the hotel prices and Airbnb prices during that week, insanity. And there's also like the government said they would double the metro prices during the time when the Olympics happens. So yeah, I certainly do not have the money to be going to Paris during the Olympics, but I shall be watching very, very with a lot of intrigue from my bedroom and my living room and talking about it in live streams. So yeah, I think the whole thing as it unfolds is very, very interesting. What do you guys think about Berluti sort of designing these outfits? I also think that because Berluti is a brand that in a lot of ways is a brand that flies under the radar in the LVMH stable. They've tried so many times to try to make it like mainstream with the likes of Haider Ackermann. Most recently, we saw Chris Van Ash go to Berluti and be a creative director there. But still, something about Berluti, it hasn't really caught on in the mainstream. And I think this might be an attempt to bring Berluti to the mainstream. Because when I was thinking about, why did Berluti design this? Of all the LVMH brands, they could have made Dior design it. They could have made, any other French brand that they own could have designed it, like Givenchy. Why did they specifically decide Berluti that's like lesser known? I feel like it's this attempt to bring the name Berluti back into the mainstream. So that's something that really came to mind and something I found really, really interesting. I don't know much about Berluti, but they're saying it because these look like sixth form blazers and flight attendant drip. Oh my god, it does look like flight attendant drip. Do you know what's funny? This reminds me of like the British Airways uniform. Like, I'm not even trying to be mean or anything. I'm not. I like it, but I'm just saying it just reminds me of the British Airways uniform for some weird reason. Like when I saw it, I just thought British Airways. But yeah, Berluti is like their heritage is in making leather goods, very, very menswear specific. Most recently, they make like, leather footwear, leather bags, and then even more recently, they went into ready to wear. So there was a point in time when Berluti didn't even make any ready to wear; it was just leather goods, mainly footwear, and they've sort of expanded, like every brand does, like every luxury brand does. That's my quick summary on Berluti. Yola says, at least you should go back to just doing shoes. Oh my god. Oh my. People are saying flight core, pilot core. Like literally, like, let me see if let's see, British Airways uniform. Like like I can't be kidding, guys. It kinda reminds me of the British Airways uniform in a weird way. But flight core is just crazy. Calling it flight core is jokes. BA trip. Welcome on your flight, British Airways to JFK. Someone said the BA uniforms look better. Oh my god. What I will say is though, because this is a monumental moment, like Paris Olympics, sponsored by LVMH, they could have picked any brand to design it. You would think that the designs would be a bit more interesting, but whether you like the designs or you don't, I think my interest was more in the fact that it just seems like a ploy for LVMH to kind of strategically, and that's why I'm going to be watching closely during the Olympics what brand does what, because I really want to know what brands they push where and what brands they market in certain places to see if they're trying to like push brands that are lesser known more forward, and then they put the bigger known brands like the Louis Vuittons in the backseat because people already know what it is. So yeah, it'll be really good. I also want to know how much they're spending sponsoring the Olympics. I really want to know how much that costs. LVMH is probably not paying for the whole thing because there's normally loads of Olympic sponsors. Like let me check. There should be a list of the actual sponsors online. There literally should be a list. And there'll be loads of sponsors. LVMH is just one of the bigger names, but then it's normally like Coca-Cola, McDonald's. They all sponsor the Olympics all the time. Okay, they're trying to sell me hospitality packages. I don't want to buy a hospitality package. Okay, here we are. Partners. I think this might be it. Aha, here we are. So the premium partners, so these are the ones at the top. So these are the main ones. You have that grocery store that's normally in a lot of European countries. How do you guys say it? Carrefour? I'd never know how to say it. We don't have it in the UK. You have LVMH, you have EDF, you have Orange Mobile. So you have all those premium partners. Then you have official partners, Air France, which makes a lot of sense. Decathlon, sports sponsor. Ile-de-France, that's the like train provider thing in France. PwC makes a lot of sense. CMA, CGM. So these are like, I guess these are like the main partners. You've got the worldwide partners here. So Airbnb, Alibaba, Allianz, Bridgestone, Coca-Cola, as always, Procter and Gamble, as always, Deloitte, Intel, Omega, Panasonic, Visa, Toyota, Samsung. So you can see how many sponsors there are, like a lot of damn sponsors. And then they've got some like other official supporters. So yeah, LVMH is obviously one of the premium partners, but yeah, there are many other huge companies sponsoring the Olympics. Yeah, listen, I didn't know Orange still existed. Yeah, no one really uses Orange in the UK anymore. That's very true. Is it even possible to have a sporting event without Coca-Cola sponsoring? I don't actually think it is, to be honest. I really don't. I really don't. And it's funny because Coca-Cola is not even like good for you. So it's so funny how, like, especially one of the most ironic things is like the McDonald's All-American game in America is like, why does McDonald's sponsor one of the most iconic high school basketball games? It's such a like, it's weird. And they actually eat McDonald's too. It's so strange. You're going to be seeing accountants in Paris wearing Berluti Wembanyama jersey with their Omega watches taking videos on orange mobile data. That's a lot. That's a lot. I've just never understood this kind of marketing. Does Orange putting their logo on some banner at the Olympics actually make more people buy it? I don't know, you know. I really don't know. Because Orange is just so like, I can't even remember the last time I even thought about Orange, to be fair. But someone like LVMH, because I know LVMH just spend billions a year on marketing. And with LVMH, I understand why they do it. It's just when you see a brand everywhere, eventually you end up buying it, like for the customers that they want at least. What's the thing? They normally say you have to see something 10 different times before you buy it? Like a customer has to see something 10 different times before they invest their money or something like that. So it's kind of going in with that. But with Orange, to spend millions and millions being at the front of the Olympics and then just going back to being obscure is a bit weird. So here we know. Yeah, I believe the partners provide a service rather than money. Yeah, I think it depends on what partner. So I think that some partners provide a service. So for example, I'm guessing that Omega being a worldwide partner means they're going to do the timing like at the Olympics. So it's just going to be a massive Omega clock and they're going to do all the timings for like 100 meters, 200 meters, the marathon, whatever. That makes sense. You're probably going to have like Intel who are going to do the computers for all these events. You have like Toyota that are probably going to be like driving people places, doing all the pickups. So yeah, normally they do provide a service, but then you do have LVMH that aren't really providing a service and it's probably just money. So I think it depends what you know, what company it is. Like a Coca-Cola are not going to be providing a service. I can't imagine that Olympic athletes that have been training for 4 years are going to be drinking Fanta and Coke and Sprite and and all that stuff, like unless Coke is providing water. Because I think don't Coke own, what's that water brand that Coke owns? But I know they own like a water brand, so maybe they're just going to provide that. But other than that, yeah, I can't imagine people are going to risk their performance by drinking loads of Coke. Yeah, Carrefour is probably, I still don't know how to say it. Is it Carrefour? Carrefour. How do you, French people, educate me. I've never known how to say it. Um but what are they going to provide? They're probably just going to provide like food for the Olympic athletes or something like that. Food and drink or like vouchers for the athletes to go into the shops. Um and they're gonna have, maybe they're gonna make like little pop-up shops around a lot of the Olympic stations where events are happening, where you can go and like buy little snacks and drinks and stuff. So yeah, but Yellow is right though. Like a lot of them is just like they're just like providing a service, but some of them it is just like money and like visibility and stuff. Um, so yeah, shout out to Alibaba though. Jeez, they're everywhere at this point. Yeah, they own Dasani, exactly, exactly, exactly. um, Coca-Cola owns a smoothie company. Interesting. So they're gonna provide smoothies and water. That'll be interesting. Yeah, it's both. It's the spectators and the athletes. So that's why I was like, they're gonna have a pop-up where, like I said, Carrefour is gonna have a pop-up where a lot of the events are happening for people that are visiting the events, like going in and out. So it's a total thing, but it's both. Like Omega, for example, is more so on the side of the athletes than spectators, really, because they're providing the time. I guess it's for both, because obviously spectators are watching the things too. So it's both. It's both. Yeah, but it's actually a cock block on other brands. Like you're not allowed to bring any other brands in the stadium. Oh yeah, that's 100% true. Because basically because I do some work with Nike, Nike have to work really hard on their marketing strategy because legally they can't advertise during the Olympics. So they have to find creative ways of like pushing Nike without it being a campaign because obviously they can be sued for that. So all these brands have to start like building up their marketing strategies for the Olympics because they get cock blocked by, like LVMH, for example, is cock blocking any other company that makes apparel in any way. And LVMH are going to willingly sue you if you even dare try to advertise or promote during the Olympics when they're trying to advertise. So that should be interesting how other clothing companies, other sportswear companies, um, how they navigate that. Yeah, the Omega watches are so nice. I agree. They're a long-time Olympic sponsor for who make commemorative timepieces for the occasion. Yeah, but that's not for the spectators in the sense that like those are normally limited edition, and the kind of people that can afford that are not many. Also, um, but yeah, I love Omega though. Omega watches are really really classic. Um, yeah, Omega's cool. I like Omega. I really really like Omega. I like all those like Omega, Tag Heuer, Breitling, those kind of watch companies. Because I feel like when people just think of, you know, watches, it's just always Rolex and stuff. But there's so many interesting watch brands that aren't even expensive as Rolexes. Or like Audemars or all those brands. And they have just as much heritage too. Nike X Beat slash Shakari Richardson slash Yay, what a time to be alive. Yeah, Shakari Richardson, it'll be very interesting if she does really well this Olympics. I think she's gonna like explode into a global superstar, but she has her work cut out for her. She definitely has her work cut out for her. What did someone say? Isn't LVMH currently in a partnership with Nike? Yes, so they are, but the problem with that is that obviously Nike have what they want to do and their own agenda and how they want to market. And because LVMH is sponsoring the Olympics, there's only a certain way that Nike can, you know, market things. Because I remember that wasn't it LVMH? Like LVMH has just been running everything. LVMH even did the unveiling for the medal designs for the Olympics. Like they're running the whole. Like it's almost like the Paris Olympics is there. It's the LVMH Olympics, literally. Like everything has just been LVMH. um, all the events have been organized by LVMH. It's just the LVMH Olympics. So even though Nike are in partnership with them, every single thing is going to be on LVMH's terms. Yeah, I am really into watches. Turning LV and Bulgari into respectable watch brands. Not look down on like Diesel or Gucci watches. Yeah, and I mean they own quite a lot of watch brands, so I guess they're going to, because I know Bernard Arnault loves a vertical integration, so I feel like he's going to take the expertise that he learns from owning heritage watch brands and tries to bring that understanding and the craftsmanship of the watch movement into the LV and the Bulgari watches. But it's interesting to just see how that unfolds. Diesel make watches. I think every brand makes watches to varying degrees, but every brand sort of makes their version of a watch, or they try at least. But anyway, verdict. What do we think? Closing thoughts on the Berluti uniforms. What do you guys think? Oh, Mike is asking me what watch brands does LVMH own? I know they own Tag Heuer. I know they own. I think they own Hublot, right? Right. I know they own Zenith. Let me Google it. In fact, you know what? Let me just Google it. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Put it on the screen. Okay. So Hublot, Tag Heuer, Zenith. Um, yeah. What did someone say? I saw a really nice Issey Miyake watch in Harajuku the other day. I haven't seen an Issey Miyake watch in my entire life. That would be interesting to see. Is Zenith not LVMH? Let me Google that. 1 second. 1 second. I don't want to spread misinformation on my live stream. Let's see. LVMH brands owned. Let me see if I can find it on their website. Let's see. Okay, on their website, it says that they own Zenith. So on their official website, Zenith is under one of the brands, under the watches and jewelry section. So yeah, it looks like they still own Zenith. It looks like they still own Zenith. I used to pretend to be into watches and was going to buy myself a Rolex, but then I was like, get a grip. What are you doing? I think the thing about watches, I'm into them, but I do think watches are just kind of like fashion. It's just so much elitism where it's not necessary. I'll give you a good example. Like I can appreciate watch movement as much as the next guy. However, the reality is that quartz is more accurate than all the older watch movements that people love to like, you know, lose sleep over. But if you buy a quartz watch, like for example, let's say something as simple as like a Cartier tank. A Cartier tank comes in two versions. So you can either get a more mechanical movement or you can get like the quartz movement. If you buy the quartz movement, someone might be like, what Cartier tank do you have? Is it a quartz or is it like the real tank? And it's like, if you don't have the real quote unquote tank, then you don't have a Cartier tank. You're wearing like a fake tank. And it's all this, it's just like, how about I just like it because I like the way it looks? How about that? Like, and it just becomes so elitist. It reminds me exactly of fashion. It just like, how about someone just likes the way the jacket looks? Why does everything have to go back to, oh, my one costs more than your one? And my, like, it's just weird. Watches are jewelry. The movement is decorative too. Crystal case back. We know quartz is more accurate. Yeah, yeah. That's true though. At this point, watches are jewelry because time is everywhere. You can just unlock your phone and check the time. Al says Issei has a great line of watches. They collab with a new designer for each model, so they come out with very diverse DNA. That's so interesting. I'm going to go and have a look at some Issei Miyake watches when I come off the stream because I think that that is very, very interesting. I have not seen an Issei Miyake watch ever, so that would be something really good to explore in my fashion obsessed life. The Issei Miyake 2 watches on my buy list. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, now we've gotten everyone talking about watches. Guys, as much as I'm into watches, I don't really own too many watches because I can't afford most watches. Um, like I'm not a rich guy. Contrary to popular belief, I feel like people have this misconception that when you're like on YouTube, you have like loads of money. It's so strange. I mean, some YouTubers do. If you have loads and loads of views and you post really, really consistently, depending on how many views you can, there are some YouTubers that genuinely make like $10,000 a month. I am certainly not one of those people. Like, as you can see, there's nothing on my wrist. It's bare. But yeah, I like watches just outside looking in. But yeah, even if I could afford it, I value things like buying a house than buying watches. Maybe after I own my own house one day, I'd start to think about all different things. I have like 2 watches right now. I have a Tag Heuer Opera Racer, and I have a Casio. Like, I've forgotten what it's called. It's like those classic Casios. It cost me like £50, but I really like it. It's the digital one. Wait, what did I not give you clearance for? Michael, what are you talking about? What didn't I give you clearance for? That's so cute when people think that they're buying something exquisite, paying hundreds of bags for some Patek, yet in reality, Apple Watch is really the most exquisite thing in a technical sense. I think, okay, let me be honest. I think everyone has their interests, and it's fine. Just the same way that people tell me that I've lost my brain cells for buying a Rick Owens jacket for $2,000 or something. I think it's fine. I also think there are many actual practical use cases for buying a really expensive watch. For example, if you exist in a certain world where, you know, if the kind of watch you wear determines how people view you, and that could lead to more financial gains because you're signed deals with like big CEOs and whatever by having those watches on your wrist. I can understand why people do that. I think watches now, they're not even about telling the time anymore. It's more about either a societal or social signifier, or it's just like jewelry. It's just a jewelry piece. It's for decoration. It's to look nice. So yeah, I understand why people spend that much money on watches. It makes a lot of sense. And to be fair, a lot of watches, if you know what you're doing, they increase in value. So a lot of them are an investment. Although I do see a lot of people getting into watches and buying watches that literally depreciate in value, and they're like, "Oh, it's an investment." It's like, no, it's okay. You like watches, it's fine. I'm not going to shame you for it. I like overpriced clothing too. It's fine. Yeah, all things aesthetic are matters of taste. I personally think the Day Date is the most stunning piece of jewelry a man can wear. Interesting. Someone likes someone likes the presidential, the Day Date. Prezi on my wrist. When I was younger, I didn't even know. The only reason I knew a lot of these watches, obviously, before I got older and learned about fashion and started to meet people that actually had these watches. I knew all these watches from like rappers. Like when they'll be like, presidential on my wrist, burst down. Wasn't it Meek Mill that said that? We popping bottles when we scored a winning touchdown. That's how I knew all these. Like, I was like, what's a presidential? What does he mean? Presidential on my wrist. That says let Micah on stage. Okay, let me send the link in the chat if anyone wants to add their thoughts. New watch alert. Hublot. See, that's how I know all these watches. It's rappers. New watch alert. Hublot. Presidential on my wrist. Buzz down. Exactly. G-Shocks. I started wearing G-Shocks because of the jerking era. Like, I started wearing G-Shocks because of the new boys. Let me be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. Like, that's the exact reason I started wearing G-Shocks. When they're like, you're a jerk. I know. You're a jerk, Kami. Are you chipping, eh? And then they had the G-Shocks. Yeah.
Wait, I've got a new setup. What's my audio saying?
Your audio is nice. It's a lot nicer.
Crisp? Is it crisp?
Have you seen my
Urbans, bro? I did it for that.
Bro, have you seen my setup? I have a tripod. I have a tripod for the mic.
We know.
So
you're
obviously
I haven't been to your house, fam.
Obviously, the audio is getting crisper by the day. You know what I mean?
You just wanted to flex on me. No. Wait. let me hop on your level real quick. This is what I'm rocking today.
Okay. Okay, Mike is. Hey, I'm peer pressuring Mike into upgrading his gear. Soon,
Yeah,
Mike is going to
honestly.
be a
Soon I'll start
resident
posting
urban.
videos. What a world. What a time to be alive.
Oh yeah, that was funny when Ace Hood's bezel fell off at the BET Awards. That was hilarious. I
Yo, this
remember
must have
that.
been ages ago because I haven't
That's
seen
so funny. That was an iconic moment. That was so funny.
Oh, they said I've got a mic, but I won't record. No,
It
the
ended his
tripod set up,
career.
guys.
Okay, Mike is he's trying to flex on me. He's trying to show that
Guys,
he's on
I
levels.
make videos, guys. I do.
No, you don't.
My tongue's blue because I've been eating Skittles. GG. This is the only pack I buy, guys. Solid stuff, this.
Tropical. I don't think I've ever had those ones. I always just get the
Tropical's
red
gas. Tropical's gas. I can't eat the green ones anymore. They're too sour for me now.
Yeah. So go on, Michael. What didn't I give you the go ahead for?
Oof, I'm trying to remember now. There's been so many moments, mate. Oh no, I liked that Burberry conversation just because I've been talking to some people from there recently, and I feel like the undertone I understood is that I think they're having a lot of production issues as well, which is adding to a lot of their financial problems. Because, okay, for context, can I say what retailer he works at? My friend works at like a big retailer, something like Farfetch, or Harvey Nichols or Selfridges, something like that, and he's a buyer. Apparently, the collection that they were supposed to receive in December only arrived last week. And then in the Burberry store itself, they don't drop collections all at once at the moment. It seems to like trickle in. You speak to the staff, they don't know when stuff's supposed to arrive. They say, oh, it's supposed to be here. It's not. Da, da, da. So I think that makes this transitional period that they're going through at the moment very difficult, because not only are they trying to kind of appeal to a slightly new consumer base without alienating their old consumer base, but they can't even do it all at once because the clothes aren't arriving all together. Things are coming. Like if you go into the store at the moment, they don't even have one, like an entire season's collection. It'll be like a mix of seasons collections and not the entire complete collection. So what I've gathered from that is that it must be, I would like to believe it's production issues, because I doubt they would do that on purpose. Why would you purposely deliver things 6 months late and things like that? So I think that definitely adds to whatever financial situations they're going on at the moment. But I like the brand a lot, not gonna lie. And I think the quality is really good, personally.
Yeah, I always find it weird when huge brands that have that amount of infrastructure have production issues. It's really strange.
Yeah, I think it's strange too. It must be some like real mismanagement or miscommunication, like somewhere.
Yeah. Like it happens, but I just find it odd. Like I expect that to happen for smaller brands, because when you're a small brand and like factories mess up and like there's not really much you can do. But when you're a brand as big, like you're making billions, you run the factories basically because you're their biggest like customer. So they have to drop everything and do what you want. So I don't see how. And some of these brands even own their factories. Like Rick Owens actually owns his own factory, right? So, and Burberry is way bigger than Rick Owens. So it's like, this is what I don't understand. You see what I mean? It's just a bit weird.
Yeah, no, it's weird. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. I wonder if, I presume, as all things do, with time, something will come out and we'll eventually find out what's actually going on. But from what I've picked up on, it seems to me like production issues combined with going through a transitional phase and having to undo the image that they previously had and blah, 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 blah. Someone said falling asleep. That's Burberry effect. Good night. I hear it.
Good night.
Fair enough.
Damn. What a way to go out. Al says, can't agree on the quality point. I tried on the Swan shirt from the First D collection. The print quality on sports polyester gave me Temu vibes. Damn.
Oh, I haven't tried on any of the print stuff, to be fair. I tried on a lot of like the outerwear and things like that, and that was all really nice, not gonna lie.
I find it weird how inconsistent these brands are. Like, it's just weird. Like the production issues. Like even obviously my favorite brand, outerwear, I stopped buying the stuff at a point because the quality was atrocious. And it wasn't until Antonioli bought it that the quality became good again. Bro,
Mm.
it wasn't just Antonioli had so many issues. It wasn't just the quality, it was like quality and sizing. And bro, I have Andy pieces that are smalls. I have Andy pieces that are mediums. I have Andy pieces that are
They all
larges.
fit
And
the
I have
same.
Andy pieces. Yeah, they all fit the same. I
I
have
hate
Andy
when that.
pieces that are XL. So when it comes to Andy, you just have to try it on in the store because like there's no consistency. I have Andy shoes that are an EU46 and I have Andy shoes that are an EU43.
I
Like
knew you
that
were.
should never happen. That should never happen.
I don't know how this stuff happens, honestly. Especially like when you're. I feel like if you know you're going to be going through like a transition or you're going to be making like a huge change at your brand, you'd
Yeah,
want the quality to be the one thing that people could guarantee on. I feel like
yeah,
because then people can say, oh, even if they don't like the designs, they can say, oh, well, at least it's good quality.
yeah. Leo says, I feel like sourcing different fabrics from different factories with varying levels of quality control create this. Yeah, 100%, which is why I said for smaller brands, it's understandable when this happens. But when you're the size of $1 billion brand and anything bigger than that, I don't see why that would be an issue because you should be like developing your own fabrics or you should have very specific relationships with those factories to make sure that the quality of the fabrics they're giving your brand is a certain level. So that's what I find strange about it. Because like
Unless
LVMH
they
is
don't care.
fully, yeah, because like conglomerates like LVMH is fully vertically integrated, and yet sometimes they still have quality issues with some of their brands. And it's like, how you own the factories, you own the production, you own like how?
Yeah, facts. Facts.
Yeah, there was a comment under one of my videos that did go into depth. It was like one of the recent videos. I think it was like the video I dropped about like why your clothes are bad quality or something like that. There was a really insightful comment. If you guys haven't seen it, of someone that I think they said they worked in the production industry for like what was it, 35 years or something like that.
Oh, damn.
So it was really, really. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can get that comment on the screen because it would actually be having this conversation. It'd be really, really good to bring that up.
Leo said, what are we wearing to baby showers now? It's still Burberry, bro. Still Burberry.
Let's have a look. I need to find this comment. It was actually a really, really good comment. Oh my, Micah, people in your area are a bit active.
Oh bloody hell! Sorry about that, lads. I'll get the window closed.
Okay, I found two of the comments that were really, really insightful. Well, all the comments were insightful, but I mean, like, I think this is what the person was referring to. So there was this comment that said, I'm American and I design clothing for babies and toddlers. The company I work for sells to discount retailers, so it's nowhere near the high-end merchandise you've based your channel on, but I think I can offer a unique perspective. Most of the garments designed at my job are produced in China and Bangladesh. One of the issues I run into the most is a factory taking the order but not following what's listed in the specs or tech packs. This includes everything from the fabric quality to the garment construction and the artwork, prints, etc. Once the order has been placed, if we cancel it, we won't have those goods to sell for the upcoming season. Less goods to sell means less profit for the company, so we are encouraged to do our best to approve things at each stage of production. The result is garments that are quite different from the designer's original intention. I mention all this to say that I wouldn't be surprised if other brands are also struggling to maintain a level of quality. So much of the work is fragmented and outsourced to other countries, as you mentioned in this video. The quality control is lost and the factories don't care anymore. They are overbooked and workers underpaid. They will make excuses for why you're not receiving what you asked for and what they agreed to produce when they took the order. It's so frustrating, but at the end of the day, the company has to have something to sell to the buyers or we will lose them and the company will go under. It's a race to the bottom. Which is, yeah, it's kind of like basically exactly what happens, which is why it confuses me that big brands have that problem though, because when you're a big enough brand, the first thing you should invest in, which is what the likes of Rick Owens did, is your own factories and your own production to make sure that you can ensure that certain things are certain quality.
No, vertical integration is like imperative for like that sort of growth, which is why LVMH focus on it like so much. Because it also just speeds things up as well. It helps you maintain quality.
So that's why with big brands, I'm always like, how is that possible? With smaller brands, 100%, I totally understand it. In fact, there's a really, maybe I should react to this documentary in like a stream, in like a different stream. If you guys want me to react to it in this stream, I have to like end this stream and then start another one just in case it gets copyrighted. If you guys want me to, but there's a really good documentary by Cole Buxton, which is sort of like a streetwear brand that's really big, becoming really big in the UK. But they have
it's already huge. It's huge already.
Yeah, at this point, it's actually quite huge. To be fair, they have a store right opposite
end, and they're stocked in end, which I find so interesting.
So, but that's a really good documentary in terms of like, because why it's called Still Here, they had really, really bad production issues and they were very, very close to like going under. But it just highlights all the production issues they're having, because I think they had a factory in like Portugal and that was just messing them up and like almost caused them to have nothing to sell on Black Friday. And Black Friday is always their most important day. So it was like they needed all this stuff for Black Friday. So that documentary is really good to watch. If you guys want me to react to it, I'd have to end the live stream now and then I'll have to restart a new one just in case that one gets copyrighted into the ground.
Have you covered everything you wanted to do in this live stream?
Oh yeah, 100%. Haider Ackermann, Canada Goose, Anok Yai, Zara, and then Berluti opening ceremony outfits and just what LVMH is doing with the Olympics.
Let's reply to this comment from Eddie. Eddie said, "Be careful. You're both bordering Shein territory." I think if that's in regard to vertical integration, I disagree, because we're not saying you have to go to like Bangladesh and buy the factories there. You can buy factories in the UK or whatever country you're from, where there's like, you know, still good labor practices. And that's still vertical integration. You're still controlling your supply chain.
Yeah, vertical integration doesn't automatically mean outsourcing into places for like really, really cheap labor and stuff. It just means you own every part of the process in production. So that's what it means to vertically integrate something. Coach just said, I don't pay for YouTube and the ad interruptions. Why are there ad interruptions?
Yeah, why are there ads?
Yeah. Like obviously my channel is monetized, but like I don't choose or like push ads. There's not like a button on my screen that says, okay, push an ad. There's not it's not like a button on my screen. So I don't even think I have control over that, to be fair, but that's weird. That YouTube
Wait, if there's an ad, do they miss stuff if there are ads?
I guess they would, because if there's an ad, if I'm saying something, you're busy watching the ad. Okay, people are saying they haven't seen any ads.
I've never had an ad.
Yeah, that's weird. Maybe YouTube just thinks that you like watching ads. No, I'm joking.
That is how YouTube works, though, to be fair.
Oh my god, they're saying they missed stuff. That's really weird. I didn't know that happened. I had no idea that happened.
Peak. I mean, the game's the game, guys. You gotta pay for the channel, you get me?
So Elle says, I get one every 7-ish minutes. What? Every 7 minutes?
That's crazy.
Whoa. No, the videos have ads. I definitely put videos on the ads, but the live streams, I didn't know. And even the video ads, I don't control that. There's like a button. Before you could actually like choose, I think, where all the ads went. But recently, YouTube were like, oh, we want to get more money for the creators. So now we're going to control where the ads are. And it's all controlled by the algorithm. It's probably just so they make more money and they can push ads where they want to push it. It's just, you know. Well, let's see. Leo says I've gotten like 8 or 10 ads in this live stream. Interesting. How come some people get ads and some people don't? That is so
No,
random.
it's because YouTube base it off like your propensity to watch an ad. So if you're likely to watch an ad and then stay in the video, they'll keep feeding you ads. But if you're someone that they find when they show you an ad, like you just leave the app altogether, then they'll show those people less ads because they just want to
Is
keep
that
people on
based
YouTube as
on
much as
like
possible.
the algorithms and all that sort of
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah, yeah.
Just
Because
how
they
it's
know
like
they know everything about you, innit? So they know that like, oh, if you hate ads so much that you'll just stop watching YouTube altogether, they won't show you ads ever. I don't get ads.
interesting. Someone says the shorts, nothing like Twitch, so it's okay. What are Twitch ads like?
Yeah,
Because
what
I
are
don't
Twitch
really,
ads
I'm
like?
never really on Twitch. What are Twitch ads like? Like I've never actually sat down and watched a Twitch live stream ever. Maybe I need to just to see what the experience is like. Maybe because I'm running a VPN in the background, I don't get ads on lives. So that's the trick. Run a VPN. Someone said Twitch ads are grimy. How long are the ads? People are saying as long as hell. Wait, they go for minutes. No way. Minutes, and you can't skip it. That's insane. 1 minute ads and no skips is wild. That is flagrant. That's actually insane. Wow, I didn't know that. So you have to get basically Twitch Premium or you're just watching 3-minute ads on Twitch. Wow, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, that's crazy. And they take fat percentages too on Twitch.
Yeah, that's facts. You would think that though that Twitch would have less ads because there's so much more money.
No,
On
they
Twitch.
actually used to have less ads and they introduced it. Twitch doesn't make any money. They make a loss. They've never made money.
Really?
It's one of those companies where like because it's owned
Because
by Amazon.
but like so many people spend money on Twitch, right? To subscribe and stuff.
Yeah,
So
but
I
they spend
thought
so much
because
money running
obviously
Twitch.
is it? Because I was gonna say that
Yeah.
obviously they take a percentage from the creators. I don't know what the percentage is, but like, yeah.
Twitch adds 3 minutes at the top of the hour. No, I have no clue. I just know that they only introduced ads because they make no money already. Like Amazon just
Yeah.
bailed them out every year.
Yeah. He was saying Twitch ads are villainous. The high resolution on the lives cost them a lot of money. Yeah, I always wonder about those things because like I don't stream through YouTube because I can't like invite people with a link and stuff through YouTube. So that's why I don't really stream using YouTube. I use StreamYard. But on StreamYard, the highest resolution you can stream is 1080p, and I've never understood why. It's like,
What, as in
why
you'd
can't
want to
I?
stream higher or lower?
Yeah, I'd want to stream in 4K, but you just can't. It's not an option.
Mm.
And I've got everything for it. I've got my, my Thunderbolt. I've got the internet for it.
This guy's flexing his tech.
I
But do you
I
think
had to
that's YouTube?
upgrade.
Is that YouTube's fault though, or is that StreamYard's fault?
I don't know because I've never tried
'Cause
to
YouTube
stream
are
through
kind of
YouTube.
weird.
Maybe you can stream 4K through YouTube. I feel like you can if you use YouTube, but YouTube just need to work on. They need to really, really, really work on their live stream platform because people always complain about it. It's really terrible. That's why I pay money to use StreamYard to stream on YouTube. Like literally.
First.
4K is overkill. My Sky Wi-Fi could never. To be fair, because I stream and earlier when I was streaming, people remember like the earlier streams, they used to glitch and pause and stuff. So I was like, nah, I can't keep living like this. So I had BT broadband and I had to upgrade my internet. So now it's like 950 megabits a second. So it's fine for whatever I would need it because that's upload and download. So I could stream 8K if I wanted to. Hotspot IO era was a wave. Yeah, I was hotspotting from my phone to live stream. Do you remember?
I remember. Yeah, I remember that.
The struggle life was real.
Then this guy would be like, "Oh, my signal's bad. Sorry, guys, 1 second."
Hey, we have to upgrade everything. The only way is up. That's how it goes. The only way is up. Deep channel law. Facts.
Yeah, that
Like
is deep channel law, to
hotspotting.
be fair.
See, can you imagine? There's no cable in my phone. Oh my gosh.
Times
Those
have
times I'll
changed,
be
man.
like connecting it to make sure that I get the maximum hotspot from my phone. I'm connecting it with wires. Like, wow, how times change. Yeah. Also, Micah, we were talking about watches earlier. What's your thoughts
Oh yeah.
on the whole watch landscape and like what do you think about all of that?
So what I'll say is, I used to be someone that thought watches were stupid, but I liked fashion. And then now I've kind of come around, and I think watches are really cool. Um, I mean, I see watches as like someone said that they're basically just like accessories that have a bit of movement to them, and I kind of agree with that. Like it's just like a high end accessory, but I do think like there's a lot of beauty in watches. I think people do the thing you were talking about in terms of like elitism in the sense of like, oh, my watch costs more than yours, or mine's more obscure than yours. But people do that in fashion as well. I think pretending that's exclusive to watches is a bit like it's not fair. But no, I want a Rolex. I'm just waiting a bit, saving up and whatnot. But I wouldn't mind just like something simple, like an Oyster Perpetual or something, like, and just call it a day. I wouldn't. I'm not really the type that would have loads of watches though. I'm not. I don't like them to that degree. I think just like one nice watch that you can wear all the time is nice.
Oh yeah, Al, you can definitely hop on and talk about watches. We always love Al's insight. I dropped the
Al's good.
link in the chat.
Al has deep lore, but about everything.
Yeah, Al. We're just gonna leave the chat for Al when he comes on because Al is Al is like deep lore. When Al is interested in something, something I really love about Al is when Al has an interest, Al delves like deep.
Yeah.
Like Al has like my level of knowledge in fashion and then the same level of knowledge on everything else. Like it's actually insane. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Great. Coming to you from sunny Texas right now.
Damn.
Oh, nice.
I've been to Houston.
How long have you been in Texas? Because I thought you lived in Houston before, right?
Yeah. I'm in Houston mostly when I'm not like traveling around. I'm currently about to go to California sometime next month, but yeah, currently Houston.
Yeah. Oh, also, are you in Houston? Because the way you said sunny Texas is almost like you're somewhere else in Texas.
No, that's like a common, like I think, live streamer thing that I hear people say when they're like broadcasting from sort of like a coastal or resort destination, like live from sunny Burbank, California. That sort of thing,
What do you think? Okay, Al, before you talk about watches, I have a question for you. What do you think about? I'm not sure if you've seen it, but people have been talking about Texas online because there's this picture going around of like this big mansion that you can buy in Texas, where I think it's like $350,000 or something, or $500K, and like so many people are having discussions about that. Like, would you want to live in the middle of Texas in a mansion, or would you want to spend that money and live in like LA,
a one-bedroom
apartment? Like, what is better?
It's about like what you can buy with it, right? Like it depends on your lifestyle. If you need the space and you want like somewhere where it's like a 1 hour drive in order to get to an airport, that's obviously accessible to you in many locations, whether it's in like coastal Poland or Texas. But Texas isn't really even that great for that because prices have gone up and infrastructure is not great, and people are wising up that socially, it's a pretty conservative and interesting place on a cultural level. But I think it's
a lot of open carry.
Yeah, I went when I was 17, and people are open
the nice mall here at the in Houston recently. I think not recently, but like a year ago, there was like people like getting into shootouts in the parking lot. I mean, this is like the place to go to buy like Rick Owens. It's where the Gucci flagship is. People are, they're wilding out here.
That's so Texas.
Yes. In fact, I think some Scandinavian country, but I think it was Norway or something, that's actually part of the slang there. Like in their parlance, if you go fishing with dynamite, it's a very Texas thing to do. That's literally what they say. To Texas, like, you know, it's a level of ratchetness and I guess ignorance that is a brand worldwide.
Yeah. So okay, Al, give us the watch lore. We know you've got the goods for us.
Right. So I think when I was traveling around, like I sold my car because I didn't need it if I was going to be spending so much of my time traveling. You kind of want to like put your money into something. And I think like with a certain sort of lifestyle, you start getting into the idea of like watches as like sort of investment pieces that like don't necessarily appreciate value. That's really just like a Rolex game. And only for like, limited pieces where like
Yeah,
you're talking
special
tens of
editions
thousands
for
per
any,
item.
yeah.
And like that's obviously not for the general population. But even, like old like Swiss brands or even some like quirky like Japanese stuff, if you're into like Seiko or Grand Seiko or something like that. A lot of this stuff like will like a car, you drive it off the lot and you lose 50% value. But after that, like it just stays there. And you can just kind of trade it and it's very liquid. And there's this idea of it being like something that you can carry on you that's like not as like flashy as like a chain or like, something iced out like with diamonds, but it's still like something that's like a very handcrafted object that's like great as jewelry. And I've appreciated from that angle. I've appreciated from the angle, not necessarily of the heritage of like, I don't know, like pocket watches or like this president wore this watch, or this is the watch of this particular favorite family member of royalty, but just as like design items and like what they kind of inspire
what
in
you
me
like,
in the same way into fashion.
Yeah, the designs that you like personally.
And I feel like there's a lot of designer stuff, especially from like the 20th century, that's like just kind of like low key, but still like I think great as like just ways of being able to enjoy the brand of or the creative identity of like a brand. I'm thinking of Pierre Cardin is like a really great example, who in the heyday of their company before they went to mass market hell, actually released like a series in collaboration with Jaeger-LeCoultre, which is a very respected Swiss watch brand, who like back in the day did like movements for Cartier and like a lot of these super jewelry adjacent watch companies. They did the internal movements for like a whole line of Pierre Cardin stuff. That stuff's like super modernist 60s space age stuff that like is totally in line with what we know of from that.
That Pierre Cardin sort of like in the mood of Pierre Cardin, that space age looking watch that I thought was amazing. It was really cool. I don't know where you could find that watch though, but I've seen like watch people talking about that watch a lot.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's online in online marketplaces. Chrono24 is like a very popular one where like people like obviously mark up everything because they want to kind of preserve market value. You got to negotiate Grailed style and lowball them in order to get them at actual market value.
I love that hustle, real hustle there.
Yeah, but I mean, it's literally just like archive heads, right? Like people who just like they collect Helmut Lang, people will collect like specific eras of like Omega Speedmaster runs that like are crap in this in comparison with like the output today, where like they have nicer sapphire crystals and like better water resistance, but there's still a market, and that market and collector fan bases worldwide. And I think like it got very accessible with social media and the watch influencers on YouTube and TikTok, who have like these like super nice cheap Chinese macro lenses that they can like produce great looking B-roll content to show off these movements and watch faces and stuff. And they can really, I think, be an accessible point of entry for jewelry, which especially for men, to me, is like a very hard point of entry, because there's not really like a tradition of fine jewelry for men in the same way that like there is for women. And so like you're kind of relegated to like being inducted by force by John Mayer into like this whole world of nonsense. Yeah, there's the big brands like that hold their value, the Swiss big brands like Vacheron Constantin and Rolex and Patek Philippe and so on and so forth. But it's becoming so mass market now that like Travis Scott has limited edition watches with Audemars Piguet. Like it's so mainstream. And
I mean, with Audemars now, it's like every celebrity has had some collaboration or something at this point. And
but
like,
they give them out like hotcakes, AP.
Yeah.
They're really gifting people watches. A lot of people are that as well.
But that's the thing. I don't understand that, because why I actually started liking watches, credit where credit is due, is I saw Tyler the Creator's watch collection, and it was
that's
varied.
nuts, though. That's nuts.
And it was quite interesting.
I do agree that the vintage watch trend is like the next watch trend. And that like for a while there was this sort of like understanding that you would have like the big face rolly, these sports watches and dive watches that like were super expensive because they had lots of complications. And now we're moving away from that towards, I think, a dress watch trend, like Cartier crashes, tanks, and stuff like that. Like the Tyler Creator, I think, was on the forefront of. I'm thinking of like the Hillbillies music video with like Baby Keem, where like now you just got like Kendrick Lamar flashing his AP knockoff Cartier tanks. They were super special because it's like a name brand knocking off another name brand. And you can get nitty gritty with the vintage stuff. And that's where like the fun is. Again, for like the archive heads who like, get the joy out of like a rare pull or like something, that's not available and mass marketed to like general consumers in the same way that like, currently available or even like limited edition stuff nowadays is. You want to buck the trend, you go vintage, you pull stuff from the 90s, that's how you get like, I think the big moments.
No, I like that point you touched on in terms of like you buy it and then like once you've got it, the value's kind of stable, because that's how I feel about like that's an aspect of what I like about like high fashion or fashion in general. That like, well, if I were the type of person that was shopping at like Zara and Primark, once I've bought it, like, and I change my mind or whatever later down the line, what am I going to do? Sell it on Depop for like £2, £3? Whereas like, at least I know that like, oh, this piece I've bought, even if the value's decreased by 30% once I walked out the store, at least I know 10 years down the line, I can probably still get what I paid for it if I want something else, and I can trade it. And I just like that like liquid aspect of like, oh, at least the general value is pretty stable. And I feel like that kind of applies to a lot of like well-known and like established watch brands as well.
No, 100%. I think because before like I started really getting into watches, I used to see them as more like partially flexing and partially like a show of wealth and like a signal of success. Like you'd watch all these videos and they'll be like, I bought this presidential Rolex because it's a sign of like, now I'm successful. From when I was young, I always thought I was going to buy a presidential. So it's like that kind of thing. But when I really got into it, it started to become, I look at it like fashion. It's about like design, designs that I appreciate, and just like, I try to find, probably why I don't own too many, I only own 2 actually. I just try to find stuff that I'm actually personally interested in, but also stuff that isn't too expensive. Because a lot of watches are unaffordable, especially the big watch brands.
Yeah, and with the, I think, introduction of the vintage trend, there's a sense of being able to express yourself in the same way that you would express yourself with clothes. Only, you don't have to worry about like a heel bite, destroying, your vintage stuff because you're wearing it out. It's so easy to maintain. There's a whole like degree of service that like is kind of accessible anywhere, where you're not locked into one provider for service. You don't have to take it to the brand to get like, your tune-ups or what have you. You can have your service done by, a dude in a random booth in Cairo, or you can go and mail it off to Switzerland. There's this idea that like, versus like going to like a tailor to like get something fitted, there's no like barrier of entry, I think, to the maintenance side of like these items as well, which I think can be an issue, I think, for a lot of jewelry. And there's like always this idea with the big ticket luxury items that like, you know, again, you have to like go through a rigmarole when you're buying it to like appeal to like sales associates, so like you can get like the limited stuff or the stuff that like, you know, is very hot and hard to keep in the store. Vintage, you can skip all that. The secondary market's great, and you actually get to feel like an individual, and that's why I think, you know, the market is growing, is because it's more and more popular to like have these pieces that, you know, aren't being pushed by the luxury companies, which is why I think like the LVMH like investment might be not quite there in terms of like being thought out, because it's like if you're either these like Swiss brands that have this heritage and the chase for it is actually what is the part of the appeal for you, in the same way that like chasing, you know, I don't know, I guess there's not really an equivalent of ready to wear. Like it's usually nowadays either a pre-order system or a made-to-measure system. That's the only real exclusivity you can kind of get these days. But the idea of like going to a Rolex dealership and being like, oh, hey, we only make 50,000 watches a year. Everybody who wants to buy a watch wants to buy a Rolex. So, you know, you're not one of those 50,000. Why don't you like, you know, buy some of these used pieces that
watches
are certified Rolex
used.
used. And then, you know, once you spend 10K with us, we'll put you on a list and then we'll call you.
Yeah.
Like there's a whole game to like Rolex and a lot of these more exclusive brands with small batch production in Switzerland. So a lot of people don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of people now, from my understanding, is that they just go to like ADs and just buy like secondhand watches, like so they can bypass that whole having to spend 10K. But even now the ADs are doing the same thing. So even
ADs mark
will
up a
be
lot
like,
these days as well.
they will be like, okay, we have the watch here, but before we give you this watch, why don't you look at that Breitling over there, and why don't you look at that? It's so weird. So they've actually adopted the same thing that the actual stores are doing.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, a different market, right? Like that's, again, that's not a market where there could be the possibility for growth. Like that's like the, how do you say, that's like the Hermes Birkin market. Like it's a different world, really. So I don't think that necessarily is part of like, I think the growing trend of watches being more popular and being discovered by people who weren't in the hobby before. And, you know, the idea of like automatics and quartz and stuff, like people are, you know, people find quartz more accessible, but like it part of like the fantasy, I think, of like watches.
Yeah.
It's like buying Burberry activewear.
That analogy is crazy.
I mean, technically, they are a performance brand.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
that's funny. Burberry activewear is hilarious.
Yeah, that's my random.
Oh no! I know that. Obviously, it's not part of the dream of watches, like the emotion of it. It's just funny because obviously, at the base of it, the quartz is more accurate, which is just so weird because like no one requires a more accurate watch when you could just get the accurate time from your phone. So people are looking for different things in a watch rather than the most accurate time. That would have been useful maybe, and a selling point maybe before we had phones and things like that.
What I will say though, as well as like really and truly, do people actually use their watch for like accuracy down to the second? Like most people who have a luxury watch aren't using their watch for accuracy down to the second anyway.
Yeah, of course not.
Oh, hell no. Like even if you had like a really great like power reserve, which is for automatics, that's like the amount of time before you have to like wind it again. Or if you put it down when you take it off to go to sleep, like how quickly do you have to pull it up and start like, you know, moving it around so that like it winds itself. Even with a good power reserve, like it will drift by minutes over the course of a week, and that's considered good, right? Like that's not part of the idea. The fantasy is that you like kind of set it every day. You kind of interact with the crown and you make it line up. And
is it every day?
It's like,
it's not.
I adjust it basically every day or every other day.
Ooh, I get a firework. What's going on?
I don't know how that happened.
Al's got some like
Al said,
some
I
specialist
Tech
adjust
is
mine
doing
every day,
something.
and next thing I know, I'm seeing fireworks.
Stream Deck
everywhere,
is
like
doing
it's
something.
Eid
I
mode.
don't know what that's
I was
about.
hacking
On the
the system.
laptop.
We hacked the stream.
No,
But
yeah,
yeah,
like,
quartz is even the most accurate now. Digital is the most accurate. Like you can get
Yeah,
like
yeah,
citizen
exactly.
watches that like through digital display, but like they sync to satellites and GPS, and you can't get out of time. You just put it like in a window for a bit, and it'll automatically go to the correct time.
Yeah.
But it's not for accuracy. It's not even necessarily for status symbol. If you start going into like the vintage element of it, where like you might be pulling up with something from like the 50s just because like you enjoy that sort of mid-century era design. And it's cheaper than buying a lot of this is another thing. It's cheaper than buying designer jewelry. Designer jewelry I think starts high, and like it's difficult I think for you to get like a good return on it because a lot of designer jewelry these days is brass.
yeah,
And I always felt like a bad
and
value
silver
proposition
plated as well.
Yeah, we had that whole live stream
Yeah.
where we just
It was rough. That was a rough
It
one.
was very rough.
Mm-hmm. And so, like, instead of doing that, you can get something with a similar aesthetic, as a watch. It'll hold its value. It's tradable. There's, whole community to kind of look after, the different technical aspects of it and availability and everything. It just feels like a better use of your time.
Yeah. Like Andy Warhol used to wear broken crash watches really are fashion pieces. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think most people when they look at your crash, they're not going to be like, oh my God, the time's not right. They're just going to be, oh my God, that's a crash. That's
Yeah,
going
that's
to be
true.
the
That's
reaction.
true. That's true.
Because they're so like rare and like extremely ultra expensive. Like how much do Cartier crashes like go for
No, but
now?
price
Like,
aside, they do look nice. Like they do just look
oh
nice.
no, they look amazing.
Crashes are like $250,000 if like if like they're like the nice skeleton ones or what have you.
Yeah.
They're really rare. And they're like I think made to order these days. Like you can't just go into a Cartier store and buy one.
Yeah.
But I think that's a different world, right? That's like the high jewelry
100%.
world.
100%. Opening a watch shop and calling it the Garden of Time. Garden of Time. Also, Al, I'm not sure when you joined the stream, but I'd like to get your thoughts on like all the other like topics. Like, what did you think of Haider Ackermann being the creative director of Canada Goose?
Yeah, on that, I think when it was announced on Twitter, I actually sent you a DM on Instagram because I was just falling over laughing at like the announcement. I don't know if it was out of shock or whatever. My like point of before even we thought of that Gamay Blue from Montclair analog, I was just thinking of like it as a comparison to like what Martine Rose is doing at Clark's, where she's the creative director of Clark's, which really means she puts out a capsule now and then, right?
Yeah.
Not affecting the mainline items that are found in like the malls and stuff. And it's like a halo effect sort of thing. Like I don't think necessarily it'll lead to like the product getting either better designed or more fashion forwards. And I think the thing that really disappointed me the most was in the initial capsule for the announcement of the collaboration. Instead of it being just like a designed hoodie, it was specifically with the word mark of his defunct ready-to-wear line as part of the print on the sleeve, and that to me just felt totally off. Right?
Yeah,
like that is something you kind of do for like a collaboration, like with Nike or whatever. You can kind of put your initials on it. But this sort of like kind of marketing of him and putting him front and center as like I guess almost as the celebrity, it just kind of I don't know if it reeks of desperation, but it just feels like they're coming at it from the wrong angle. I don't think they're gonna make it like Montclair Genius. I don't think they're gonna make it like Tom Brown's Gamma Blue line. It just doesn't feel like it's gonna be anything but transactional and temporary, which I think doesn't serve the brand.
So you don't think in any sense, because sometimes with these collaborations, when there's a creative director, even if they're designing capsule collections, the brand will watch closely and see if there are any elements that they can like almost steal from those capsule collections and bring into like the wider market of the products that they make for the wider market.
I think that could be the case if you had like a more vertically integrated company. But I think, with a lot of these companies, you'll just literally see a different factory somewhere else in Italy that makes just that line, right?
That's
and
really weird.
it's just the time stream just never crosses, because what they're asking for as a product is usually so distanced from the kind of production lines of their main product that, it doesn't really, I think, affect the same teams.
Yeah.
And that's where I think like the issue is, and where like it never feels like they get anywhere with like these collaborations. And for like mass market, I'm not saying Canada Goose is mass market. They still have like an air of some degree of luxury. They're outerwear, they're big ticket items. But once you kind of go more mass market, it's really, really hard to pull back from that. And you get, of course, like the most well-known horror story is Raf at Calvin Klein, who did such a good job and really made a big dent in the fashion community. People loved what he was doing, but just I think it was executive teams who were selling underwear in Macy's that did not see the point in like putting the hundreds of millions of dollars and renovating all these properties and trying to appeal to something that they felt that they didn't have a halo effect from, that the people who would buy the Raf line wouldn't touch the other collections. It just wouldn't be necessarily the correct audience for them.
But I still do think that those things were overpriced too. I think that was another issue.
To me, I don't think necessarily overpricing a designer line is an issue. Like people who buy Polo don't necessarily gawk at the prices of Purple Label. It just isn't the same customer base. And to me, like I think if it was just an element of it's unaffordable, it's unattainable, and that not being in line with I guess what people assumed Calvin Klein was from like the 90s, as if they were like the Gap or something. I don't think necessarily that was the same audience, right?
I think these kind of things. Oh, sorry, I'll let you go.
No, say what you're gonna say.
Oh, I was gonna say I think these kind of things, even though Raf at Calvin Klein didn't work out long term, I think it, from a fashion perspective, it was great for their image. Like I think it made us as a fashion crowd take Calvin Klein 100 times more seriously, and perhaps I guess maybe that's what Canada Goose are trying to do here. I don't actually think, even though when I first saw it, I was a bit confused, and like I think I sent it to Aya with like a bunch of question marks like. But I don't actually think it's stupid. Like I think like they might as well try it, because it's very possible that they change our perception of Canada Goose, which then will ultimately trickle down into the wider market one way or another. Because whatever happens in fashion always finds a way to trickle down. Like if the fashion crowd are into something, whether it'll be worth the money or not is up for debate. But
I guess I'm struggling, I think, to identify the last time that worked for like a company where it was kind of mass market and pivoted out of it. And to me, like, I think most of their success that I associate with like, people are talking about the brand and it's getting more engagement and social media channels outside of the fashion kind of crowd, was after actually they dropped Raf and they did the My Calvin's campaign, where like they were bringing in all these celebrities and like doing, the
Kim Kardashian one and like ASAP Rocky and all that.
Like, let's put Frank Ocean in underwear.
Mike Calvin
expect out of the brand, and that's how they want to engage with it. Yes, Mike Calvin's that campaign exactly. And I think engagement with Calvin Klein maybe reached the jeans line, because I think they redesigned the word mark for that with the all caps instead of like the lowercase. But I don't see any of the DNA of Raf's like vision of Americana like seeping in to like.
Okay, I didn't mean DNA. I just meant general perception. I feel like from that period onwards, the general perception of Calvin Klein was on an incline.
Do you know, Michael, before Raf Simons at Calvin Klein, do you know what I used to see Calvin Klein as? You know, when I was
What?
younger,
Yeah,
I'd buy Calvin Klein boxes and then I'd like wear my shirt that's just cropped enough so that you could see like
man wanted it coming through like
Yeah, hell yeah.
just so you could. That's like what I used to do when I was like 13, bro. Like wear the boxers way too high.
Oh hell yeah! I mean, no, he invented that though, right? He invented like the idea of designer underwear in the same way that like Diesel invented designer jeans. Like it was an innovation.
Yeah.
No, I feel you. Because I feel like, okay, maybe I'm reaching here. Hear me out. But I feel like even the pull they had to pull some of the people they pulled for my Calvins was because we as a fashion crowd had that slightly better perception of Calvin Klein. That's why I feel like that's why they were able to suddenly then just pull a whole ASAP Rocky. Like they even had and this was at a time when ASAP Rocky's always been a fashion guy, but I remember really clearly other rappers who he was close with at the time were even posting pictures at the time, like mocking him a bit, like, oh come on, mate, like what are you doing? Why are you posting up in these boxes? So I feel like a lot of the I don't know. I just feel like a lot of the reception of Calvin Klein has been on the up since Raf was there. Because I remember even like last year or the year before, they did that Palace collab. So I feel like they're a lot more integrated into like different levels of fashion, whether it's down to like streetwear or into like luxury. And maybe Canada Goose are looking to do that. What I will say as well is, at the end of the day, even though we're calling Canada Goose more mass market, it doesn't change the fact that it's expensive. Canada Goose isn't like something people just stroll in and just casually buy. You don't wake up and say, "Oh, I'm going to get Canada Goose."
It's definitely expensive. I just think, because obviously Haider Ackermann is associated with the fashion crowd, and when you think of puffer jackets that are fashionable, I don't think anyone thinks of Canada Goose. Like when you think of fashion people, when they want to buy a puffer jacket, it's either Rick Owens or Tom Brown or like I don't know Moncler or Moncler Genius. It's always like those kind of brands. So you never really hear of Canada Goose in like the fashion space. Michael,
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely more adjacent to like I guess upper class like lifestyle branding, right? Like kind of adjacent to like more North Face, Lululemon, Active, or cold weather stuff. But just because it's associated with a high ticket item doesn't mean I think that there's any sort of fashion pull at it. And
but at least it being associated with the high ticket, as a high ticket item means that their current consumer base can afford whatever he decides to put out on any level. Whether they'll like it or not and go out and buy it, that's a different question. But at least they know for certain they'll be able to afford it, which is different from like.
Yeah, but like. Yeah. No, that's a great comment. Hey, I'm one of those people. I actually own a Calvin Klein jeans T-shirt. I'm one of those people.
Said I'm one of this. Oh, you're not.
Word Mark T. It's around it's around here somewhere. So word Mark T for Calvin Klein jeans.
Oh, do not claim it. You do not hit on women old enough to be their children, Al. You do not.
Definitely not one of the unks.
Al, to clarify, I was saying that he's one of those people that owns the shirt, not one of the African uncles that does the rest. Oh my word, that was funny.
No, it's an interesting undertaking for sure. I'm curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, it might be like parallel to what Ferrari's doing, right? Where like they just may have a high ticket item and they can sell ready to wear next to it.
What item does Ferrari sell?
Ferrari has a ready to wear line. They have like flagship stores in Milan and such. You can buy like a flight bodysuit. You can do all sorts of stuff with Ferrari.
I feel like Puma are trying to pivot into that lane Ferrari's in already with all these like undertakings they've been doing recently.
And like the big shows and stuff, yeah. And like they've invested heavily in like the Rihanna stuff again.
Yeah, she's always going to be a hot ticket, you know.
Why are they saying Al has the pointy shoes? Are they saying Al's an uncle? We're not gonna let that narrative go far. Al is a very cool guy.
Oh, the pointy shoes. I know. Oh goodness, I know what you're talking about too. I think recently Balenciaga did like a send up of that tradition, but that's more of like a I think Mexican American thing. Not quite my culture, but I've seen it around. It's cool.
It's Congolese coded. Crocodile shoes.
Yeah,
Pointy crocodile
coded
shoes.
is like pointy crocodile leather shoes is like the most Congolese thing ever.
Well, crocodile leather. What was the third topic? There was one more topic we wanted Al's opinion on.
The other two I think were the photography scandal, and I think like the angle to that, I don't think necessarily it's a fashion angle. I think it's like a fact of like, you know, any sort of time you have like these gig-based things where like you have one side where all the money is. You've got like the account people for like the brand, the account people for like the advertising agency, the account people for the creative agency, the photographers, account people. You have all the money kind of on one side of the equation, and that can produce those conditions. That's kind of like, I guess, my take on it, more so than it being a fashion exclusive thing. That's how you kind of get these, I think, like ways where like you suddenly see everybody like circle the wagons and kind of like, okay, we're going to blackball this person. We're going to not acknowledge their experience, and we can kind of abide abuse because all the money is invested in this organization and not with the talent, which always is shocking because like they're the faces in the campaign that you see. You know, you think, wow, it's crazy that it could happen to them. Yeah. But you got to think where the actual money is. I don't think necessarily that's connected to fashion per se, but the bit about the Olympic uniforms, man, it's hard. It's hard because like you're dealing with a different vocabulary, because that's the thing that like I think a lot of people have a struggle with, is that like with athletes' bodies, like you're just dealing with proportions that aren't necessarily always kind of congruent with what we associate with high fashion silhouettes and like sort of like ways that like you kind of associate these ready to wear pieces being displayed on these like 6 head tall models and such, 6, 7, 8 head tall models, because once you kind of get away from those dress forms, you can kind of see how the sort of uniform and kind of tailoring that you kind of associate for some reason with the traditional athlete wear, whether it's in the NBA or wherever, and it becomes hard to like build a vocabulary that like can cross over in a way that doesn't appear kneecapped in some way.
Yeah,
I think the best kind of collaborations that I've seen with sports people, including like what Yoji Yamamoto regularly does, and like what you see with like a lot of what Issey does, is they kind of work with prints. They work with you know, more abstract patterns and stuff that like shows up at a distance and can kind of read well from like a wide camera perspective. And any sort of like play with like elements of formal wear, like especially the shawl collar, I think just kind of seems incongruous with like the event, regardless of it being formal wear or not. Like I can imagine these people like in a smoking gown with those kinds of collars, but not necessarily something you would show.
Yeah, I mean there are no rules. Like you don't have to wear formal wear to the opening ceremony because people wear all sorts of different things. So it's very interesting that they went for that. Especially, it seems like the women have the sleeveless versions and the men have the versions with sleeves. Pretty interesting.
That was definitely, I think, kind of interesting. I would have enjoyed seeing everybody kind of sleeveless and give some sort of figure to everybody, because I'm not going to say that those men's jackets were particularly well cut.
Yeah,
it feels like it may have been like a time situation. I don't know if you know, they measured and dressed everybody with more than like a rush. Feels rushed to me.
I've been hearing, I said it a bit in the chat actually, I've been hearing interesting things about this Olympics because I have some friends who live in Paris by one of these like main stadiums where the events are supposed to be. And she says like the area for the London one, they spent like tons of money trying to like gentrify the area and make it fancy for the Olympics. But
Like
she was saying it's the
Stratford and
kind of
stuff.
place. Yeah.
Yes,
I just miss
Understitch.
the EU. I miss the EU so much.
Understitch, we always talk about you because your channel is amazing.
Understitch,
We
join the
always-
live, I beg.
There's always one reason or the other to mention Understitch. Why did we mention Understitch in the last stream? Was it to do with like we're
It's
talking
because
about timing? or something
Understitch
like
is
that?
clairvoyant and is able to know events before they happen and make videos on them prior. So normally that context.
Said
comes
you're
up.
brave using AP videos. They always copyright. Well, if they copyright strike me, I'll just cut out that part of the live stream. That's what I always do. No, Understitch is a mind reader. Understitch, the timing is always like
Clairvoyant.
yeah.
I'm convinced Understitch has ties to LVMH and gets info early, fam. Got some mole. Have you ever thought LVMH was working for me?
Speaking of LVMH, I saw on Twitter the other day that like some executives like just jump ship very suddenly after only like 3 months or so, or something like that. Like very, very short tenure. Some high level VP or president like jump ship.
Oh no way! I didn't see any of
It's
that.
getting hairy over there. I think whom was it? The New York Times writer. She was like, "Do we have any criminologists in the building who can kind of decipher this sort of movement?" It's a lot more than usual.
Maybe they couldn't make an extra 5 billion that they needed this year, so they're all jumping ship to somewhere else where they can.
This is just Sidney Toledano with an English voice generator. Like Understitch should actually Understitch. Have you ever considered being like a voice actor? I feel like you have the perfect voice for it. Like Understitch has that very like that voice that you could use for like voiceovers of like documentaries on Discovery Channel, like on Discovery Plus.
Man's basically trying to say Understitch should be the next David Attenborough.
That snake. No, I'm joking. That snake is the most dangerous snake in all of the world.
No, you've got it wrong.
A bite.
And if you look
from
at
that snake,
if you look at the cut of the Schiaparelli dress, you can see that the draping on the shoulders is.
I wish Understitch was my Siri voice.
That'd be good.
Wait, Understitch says I could do mad impressions and voices, but I never knew how to do cartoon acting. We need that. We're gonna have to see that. Understitch doing what voices can you do? That's so funny.
One of these days, you need to get Understitch in the live, man.
4,000 hours to make this dress. One wrong stitch and it's destroyed.
And if you listen very carefully, you'll notice that Cardi B called the designer Asian, not remembering their name.
Wait, Leo, you should do voice acting. We need to see. Oh no, Leo's hating on Daniel Roseberry again. 4,000 hours to make a Schiaparelli dress, but 0.1% of Daniel's brain power. Here goes Leo. That's one of Leo's blacklisted brands, Schiaparelli. Someone said Understitch should come on the live and do voices. I don't want to put Understitch on the spot. Understitch is probably relaxing somewhere. It's very late.
Yeah, to be fair, in the UK, it's midnight here.
Yeah, in the UK,
you lot have us working overtime.
Yeah. Things we do for the Americans, eh?
For the urbans, mate. For the urbans.
For the urbans.
Understitch is getting freaky in the chat, guys.
I'm literally naked and in the shower. Let Understitch have a shower. Someone say, I live for Leo hate. Oh my gosh. Roadman After Dark. I love that. I'm always streaming at silly o'clock.
Yeah, to be fair, silly o'clock.
It's because my analytics, it says that the best time to stream or post a video is between 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. my time, which is, but I can't do it 6 p.m. I can't do a live stream at like 6 p.m. my time because that's like, what, 12 midday or like 1 p.m. depending on where you are in the US. So it would be a bit dodgy. And people said Understitch is urban confirmed. Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
These lot are tweaking in the chat.
No, my chat. Do you know something? So funny thing about my chat, yeah. So this is years ago. This is when I was still in university in Leeds. Like when I used to do the early streams when there'll be like 10 people. Once someone joined the stream, because back then everyone used to like join the stream because I was like new to YouTube and I didn't know that you had to actually like vet people. Or you just have to be like kind of more careful about it. So he went on the stream and he got like roasted, like really badly, and like he never came back. I don't think I've ever seen him since. And I felt really bad.
Damn, that's rough.
Because
What, by the
obviously
chat?
that's just what the chat does. Like the chat is just like people roast people. It's YouTube. It's the internet. But like I guess he wasn't like ready for it. So I've always felt really bad about that. That's why like I only like, well, a lot of people that go on the streams now, if they're not like people I know from like social media, they're like people I know personally, like you or like Al or like Dami. Because I don't wanna hurt anyone's feelings.
No, I think more people in the chat should hop on the live. You know, keep things fresh, keep things interesting.
Definitely, we need Leo at some point.
Both Leos. I want
to give
a
us
stream with both Leos.
Yeah, both. We need both Leos. Leo Johnson is like our resident like troll of the chat, and he's hilarious. And then we've got the other Leo who is our resident hater in the chat. And we need Leo just to tell us why he hates all the brands he hates and why he just hates like Daniel Roseberry.
No, and I'll take notes. I'll be you know how in court they have some next scribe who like writes down everything that's happening. That's what I'll do with Leo's hate list. I'll be writing down all the brands and the reasons why. And I'll just post it somewhere as like deep channel lore.
To be fair, Leo has always been like that, like a true hater. Leo's always been like that, literally.
No, I like it. I like it. Hate with chest, man. It's important. We need that level of critique in the world. Everyone's too nice.
The powers of hateration and unseriousness will combine and they'll be unstoppable. Something I'm looking forward to, actually, funny enough. Celine, they're dropping a collection tomorrow. That should be interesting to see with all the rumors of Eddie Simon. It's the menswear, full winter, I think, 24.
Oh, is it? Why is it so early?
You know, Celine, they're on their own. It's part of kind of what we talked about when we talked about, you know, them not wanting Eddie Simon to still be at Celine. It's kind of like him doing his own thing, showing off schedule, like having a bad relationship with Condé Nast, like all those different factors.
Then, well, to be honest, if they drop him, it's fine because I'm sure we'll hear like, oh, flipping Arc'teryx are gonna make him the creative director.
As much as fashion has been doing, I can't see a world in which Eddie Simon is creative director of Arc'teryx. I cannot see that. Michael, what do you think? Next stream should be hosted by Ayo, Understitch, and Micah by a spa of Micah's choice.
Yeah, we can run it, guys. We can run it. We'll speak to random people in the spa. I'm sure some of them will be integrated into fashion for whatever reason.
Live on location.
Live on location.
Oh, Understitch says, what are you thinking of London Fashion Week June, actually? You know what? don't actually. I haven't taken the time to check who's on the schedule.
In a minute.
Let me see if I can find who exactly is going to be on the schedule for June, because I think it should be like kind of
sparse, to say the least.
Who's
quite
Fashion
sad,
East
though.
showing these days?
Who? Sorry.
Fashion East. Who are they showing these days?
I don't even know.
I feel like I know a few of them. One sec. Fashion East. Who's Fashion East right now?
Do they even still show on schedule though, Fashion East?
No, of course they do. They do. It's like one of the biggest shows of Fashion Week all the time, like every single time without fail. That's true, actually. I don't even know who's doing Fashion East now. Let me Google it. Oh, so it's not many people. That's probably why. It's only 3 people. Johanna Parv, Ollie Shinder, and Soskin, I think it is. I only know Ollie Shinder. I don't even know like Johanna Parv or Soskin. So, but that's weird. Normally, I guess there's a small lineup. Normally, it's like 4. I think it's like 3 women's wear, 3 men's wear, or that's like the maximum they ever do. And there was a time when it was always 6 people at Fashion East, or like 4 people minimum. Okay, on this it says the schedule's not out. Okay, that's cool.
But I know the Paris schedule's out. That's weird.
Yeah,
London lame.
Do you know if JWA still shows in London? He's moved to Paris, right?
Sometimes. Like I remember when not too long ago actually, he showed in Paris. He showed in London, sorry. So Loewe was obviously in Paris, and then Jedi Ransom was in London. The behind the scene is looking sort of too, but it's 40th anniversary.
Reason I bring up JWA, if we want to move on to movie talk, which is what we just want to mention. Challengers, exactly.
Yeah, I've watched it as well. I can actually contribute, fam. It's rare I watch movies.
I haven't watched Challengers, but everyone's talking about it.
JWA was lead costume for Challengers, which is the first time I've ever actually seen that.
And he cooked.
So it's just basically a fashion film. No, I'm joking. It's like sports film.
Well, it kind of is.
Do you feel like it's going to be in the same conversation as like other fashion films?
No, it's not a fashion film, but it's like the director. I forget his name. It's a very artsy director.
By what I mean by that is like fashion people are going to reference that film a lot.
Oh yeah, I think so. What do you think, Al?
I think more so than it offering like, you know, timeless costumes in the way of like a Fifth Element or something. I think really what it is like a exercise in brand synergy, because not only did JWA like bring like some like Loewe and such, but he also like I think brought his A game in terms of collaborators that he's previously worked for, like Nike, On Running, Uniqlo, you know, the whole gang. Everyone's sporting a Loewe purse, you know. It's very exact. And I also think like he had some interesting things to say about his vision of what American academia is like in terms of like what they wear and the whole like neo prep experience and such.
And I think it comes out like a very specific time in terms of like this conversation between fashion and sport being at the forefront. Like this film is very timely for that conversation.
Right.
So I think that if the film does get referenced a lot later, it's probably because it's come at such a perfect time in regard to that conversation.
I don't think sport has been bigger than it is now. It's so big. Like one of my friends, Kinika, she works for Women's Wear Daily. She's a writer there. And I got her into like Formula One, and it's so amazing now because she's basically the like Formula One correspondent for Women's Wear Daily. And I just think that sports is huge in fashion right now. Like it's actually quite hilarious because a lot of typical fashion people I know do not care about sports, and they're almost like forcing themselves to care. And you can read it in the articles. Like who was it? Was it Vanessa Friedman that was writing about the women's NBA? And I was laughing my ass off because it was like, God damn, she needs to immerse herself in like basketball before she writes this again. But it's a show of the times, to be fair. What do you guys think about this question?
Can you elaborate? Because I don't understand the question by itself.
I guess just like obviously, on the cutting room floor, Lil Roach had that interview about Zendaya. Well, about him, but talking a lot about Zendaya. People have been talking about Zendaya being like a fashion icon and like all these things. Obviously, Challengers does not stop that conversation. So what do you guys just think generally about the discourse around Zendaya?
Law Roach works very hard. He must not sleep. I don't know.
Yeah,
And that's Zendaya is not his only client. Like,
I know, but people, because Zendaya is like the big client, so that's why.
Well, it's
people
not
just,
even the fact that she's a big client. It's that like he single-handedly built her as like a platform, right? Like
yeah,
she's just as good as like the cover of Vogue. Like she's a whole media outlet in and of herself. When she wore a Casablanca Tennis Club like outfit for like the press junket for Challengers, I was like, okay, he's putting numbers on the board still. He's propping brands up.
yeah. No, honestly,
yeah,
I feel like all of the fashion execution and whatever conversations was going on between Law Roach and JW Anderson for like Challengers and the press run and stuff, all of it was, I think it was executed really well personally.
yeah.
Synergy.
I think what Leo is like catching at, because I think some people, especially because of the Met Gala, a lot of people have been having this conversation on like whether she truly is a fashion icon in terms of like, does she wear the clothes or do the clothes wear her? Or has Law Roach turned her into like his personal like fashion project type thing where it comes across like, it's Law Roach's vision on her and it's less so stuff that necessarily suits her. I'm not saying that I agree or disagree. I think that's the bigger discourse
Okay,
that's
I
been going on
understand the
online.
question a bit.
Especially with the Met Gala, a lot of people said that if the look was on any other person, people would have said it was bad, but because it was on Zendaya and Zendaya has been propped up as like a fashion icon, that you almost on social media can't say that you don't like a Zendaya look. So I think that was like the discourse that was being had online.
Well, one, I just didn't really care for her look on the Met Gala. Me personally, I know a lot of people liked it. I wasn't that big a fan, and I didn't care for the glass makeup situation either. Maybe that was just me. But what I will say is, I don't think it's a case of like a ghost just inhabiting the clothes. Like, I think there is a lot of synergy between the two of them, and I think, yeah, you can make the argument that he uses her as a bit of like a canvas, but the end product is still like a beautiful painting. That's the way I see it. So I don't really I don't care for the discourse because I think regardless the end product is like good 98% of the time. So and I think a lot of I don't think many stylist celebrity combos could pull off anywhere close to what those two are doing, like to the level of consistency that they're doing it at. So
I mean, historically, she was a fashion girl because she paid money she couldn't afford for Law back in 2014. My guess is that's why they had their brand together. Interesting. Zendaya and everything. I read that as La Roche, like La Roche Posay. Zendaya and Law Roach should part ways so Zendaya can transition into a new phase of her life and career. Feels like she needs to evolve into a more mature image reflecting her current age and growth.
what I will say
It does.
though is if you've watched Challengers, that's kind of what the movie's for, in my opinion as well. I don't know if you feel that way, Al. I feel like that movie was like the most mature thing I've ever seen her in, and it made me look at her as more mature as like a person outside of cinema. How do you feel
I
on
think
that?
in terms of like where she was trying to take her career with performance, that's definitely I think something she's thinking about now. She's thinking about like, okay, what do I want to look like when I'm not playing somebody in college or in high school and something like that. I'm not sure for me personally, as like a person watching the performance, if it was completely successful in terms of like her being able to command the screen and to have like the sort of magnetic personality and kind of more angle from an older perspective, from like a more powerful perspective. But maybe that's just me not being used to seeing her in those kinds of roles, right? And the clothes certainly, I think don't quite get there in terms of like trying to bolster her performance, especially when she's playing older. But I think ambition really is there. And
Mhm.
I don't necessarily think she needs to step away from Law Roach or work with other designers. I think like what she's got going on is like a platform to the extent that like it kind of sort of transcends her career as an actress. And I think we'll all be kind of, I don't think necessarily it's sustainable. I think people are working very hard for like the sort of product that we're seeing. But I'm happy that it exists. And I think like, you know, it could be viewed as an inspiration to, I think, more stylists and more like, I guess, celebrity teams who want to kind of tackle something like this. But again, not everybody's Law Roach.
In my opinion, she just knew he was better than her and paid to learn.
She said that though.
Yeah.
I saw some interview where she said that actually.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's not their job. I've talked about this on Patreon before, but like even historically, that was not like production studios had in-house couturier type designers. Kind of like one of my favorite costume designers is Adrian, for example. He was like one of the designers who, yes, he would design the costumes for films, but he would also design the clothes that the actresses would wear to the red carpet events and to other events. So they never actually had to have the job of being good stylists or being good at styling themselves, because there's always someone there. And just the modern version of that are the stylists that we see now.
Guys, we're getting deep Understitch lore here. Understitch is a casting director.
If I'm a casting director and I know I'm going to get all the free fashion promotion from her, I'm helping her transition to more mature / adult roles.
I thought we just discovered something, but I guess not.
Because Understitch is an LVMH agent. No, I'm joking.
A sleeper agent for LVMH.
The next thing, you're just gonna find out that, you know, they're just moving into more mature roles, and you'll be like, "Oh, didn't Understitch say that?"
Understitch LVMH sleeper.
Wait, what's going on with these ads? YouTube just showed me 2 Dune 2 ads. What the hell? And someone else earlier said they got like a watch ad.
I didn't even know there were still Dune 2 ads. Is that film even in cinema?
Yeah, people are correcting you, Micah.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. I read it and I sighed, fam. Everyone heard me sigh. They heard my disappointment, fam.
Why? Do you want Understitch to cast you?
No, bro. I just want to understand the Understitch lore, fam, so that we can understand their clairvoyance. Because once we fully understand Understitch's job, bro, I'm asking for the lottery numbers.
Maybe you haven't been in the stream long enough, Understitch. And someone's getting allergy medication. Wow.
Understitch, help me pick my parlay for the Man U match today.
I mean, fashion is obsessed with youth, so at least it works for her in fashion. Yeah, I can see that in a way.
That's true.
Everyone wants to be young. No one wants to age gracefully. Quite sad.
Anybody seen any good looks out of Cannes on Twitter? That's kind of the only other red carpet.
I did one of the looks, guys. I'm just throwing that out there. But do I have pictures yet? Yeah, I did. Let me see if I have pictures.
Yeah. I know who you did. I know who you did. Obviously,
okay. I don't have. There's another red carpet this week, so hopefully by the end of the week I have pictures in time for next stream.
Obviously,
it's just a suit, guys. It's just a suit. It's just a suit.
Mike is just flexing on us, you know.
That's not even a flex, fam. These lot have probably done more interesting things.
To be fair, I'm a bit behind on the Cannes Film Festival. I saw a few looks online,
it's not that interesting at the moment.
But yeah, I should probably do a stream on it. Because I know people were saying that Emma Stone was one like Louis Vuitton and stuff, and I saw that and people didn't really like it. What else did I see? I saw was it Kendall Jenner who was wearing something, and then obviously the Naomi Campbell.
She was looking nice.
The Naomi Campbell, I think she was wearing Chanel, but that look was big on Twitter because someone did this post that was like, what was it? Naomi Campbell styled by Law Roach and Naomi Campbell styled by someone else, and it was like a similar look, and like one was really good and one was really bad. That's why I saw. not the Cannes Film Festival, so the other one, whoever styled it.
Okay. I see you're saying Law Roach cooked.
Basically. So those are like the main ones I saw. But yeah, maybe I should. If you guys want to see that, maybe the next live stream can be a fashion review on the Cannes Film Festival. If that's what you guys want to see.
To me, it's always interesting because like you get to see looks on like people who aren't just the same like people in Western media, and also you got some people wearing student designers that I saw. There was a really good Kiko look that I think was done for Hunter Schafer. That was a highlight for me that I saw going around. Earlier, I posted a one from Haider Ackermann's couture for JPG that I think Kate Blanchett was on. People like bring out their favorites, and outside of like borrowing high jewelry, a lot of this stuff isn't like stuff that they're borrowing. It's stuff that they have in their closets that they want to wear.
Okay. Yeah. Do it. We need to give Leah a reason to jump on stage and cook it.
Literally.
Yeah, people don't remember, but there was one year where like Schiaparelli took off in the mainstream because of like their heavy presence at the Cannes Film Festival. That was the
You know what? Don't worry, guys. Next season, I'll put someone in full Schiaparelli, and then we can get Leo on the stage to just roast me. Easy.
Like, Micah, you're a terrible stylist. Stop styling people on Schiaparelli. Put them in McQueen, but not Sean McGear McQueen. Put them in old McQueen. Micah typing away in the corner.
Yeah, bro, that's me, bro. I have to stay with the urbans, my fellow urbans.
The Miss Sohi yellow gown too. Oh, that's a taboo name to say around Leo. Miss Sohi. He's not the biggest fan of Miss Sohi. People actually think that Daniel is inspired more by Schiaparelli than by Saint Laurent, Gaultier, Mugler, or Lacroix. I think he's more inspired by Schiaparelli than any of those brands.
I think he's comfortable now, right? He doesn't, I think, necessarily need to be so wedded to like the kind of house codes that he established over like half a decade now, What If Seasons. He can kind of do his own thing, and I think as long as he like keeps his like core values of being sculptural and such, I don't think anybody will have a problem with him like drifting and doing his own thing.
Okay, guys. Any closing thoughts before we end the stream? What do you say? His designer has a footprint of all those designers all over him. Stuffy 80s clothes for grand dames. Oh my gosh. When Leo goes in on Schiaparelli, I've never actually seen someone that doesn't like Schiaparelli to this extent. Honestly. Wait, what Understitch is saying before I end it, let's what do we know Miss Sohi's family history? I personally don't.
But Understitch probably does.
There's a lot of discourse around family money buying success in Korea. Understitch, we would love to see that video. The rise and fall and rise and rise.
Understitch, we have to know.
We want to know that information. Anderson Bell, I'm sure is. I know their family's pulled to the business like Victoria Beckham did. Ooh, that's a bit tasty.
Bro, Nepo babies, they're everywhere. You know, you can't hate a Nepo baby for having $250,000 of daddy's money to get a brand going.
To be fair, Victoria Beckham is a very, very niche level of Nepo baby. Imagine your brand making a loss year after year after year after year after year, and it's still existing. Only Victoria Beckham.
No, my favorite video, man, is that one where she was saying like, "Oh, She came up. She was working class, and then David Beckham was having absolutely none of it. He was having none of it.
It's like I just feel like both of us are working class. Be honest. Be honest.
What car did your dad drive?
It's like bro. Which working class person talks like this? I am working class. I am working class. Like, what car did your dad drive you to school in? It's like, no, but like that's not. But what car did your dad drive you to school? No, but that's not really how it's not. What car did your dad drive you to school in?
A Rolls
My
Royce.
dad drove me to school in a Rolls Royce.
And now she sells it on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's actually a hard tee as well.
Yeah, exactly. If you have to defend that you're working class, you're not working class. She was fighting. She was, I am working class. Well, her dad was driving her around in a Rolls Royce. Like, personally, I've never met a working class person that drives a Rolls Royce. Just saying.
I think most people who drive Rolls Royces are working class because they're employed for the person who owns the Rolls Royce.
Actually, that's a good point. It's more, that's actually true. So actually, the rich people are the ones that are in the back seat. That's a good point, actually. The drivers
guys,
actually
70% of Rolls Royce owners drive their own cars.
Really?
So burst the bubble here, yeah.
Is that what it is statistically?
According to Rolls Royce, yeah.
Oh, the pores. It smells like broken here.
If I
See, I clearly don't know stats about Rolls Royce because I'm too poor to know about that. Wait, Anderson Bell is Samsung money? No way. That's insane. Well, people in fashion are.
I did not know that at all.
They come from some serious riches, some of them. Why do rich people want to be poor so bad? Like, no, you don't. I don't know why. I think they want to feel more relatable, but it always backfires. Anytime a rich person tries to be more relatable, they end up saying something that doesn't make sense and makes them even more unrelatable. It's so funny to like observe. Like, you remember when Rishi Sunak, he like stood in a McDonald's and then he filmed himself as like, just getting a McDonald's for my daughter. And it's like, no one does that. Like, he thought it was like being relatable to us normal people. Yes, just getting a chicken McNugget meal for my daughter. Sorry, how do you pay for sorry, I don't ever use my card. Someone normally, how do I pay for this? He didn't even know how to use his bank card. That was hilarious. Sounds as they just want real friends. They have friends, just not good friends. Micah, what do you have to say to this?
Mike bro, I've already replied. I'm a fraud tuber. I don't know why they're expecting more from me.
Has a bunch of random stats, but not enough to make a video about.
No, don't worry, guys. One day you'll type in youtube.com. Fresh there. There'll be a video from me waiting.
I do not believe that. Seeing is believing.
Yeah, seeing is believing for real. Till then, I'm a fraud.
They want to act poor to over-glorify their process. That's true. That's I guess. A good point. I guess because the thing about like, and by the way, I don't have an issue with rich people. By the way, like not fundamentally, unless they're actually problematic people. But like the funny thing though that I observe from like people that are really rich or like grow up that way is they all want to act like they're self-made. Like they all want to be self-made, and it's really funny. Like everyone always acts like they're self-made, and everyone is like, oh, like I built this from the ground up. I work harder than everyone. It's like no one is saying you don't work hard, but you didn't build it from the ground up, and that's okay.
Started from the bottom, now we're here. Everybody wants the story, right? You gotta have an arc.
No, it's true. They said I'm a 1% apologist. That's funny. No, I don't believe eat the rich. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like you're born into the situation you're born into, and there's nothing you can really do about it. However, if you're a problematic person because of that, then I won't like you for it. And definitely, some of the most insufferable people I've ever met are rich people. So in that sense, yes, but they're not insufferable because they're born into a rich family. They're insufferable because they themselves are insufferable people. Which the richness is kind of part of what made them insufferable because they think they're like better than anyone else. And those kind of people, actually, I love being around those people, and I'm around those people in fashion a lot because they entertain me. Because I think a lot of rich people, especially rich people in fashion, they overestimate their intelligence. Because sometimes rich kids think that because they're rich, there's something that they've done that made them rich. So they're like inherently smarter than everyone else or better. So then they live life like that. And then when you speak to them, they just have so many opinions that don't make sense. Or like they just say things, you're like, oh my God. Like someone needs to take them to a classroom. Someone said the shade, they entertain me. They do though. Primetime entertainment.
It's to be fair.
What you're saying is it's not just access to resources that creates these people. It's that and a sort of like bubble of reinforcement where it's like, oh, okay, you can make that mistake. You can just pay a little bit extra. You'll be okay.
Yeah. That's actually true.
It's not just a personal failing. It's also a combination of societal forces.
But this is true, by the way. This is very true, and it's also why I understand these people because I'm a bit weird.
Me too.
No, but Micah too. But like, we're not like, for example, Micah, you went to Oundle on a scholarship.
Whoa, man! That's very
no, because you're a genius. It's okay to be a genius. Like, claim it. Micah is a genius. I won't tell you what school he went to, but Micah is a genius. So accept it. Like, take it with two hands. Micah, claim it with two hands. Micah's a genius. But anyway, both of us went to private school, but we're both not from rich backgrounds. So we understand, like, obviously, like everyone, how everyone thinks, and then we also understand how like rich people think and how weird they are. So that's what makes me understand them even better.
Yeah, facts.
No, I didn't say the school. I didn't. I said he went to private school. I didn't say the school. See, people are asking if you went to Eton, so people don't know what school you went to. Micah's like, people are going to come to my school and start asking questions about me.
At my school, the uniform was interesting, to be fair. Girls had to wear culottes. You guys know what culottes are? I didn't know what they were before I went to school. Girls used to have to wear culottes as the school uniform with a blazer, no tie. And then boys would just wear like a suit.
Mm-hmm. Wait, did I say it? Lol, that's funny.
Micah, NFO
They're saying you're an NFO baby.
I'm from the trenches, fam. I don't know. I'm from the trenches, but I'll hold it still. I'm an NFO baby now.
Imagine if people saw where like we grew up. He'll be like, oh my God, like they're really from the trenches. Like, oh my God.
But no, interacting with people like that does give you a really good sense of like how wealth and class affect like someone's entire mentality when you come to like these creative industries. Because I have some friends I went to school with who are like artists now or work in fashion, and the way they operate is so different to the friends I had from out of school who are trying to enter those industries. Because in one of them, your parents can obviously just give you 100K to start your brand, or send you off to like an art school and you can quickly learn from like some of the best artists in the world how to paint. Whereas the others is very like, teach yourself, learn yourself, work 2 jobs to try and make enough money to buy fabric. So the approach and the way each like type of person navigates the industry is so different, and you can tell right away.
Mm.
Oh, they're saying I'm Alton Mason. Sold. Sold.
You knew it's funny. She said, "We know y'all broke, just like us."
Yeah.
Oh man, that's funny. That is way too funny.
Wait, what micro celebrities have I posted on TikTok with? I don't have TikTok. I thought that's common. I thought that's stream law, but I don't have
Oh,
TikTok.
man. No, that's definitely stream law. Like Micah is TikTok free. 100% stream law. No, posh people are a different breed. They're so like people don't actually understand. Like, so Micah, do you think people actually know the reason why I talk the way I talk?
Well, it's just
Like,
if you've been to school, mate, and you know how
yeah,
to interact
because
with
it's like
people.
because when I was growing up, I definitely didn't sound like this, but then I went to a posh school where everyone sort of talks like this and they say, "Hello, are you? Like, how are you doing there?" And when
These lot have
you
seen me on TikTok. That's
they've
insane.
literally
My friend
found me on
Ava.
TikTok.
Yeah, no, my friend, because
They've
my friend
literally
Ava's
found me
active
on
on
TikTok.
TikTok, and she posts up bears, and I'm in some of them apparently.
Okay, I think that's a stereotype. I don't think I've heard anyone say jolly. I,
Nah, these
I
guys
think
are
that's
killing
more
me.
that's
These
more
guys are killing
TV.
me.
You jolly well. I think that's a TV thing. That's definitely a stereotype.
Wait, why is
Doesn't
everyone seeing me on TikTok? What's going on, fam?
exist. You jolly well, great. Leo, am I going to get hate for my voice on Lies? Why did you get hate for your voice? I mean, Leo, you do have an accent though, but
Have you spoken to Leo?
yeah.
What ends are Leo is Leo from in terms of accent? In terms of accent?
I won't base
No, in
it
terms
out.
of accent, like north,
I won't base
north.
it out. Leo, do you want to
What?
say
You
where
can't say if
from?
it's north or south UK.
Don't worry, he'll tell you.
Fair enough.
When Leo tells you, be like, oh. Like, okay, Micah, take a guess. Take a guess. I
North,
haven't
north.
spoken
Oh,
to you, but
Birmingham,
I
Birmingham,
know where you're
Birmingham,
from. I know where you're from.
Birmingham, Birmingham.
He said I'm lying. That's funny. He said Leo's from Kensington. That's funny.
To be fair, there's two Kensingtons though. One's the trenches, and then there's like fancy Kensington.
Well, that's everywhere in London, no? That's like every single area
No,
in
but there's
London
no
has trenches
trenches
and has.
Knightsbridge, bro. If you're in Knightsbridge, you're in Knightsbridge. If you're in Mayfair, you're in
I
Mayfair.
feel like Mayfair and Knightsbridge. Okay, there's people that live there, but it's not very like it's not the most residential area, if you know what I mean.
I mean, I used to feel that way, but I just know people that live like above Selfridges and stuff like that, or like
You know,
next
I
to
didn't actually
Selfridges.
that you say that, so I didn't actually realize that people had houses in Mayfair till I met
Yeah,
this really like rich person, and she was like, "Oh yeah, you should come to my house." And I was like, "Okay, send me the address," and it was like in Mayfair, and I was like, and I
no,
started
you
like
be double
doing
checking the
research,
address.
and I was like, I thought Mayfair only had like really expensive hotels and like clubs and shops and restaurants. I was like, oh,
Knightsbridge is
she
pretty
has
residential. I mean, like,
she has
isn't
a
like
It is, to be
house
Harrods
in
fair.
surrounded?
Knightsbridge is
Mayfair.
kind of
Yeah,
residential.
even Harrods
No,
is surrounded by
it's
apartment blocks.
I know that now that I'm older, but when you're younger, because I grew up in Southeast London, you kind of
Yeah,
just
fairs.
stay
Fairs.
in your area of London. I don't know why we do that. We don't explore London when we're younger. We just kind of so for
Yeah, but
me,
why would you when
London
you can stay in your
was
hood?
yeah, like for me, London was Greenwich, Blackheath, Woolwich,
Lewisham.
Lewisham, the O2 Arena if you want to go to the cinema, like like North Greenwich.
Where were you
If I
born? Were you
really
born in Greenwich?
I was born in Lewisham.
Oh, fair.
Um that was London to me until I got older and I was like, oh, I'm too tall to when I first stopped leaving Southeast London, when I started leaving, sorry, was when I was too tall to fit into normal clothes. I had to go to Oxford Street to buy clothes. And then that was like, oh, there's actually like central London exists. And then you just start going everywhere and before you know it, you've explored all of London. And I ended up living in North London too.
Do you prefer north or southeast? Now.
I just think things happen in Southeast. I think North is a bit secluded from everything. So I preferred living in Southeast London. Because in North London, I stayed in Colindale, which is really, really far north. Like almost the last stop on the Northern Line. So it was a bit far from life. No, I prefer Southeast, to be honest. Understitch
East
law,
London
let's
is
see.
where it's at, guys.
I once met the grandson of the woman that owned L'Envent, and he had a place next to Harrods. Of course he did.
Yeah, so
Oh, honestly, we weren't really friends, just got into conversation. He was really nice. That's great that it was nice, though. That's really great.
yeah, but I'm sure Understitch, you had a lot that you could talk to him about as well.
Yeah, Understitch agrees. I used to live in Hackney. It was my favourite. I love the East.
Yeah,
exactly.
East is goated. East is actually so goated. Like,
It's just
when-
lively. A lot happens. A lot of things are there.
oh, I'll drop
It's just
exclusive
bubbly.
law, guys. For about 3 years, I lived opposite Sloan's studio. So like,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So like, I used to go to his studio.
Oh yeah, you
sometimes,
lived in
and they-
East. Yeah.
Yeah, and there used to be all sorts
That's
of
true.
chaos going on. Like I remember one time I stepped out, I just see people fighting in the street with boxing gloves on. I'm like, what's going on? This is like the middle of the street. Then like someone like knocks someone out. Then I look, someone's there like live streaming it on Instagram. I'm like, oh, what's going on? They're like, oh yeah, we're just doing Fight Club, and whoever wins gets Sloan's art. And like that was back. That's when he used to do Fight Club for his art, fam. And then he'd get banned on Instagram by the end of the day.
You when he says, "Here you go with the rich people apologies." That's funny. But yeah, the Sloan thing was crazy. I don't know how. Yeah, Sloan is. Yeah,
I don't know how he got his Instagram back so many times.
I thought they would have just taken it away permanently
Yeah,
for
innit?
doing
He used to
stuff
get
like
banned
that.
like literally weekly. Too funny.
No, the Fight Club
No,
was
no.
jokes, especially when
East
you
is
would
just
see like.
active.
Yeah, East is just, I don't know, it's just things happen in East, like loads of events, a lot of different things to do. It's just interesting, it's fun.
I feel like everything's more, maybe I'm biased here, but I feel like everything's more walking distance in East as well.
All very accessible by train.
Yeah,
or
very
bus.
accessible, very accessible.
West is good for a different reason. Like if you're trying to go to like,
Cosign West.
if you he said I don't co-sign West, if you're trying to, not culturally, but if you're trying to go to like certain like places, or you want to go a quick Harrods or like a quick you know what I mean?
quick Harrods. Do you know who you have to be to do a quick Harrods? Okay, so
a quick Harrods, a quick, you know. But
Gosh, do y'all consider like Zone 1 West?
not
Zone 1
not
Central.
everywhere in Zone 1, yeah. Zone 1 is
Zone
it
1
ranges,
Central.
yeah.
But parts of East are Zone 2, to be fair.
Yeah,
Parts
East
of East
London
are
always
Zone
has the sample sales too, that's true. That's true. I went to a Martin Rose sample sale in East like not too long ago actually.
where I got my school uniform from. Sold.
Hello
But,
there, Micah. Hello there, Micah. Do you know what's funny though? It's so funny how uncommon like going to boarding school is in the UK. Like when I tell people I've gone to boarding school, they're like, "Are you okay? Like, did anything happen? Like, I've heard stories. Like, are you sure you're fine?" It's like, what do you think happened?
They heard stories. They mean they've read Harry Potter. That's what they mean by stories.
Literally.
They think the headmaster just like punches you in the face, and it's like the housemaster just like beats the kids up for discipline.
Like, literally.
They've seen Harry Potter. They've seen The Wall. I mean, that's all they know.
Boarding school's a weird one, to be fair. I liked it though.
That's so funny. Leah said one of my flatmates went to Eton and he rigged our union elections. That's the most Eton thing ever. Wait, it ended up on the news? No way. No way.
That's crazy. Wait, how did he rig it?
way.
How did he rig it? I want to know
now. No way. Wait, the boarding school I was supposed to go to had a coke problem in what would have been my second year of sixth form. I mean, I think all of them have a coke.
You know what?
Let's call a spade a
There
spade.
wasn't much coke at my school. Real talk.
Was there not? I'm trying to think. Was
not
there?
really.
There was coke at some parties, but sixth form mainly. Not the secondary school. No, but
Nah,
like
there's
year
just
12, year 13
alcohol thing at my
parties.
school. But we were allowed to
Yeah.
drink. We were allowed to drink on the weekends, but only like
Yeah.
however much you're legally allowed to drink with a meal. I can't remember how much.
Do you know what really concerned me about my boarding school though? Like in my boarding school, they used to always boast, like on the pamphlet, they used to say that like there's a 0% crime rate in the area. And
Well,
like
that's impossible.
obviously it's impossible. But obviously when I went there, I realized why they say that. It's because like the police don't like these people are literally like selling cocaine and stuff, and there's just no police anywhere because they're just like, well, there's no violent crime, so we don't need to be here. So people just get away with murder. Like literally, it's like
No, you know what? I liked the area your school was in. At least when I visited it, it was
it was really safe. It was nice. It was nice.
It was calm. It was calm. I'm trying to think about where your mum lived for a bit. That place was kind of quiet, but it was nice.
Yeah,
it was just quiet
yeah.
as hell.
He said, I never saw coke in real life until I was 25. Wasn't
You know
around
what?
which white or
I don't know if I've ever seen coke in real life. Wait, let me think.
I have.
I've seen people doing coke, but I don't think I've seen the coke.
Have you not?
Like,
I didn't see drugs at all till I went to that school. I'd never seen drugs in my life. And I went to that school, and then every single drug that you could possibly think of was like at the parties. And they're like, Io, like, do you want to join in? I'm like, no. Like, no. Leave me alone. It was proper jolly, innit?
that's funny, man.
Is this what we're rolling with? Jolly is what like
at my school, it's
say.
just an alcohol thing, man. People getting drunk when they're not supposed to be getting drunk.
Yeah, the alcohol abuse was definitely crazy in school too.
Like insane.
Yeah, the alcohol abuse was wild.
But I think what Americans don't know, because I didn't know this actually, to be honest, until I went to school. Legally in the UK, you're allowed to start drinking from 16.
I had no idea. I thought it was older.
Yeah, I didn't know. If you're allowed to, so when you're 16,
I thought it was
you're allowed
18.
to drink when you're having a meal, and then once you're 18, you can just drink freely, like randomly. But at school, they used to let us drink when we were 16 at like dinner.
Wow.
A couple, Strongbow dark fruits, mate. A Strongbow dark fruits.
Strongbow dark fruit. That's a disgusting drink.
No, that's a legendary drink. What do you mean?
Strongbow dark fruit.
You don't like Strongbow dark fruits?
That is disgusting. But I know you would like it because you like cider, don't you?
Yeah,
you like ciders. Yeah, I don't like ciders.
Oh, you prefer beer?
No, I don't like beer either.
Like
I'm more of like a vodka mix, amaretto mix. Like that's kind of like whiskey mix. Like that's what I drink. But the ciders, I don't know. It tastes like flavored piss.
I'm gonna need to make a new cup of tea at this rate, fam.
I'm just not the biggest. I just when it comes to cider and stuff, it's just I can't do it.
Nah, bro, dark fruits, that's an elite drink. I'm telling you now. I have to get you to retry it on stream.
I need to show people the atrocity that Micah is saying is
it's literally a goated drink. Like it's so good.
This is the drink that people buy in crates to get drunk in the UK, like teenagers.
Oh no, it's heat. I literally the other day I was banging out Fortnite.
Shocking
with my
drink.
guys, and I had my dark fruits on the side. A couple of sips of
shocking,
shocking
drink.
Fortnite.
Oh my gosh.
No, this is
absolutely shocking drink.
This is an elite drink. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. This is an elite drink. And you can get a 4-pack for just £6.29. At my Sainsbury's, it's a £5 for a 4-pack.
Wait, at uni you have a take or see Sunday. Everyone just descends onto a field and drinks for the whole day. It's supposed to celebrate the last week of freedom before exams start. It's wild. But like, why would you do that Wait, why? Isn't that getting so close to exams where you'd actually want to be on your P's and Q's, not get drunk and have a hangover for the next 2
Oh,
days?
you know what's actually a teenager drink? What's that drink? WKD? Is that what's called?
No, WKD is the most teenager drink ever.
That's a teenager drink. That's an actual teenager drink.
Especially
the blue one. The
WKD
blue one.
blue. Yo, many a teenager in the UK have been rolling over the floor after drinking this.
I'll never forget the first time I tried that, fam. It just tastes like candy, but like
I think I've had something similar. Is it just like a cooler?
Micah, Understitch hasn't even seen
How?
strong
How is
rover.
that
I've never
possible?
seen that purple drink in my life. We had
How is
Disaronno
that
and Smirnoff.
possible?
See, Understitch is on my wave. Disaronno and Coke, you know, vodka and cranberry. That's my vibe. This whole strong bro dark
terrible.
fruits.
Vodka's terrible. If I'm talking spirits, it's rum only, fam.
Screwdrivers, right? Vodka and orange juice. It's like a quintessential teenager thing.
Oh yeah, teenager. But I literally don't think I've had vodka on purpose since I was a teenager. I would never purposely drink vodka.
For really, I like vodka, but like when I was younger, I hated vodka because I never really used to drink, and the first time I drank was maybe like when I was 17, because one of my friends was like, just try it, it's like vodka, just try it. And it was like cheap vodka, it was like co-op vodka, and it tasted like just chemicals. It literally just tasted like I just drank something from the chemistry lab.
Vodka's evil. Devil's
drink. It tasted horrible. Like it was so bad.
Yeah, I think the only thing these days I don't do is like brown liquor, but otherwise, you know, I'll drink anything.
What is brown liquor? Is rum brown liquor?
Can be. I mean, I do white rum.
Fair enough.
So I don't know if that counts.
Is spiced rum brown or what?
I think it's just like the amount of sugar content or like the way that the sugars are that like produces like the opacity, and that like fucks with me. I can't do it.
Fair enough. I love a bit of spiced rum.
Monster has some alcohol. I didn't know Monster had like alcohol. That could kill you though, like caffeine, sugar, and alcohol.
Wait, what did I see you post on Twitter the other day? It was like
kill you.
It was like Monster mixed with what was on your Twitter the other day?
Someone was doing some deadly mixes. There was a guy on Twitter who mixed like Monster with like some really concentrated alcoholic drink. And what did he call it? He called it like the shot of life or something. And I was like, yeah, because you'd lose your life. Like you literally lose your life drinking that crap. Isn't that why, like, what's that thing that Americans drink? Four Loko. Isn't Four Loko like just caffeine and alcohol, and so many people die drinking that drink?
Yeah, it's banned now.
Yeah, exactly.
They had to reformulate.
That's exactly what a Monster like alcoholic drink could do to you. I said it was a real shock to me to leave London/Kent and go to Brighton and see people drinking off-brand alcohol and cider. I really didn't know people drank it that commonly before.
No, but Brighton is like
Brighton is literally like people drink in Brighton.
And you gotta go
by the beach
if you want to be able to afford the kind of drinking they're doing. Countryside can. Okay, I thought you meant like
it's different.
Understitch.
I mean, I'm a countryside boy.
Not really,
bro. Where do I live now? I literally live in a.
No, we're talking about way back then.
I grew up in London, but I don't live in.
When people say Ken, I default to like Canterbury.
Right.
But Understitch is saying, oh, it was countryside Kent, and obviously Kent's massive, so like fair enough. Similar to Essex, there's like countryside Essex, and then.
But where my school was countryside Kent too.
Really? But I thought it was like 20-minute walk from Canterbury.
No, it was like a 1 hour bus.
Oh, word. Okay, my bad. Yeah, my bad.
Wait, what the hell? What did Retro Snow White just say? The guy that offered me a Monster Energy caffeine drink pulled out a gun because someone cut us off driving. I left so fast.
Oh, there's so much going on. There's so much going
Yeah,
on.
I don't think you want to spend a lot of time with someone who cannot control their emotions to that extent. Where someone cuts you off driving and he starts pulling out guns. That's a quick way to a funeral.
I want to try this Four Loco drink now, just out of curiosity. Or would it like instantly kill me?
The real thing that has got Americans kind of hopped up, I want to say a few months ago, is that there was a particular chain called Panera Bread that makes a lemonade that's like chock full of caffeine, and they would just mix that with liquors and such. Chock full, as in like drenched to the point of it like creating a density difference in the liquid, full of caffeine, and like some guy got killed because he drank it and didn't know it had caffeine in it, and he had some sort of health issue.
I saw that.
And so because that happened, they took it off the menu, and they did a whole rebranding of like the sort of graphic design and the entire menu of Panera Bread. They removed a whole bunch of options. But the particular lemonade, although they don't advertise it, you can still buy it by the jug in the drive-through, and you can still like have it at this point because they still are sitting on a lot of stock of this stuff.
Did they not get sued?
No, they didn't get sued. It clearly says it has caffeine in it, and like the guy it wasn't like a killer amount of caffeine. It's just that a particular guy couldn't have caffeine at that amount.
I thought the story was that they didn't say it had caffeine, and that's why, because I thought he was very aware that he had the caffeine like health issue, but maybe I misread it or something.
Yeah, it may have been misunderstood in some way, but from what I understood, it was understood to have like caffeine. But yeah, that's sort of like the news item regarding caffeine being dangerous in America. Otherwise, like we're the land of like energy drinks. We got 5 Hour Energy. We got those strips that are like energy, like Listerine strips that you can use. Strips like jelly strips of like pure caffeine that you can hold under your tongue. If it was like
crazy. That's crazy.
America is the wild, wild west. What was when I was literally in New York recently, and someone that I went with, he bought like, what did he buy again that we don't have in the UK? And he could just buy it without a prescription, like loads. And I was like, what?
Oh, don't say Adderall. Please don't say Adderall.
No. It was something. I think it was actually just sleeping pills, but he bought like 200 pills without a prescription, just like that. And I was like, what is going on? It's like, why can't he just buy that? Why is it available to buy? Understood, you're right. Everything in Kent is a 1 hour bus. That's true. WKD needs to pay you ad rates for how long it's been on screen. Yeah, no free advertising.
No, you could have brought the dark fruits back up, mate.
Nah, we're not doing that. Not the dark.
If it wasn't 1:30 a.m., mate, I'd whip out my Captain Morgan now, have a couple of chips. But the pink sauce lady, I remember her.
No, they got me converted to being like an Aperol Spritz guy now. Like,
that's nice to be fair. Actually, yeah. I like
the red. It's dark liquor technically, right? Because it's like sweetened or whatever. It's not good for you. But
wait, there's something.
You were doing some late night sessions in college. 5 Hour Energy, out here doing very deep revision sessions.
Funny enough, guys, I don't drink. I don't like coffee. I don't drink coffee ever in my life. I've had coffee 3 times in my entire life.
Just gotta convert you to being an espresso man. Just take it as a shot.
Isn't that coffee still though? I just don't like the taste, and
yeah,
because
it's over quickly.
I don't normally have like caffeine concentrated that much. So when I do, I'm awake for like 18 hours. So out of the 3 times I've ever had it, 2 of them are when I needed to stay awake. And I had like 1 like cup of coffee or whatever. I was awake for like literally 36 hours or something crazy. Like just because I just don't intake that kind of caffeine like that often. Keeps me bouncing on the walls.
36 hours is insane though.
Bro, insane, bro. I remember it so clearly as well because I started pacing around my room.
too much energy.
Pim's o'clock energy.
Coffee, unlike, but I could drown in tea. Yeah, I'm definitely more of a tea person.
Yeah,
than
tea.
Coffee.
Tea is just
Tea is
Earl
amazing.
Grey, English breakfast, chamomile. What other tea do I
Fruit
coast
tea,
with?
green tea. I could do it all.
Fruit
All
tea,
of
I have
it.
to be in the mood. I have to be in the mood for fruit tea.
I
Green
like
tea's
fruit
nice.
teas. Green tea, Earl Grey, classic.
Earl Grey
Or you
is a
just go for
classic,
the
man.
standard PG tips.
PG, nah,
tips.
mate, we're on the Yorkshire tea now, mate. Yorkshire something
Yeah,
tea.
it's like we're on the Yorkshire tea.
Yeah, mate. I leveled
Yorkshire
up.
tea.
It cost me flipping £5.50 for the box, but it's doing the job good. I can't lie to you.
No, tea is
Wait, what's
ghosted.
American sweet tea? What the hell is that?
Oh
It
god,
probably
Southern
has
sweet tea. It's like a
10
black
10
tea, but it's
grams
just
of sugar.
loaded with sugar. It's much more than
I
10
knew
grams.
it.
It's
I
much
knew
more than
it.
10 grams. They're selling it short.
Do people-
American sweet tea is such a tradition that like we have this other thing we just call unsweetened tea, which is just black tea that's
just
like
tea.
watered down with less sugar in it.
Do you guys put milk in your tea?
No, that's a rarity.
It depends what kind of tea, to be fair.
No, but you know
seen
how
that. I've seen matcha tea, like green tea, Japanese style, has like milk in it a lot of times, but not black teas. We don't really do that here.
No, I can't imagine.
Wait,
Man
60
said,
grams.
that's crazy. Man said
Yeah.
no milk.
Yeah, that's
60
about
grams
where
of
it is
sugar.
for sweet tea.
That's
Whoa.
bonkers. That's
Well,
bonkers.
but
Whoa.
you don't understand. What you need to do with it is that like you have like a glass, like a tumbler, and you fill it completely all the way to the top with crushed ice, and then you fill that with the actual sweet tea concoction, with the understanding that you're sipping it slowly, as if it was some sort of kombucha or whatever. Right? It's a concoction that has to like gel together and like with the crushed ice. There's like an art.
No, you know what?
Not just
No.
looking straight.
Let me see how many grams of sugar in a packet of Skittles.
60 grams of sugar is insane. Like, that is insane.
That's bonkers.
60 grams of sugar.
I've just realized my Skittles packet appears to be in Greek.
And these tumblers are like pint size. Like they're pretty big. They're not a cup.
Whoa.
No, that's bonkers.
That could destroy your liver. Like,
Yeah. And I'm thinking about how many times a day I drink like a cup of
60
tea.
grams.
2 of those, I'm out like a light, fam.
Literally 2 of those, and I think I'm done with sugar for the rest of the week.
Not for the rest of the year, bro. What do you mean?
You can't even eat carbs anymore for the rest of the week.
Again, it's for sipping. You don't like chug it. It's for sipping.
No,
Whoa.
You sit on your porch.
It's originally from Mississippi.
Yeah, of course there won't be like 60 grams of sugar per cup. Like, no one's measuring it, but like if that's around the ballpark, that's still insane. Like 60 grams is oof.
What he's describing there is actually unsweetened tea, right? Where you take the tea and they don't put as much sugar in it, and you add the tea yourself. I mean, the sugar yourself, so you don't quite get up to 60. Kind of pace yourself.
Wait, how many? Wait, how many grams do we reckon is like 2 teaspoons of sugar in your tea? Like 1.5, 2 teaspoons.
I could Google it.
Yeah, Google it, because I put like 1.5 teaspoons in.
Oh, and this is a cold tea. Let's not get over that either.
So
it's a very cold tea. It's ice.
A teaspoon of sugar is approximately 4 grams of sugar.
Okay. So it's like 60 grams is like if I put 14 teaspoons of sugar into my tea.
They're brewed per the pitcher, and then you add cups. It's not by teaspoons. It's like full cups of sugar.
Okay. Leo has to go for an exam. I hear it. Wait, is he Oxford or Cambridge? I always get it mixed up.
Good luck on your exam, Leo. Cambridge exams, no joke.
The Cambridge exam, sir. At Leo.
Hopefully you don't get drunk, Leo, and do those weird Cambridge traditions where you're wasted and passed out.
Man will tell me
he should be revising.
He's joined some new club and he had to enter a room with a pig.
I feel like Cambridge must not have like the really messed up. Okay, Leo says See Sunday was 2 weeks ago. Okay, cool. I feel like Cambridge has traditions, but not the weird ones like Oxford. I feel like Oxford is where like the really weird stuff is. I feel like in Oxford they do all that weird shit.
Cambridge is just nerds, right? It's like the MIT of the UK.
Yeah, Cambridge is more like actual smart people. Oxford is more like, okay, they're smart people, but most of them are just like rich kids who are there because their dad went there and their dad's dad went there, and so.
I'm glad some of my fellow Brits got that reference I just dropped, because I just dropped a crazy reference.
I didn't even see what you said.
No, I said it out
Oh,
loud.
the pig.
Yeah.
What, on some Black Mirror shit?
Yeah.
Well, it's real though. It's based on real life.
It is real. It's based on real life. Yeah. Leo Marky, your industry plants apparently. Apparently.
I'm a nepo baby and an industry plant, bro.
No, us Americans, when it comes to like British traditions, like we view it all as like Wicker Man shit, like folk horror. Y'all got like random back rooms in your universities.
To be fair, wait, let me see if I can pull up the girls' school uniform from my school, because you guys will think it's like a bit left field.
No, I mean,
okay, bro. I pulled up a pic.
No, Micah, your school was different, bro.
Wait, I'll send it to you, bro. So that way I don't yeah. That's a good pic.
If you share it, I'll put it on the screen.
Yeah, I sent it to you on iMessage.
Okay, let me see.
So that's what all the girls are in my school.
Let me find a way to.
And every year they do a vote to see if they still want to wear it or not. And every year they vote that they still want to wear it before we get accused of oppression or. I don't know. let me just go.
Why did you have to hit us with that disclaimer?
Because some people say it's a bit archaic, isn't it?
Oh, Micah, share it to the screen because I don't want to have to share like, my thingy. Actually, don't worry, I'll do it.
Before I just bait out some information I'm not supposed to bait, fam.
Yeah, that's why I was like, Because remember the time I shared my screen to show that Givenchy stuff, and people were like, don't. They're like, be careful. Be careful what you're sharing.
And people be messaging me all sorts. I don't even want my screen on the thing.
The lucky thing is, at least I can delete the stream. Although some people might screenshot it if I like share.
Yeah, but to be honest, they deserve it. That's deep lore. If you're screenshotting all the way back now, that's deep lore. That.
Well, I saved it, but it doesn't tell me where it's saved. No, Mikey, just share it on the screen.
Okay, share screen. Oh, bloody hell. I've got to change my system preferences and all sorts, lads. Let's see if I can.
He's a flop, mate. He's a flop.
He just seems on my end. It looks like he's just uploaded a screenshot from Midsommar. I don't know what. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, we've done it, lads. So that's what the girls wear at my school. They used to wear the culottes and then the blazer. They look well happy. They said, "Let's pick a diverse group of girls for this pick,"
as they always do. They used to do that to me a lot. Ayo, do you mind? We're just filming some stuff, some promo things for the school. Do you mind? It's like, oh, okay.
No, these aren't half bad, in my opinion. You just like add a big heel bite on the back. You know, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, they used to get a lot of heel bite, but I think it's tough. In person, Leo's just baiting at my school.
Oof, Leo. Uh-oh.
I think it's tough. The only thing is, though, they only have one pocket, not two pockets, which is really weird.
You just gotta get some of those like Russian style, like felt, like fur, like hand warmer pouches. You could rock that.
Yeah.
You just gotta spice it up some, you know.
Oh, but also like people didn't use bags at my school. Like you'd be like ostracized if you had like a bag or like a backpack. Everyone would just hold their books in like a folder and walk around like that. No, boys aren't wearing this as well. Boys just wore like normal uniform.
Not like a full on Hakama style, like samurai pants.
No, I wish though.
These were the poshies that Mark was mixing with. The poshies.
No, nice little fit. Nice little fit that. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, one, I know all the people in this picture, but look, let me send you a couple more, mate.
What's this guy sending now?
So you guys get the vibe of
This
what
guy's
going to school looks like.
Sending what going to boarding school in the UK, what it looks like.
Yes.
The real experience, not the TV stuff.
the real life.
The real life of Micah.
They went to real efforts to make sure black people in all these photos, fam. There are like 5 black people in my whole school. Somehow the 5 black people in my whole school managed to make it into every photo. What's going on? Pretty good odds, those.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. So what's going on here, sir? Why is it that at every turn there's a black person? Is there an agenda?
Yeah, that's what going to school looks like, lads. But you see, no, culottes are actually tough. Look at the way it'd be fitting these women. But I know this. So the girl in the middle, I went to. Actually, wait, let me just chill.
Yo.
No, it's like she was like my best friend when I was at school. She was like one of my best friends when I was at school.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I thought you were gonna say something.
They're all in my year. All these people are in my year. Actually, I've just realized.
Some of the landscaping was insane.
No, it actually was, to be fair. The landscaping was insane, to be fair. Like, basically, my school was... They built, like, a town around the school. So it would be, like, school building, Tesco, someone's house, a grocery store, a bakery, another school building. So like you would like walk through the town between lessons and stuff. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's like the town's kind of built around the school.
No, school was lit. But sometimes I feel like I can't believe that the school, like my school had this indoor basketball court that they used to wax all the time. But no one in my school played basketball, and I played for a team outside of school. So anytime I needed to practice, they basically got to the point they just gave me the key, and I just had a key to the gym, so I could just always just practice in the gym. Bro, I've never played on a court that good since I left that school.
What, to this day?
To this day, I've never.
That's crazy.
In the interest of cultural exchange, I went to a public high school in Texas, and there were no uniforms. But what we did have, these are very big high schools with more than 700, 800 people per like year. So like humongous classes, right? And so because of this large school building, our school building was actually curved. So like the hallways were all curved and would turn. And so you would have like interrupted sight lines in the hallways. So if there were an active shooter situation, because all the hallways are curved, you couldn't shoot down all the way through like a long hallway and get like a large crowd. And I guess that's what we had in Texas.
Damn, curved hallways is crazy.
Yeah. The ironic thing as well is
scary.
In the UK, public school actually means like super wealthy private school.
That's the funny thing.
So when Americans say like, when Americans say like, I went to public school, my brain always has to remember that means like
it's not Eton,
school for everybody.
It's not rugby.
Yeah,
it's not. No, yeah, when we say public school, we mean like the most exclusive, like historical, like boarding schools.
Yeah. And then we say state school if it's like what you guys
Yeah.
call a public school.
And then obviously there's state school because we differentiate. We say like grammar, and then because grammar's a state school, and we always differentiate. So like grammar school or just like, what do people say? Comprehensive.
Yeah. And then you have grammar, which is like,
Yeah.
oh, I don't know if there is an American equivalent for a grammar school, because it's
Yeah,
like
because
basically
I don't think they separate it like that. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't think in America they do that. I
academies.
always assumed it's because the public schools are available to all. Well, I mean, the public schools are available to all, providing you can afford £30,000
And you have
I
to pass a
guess.
test to get in as well.
Yeah.
Well, what's an academy, Al?
There's not really a definition for said academy. You can just call yourself an academy if you have some sort of particular. You're usually private in some, but like they might have some degree of public funding, depending on like if they're like a magnet school in which like certain gifted students are like taken from across a large area, and like there's like a higher degree of standard.
So do people pay to go to an academy?
Yes, usually.
Okay. Is it expensive or is it like reasonable?
I wouldn't know. Didn't know anybody who went to them. Never really interacted with anybody who was. I've interacted with more people who were homeschooled than that went to any sort of private academy. Yeah, that's a thing here.
Is that quite common?
I wouldn't say it's quite common, but I've met them in like college and such who went through a
In my whole life, I've met 2 homeschool people, I think.
Yeah.
Like, it's not common here at all.
I always wonder, like, when kids get homeschooled, like, socially, do they develop socially? Like, do they become?
I think
like,
it depends on what you're doing.
Or
they have a lot of hobbies.
Nah, school is banned. Like, wait, let me see. I'll show people some like roadman law. Let's see if people can find where I am in this picture. But this was me.
Man's whipping out pictures. Oh, I've seen you, mate. Spotted you right away.
If you can find me in the picture, fair play.
Spotted you right away, mate.
He said he spotted me right away.
Easy.
Exactly. The only
whose yard is
person.
this, fam?
Exactly.
Whose house is this?
You know what? I can't even remember whose house it is, but you know, one of these posh kids with this fancy barn and stuff in the back. Whose house was it? I actually can't remember. It was that long ago. I really can't remember. The solitary Negro. Leah said, "This is like Get Out." Oh god, that's funny. I don't know if this is a wedding or a friend. No, it was our like summer ball thing in school.
Like prom.
But yeah, all my pictures from back then, I'm literally the solitary black. The that's some.
And you were tall, so like it was great for pictures.
Yeah. No, that was like roadman law, like serious roadman law. He said I was urban quota. That's so funny.
Oh, did someone mention Harris Academy? That's near my yard. Crazy.
Quick Harris Academy.
And then Gateway Academy. You know where Gateway Academy is, right?
Yeah. Of course I know Gateway Academy.
Gateway Academy, mate. In another life, I probably went there.
That's funny. The next one says right at the back, damn. Wait, you said there's only three black people in my year in my college out of over 115. I mean, when I was in sixth form, how many black people were there? First of all, in the whole school, I think
5, maybe?
sixth form normally had the most black people. I don't actually know why, but in secondary school there never were many black people. And in secondary school, there's maybe one black person every 2 years. So there
Damn,
would have
that's
been
crazy.
there would have been maybe 7 or 8 black people in the whole secondary school. And then in sixth form, there were about boys and girls, maybe like 10 of us across both years. So like 5 each year. And obviously we're all separated into different classes. So every class, I was definitely like most of the time the only black kid, or there was like maybe one other person. And then where my school was a really white area too. So in fact, there was only one black family that lived in the whole area, and we knew because there was only one black family that lived in the area. So like everyone kind of knew who they were. It's just so funny. Wait, some kids are homeschooled because it allows them to spend more time on other things. Like if you're serious sports kids or play an instrument at insane level. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes
Yeah,
definitely a lot of sense.
I have like, out of the 2 people I know who are homeschooled, one of
Yeah.
them is like a big model person. So from like a young age, they were doing like modeling and acting, and that's why they were homeschooled. But
Wait, what the hell? I went to an international school to do A levels, and there were like 5/6 mass South Africans in my year. Mind you, the school was in South Africa. That's crazy.
wait, that's mental.
That's crazy. Wait, in our grammar school, there was, I think, 2, but in the private school, it was easily 50% because it was popular with wealthy African kids, mostly from Nigeria. Yeah, Nigerians love to send their kids,
Yeah,
especially
send
the
their
ones with
kids
money,
abroad, fam.
send their kids abroad, especially starting in sixth form and stuff.
Yeah,
They
they'll just
love a
send their
bit of
kids abroad.
they love a boarding school in England.
Then
The
their kid
rich
will
Nigerian
do
kids.
17, 18 here, and then they go to uni here as well. And then they'll
Yeah.
either go back to Nigeria or they'll work here. But normally just go back to Nigeria.
Or they just stay here and do up lifestyle.
Yeah, adult life.
Drive a
adult lifestyle.
Ferrari. Their dad buys them a Ferrari, just terrorizing the streets of London. Go to their flat in Mayfair. That's the like rich Nigerian kid lifestyle.
That's what certain people in fashion get accused of. Actually, I saw some accusations being thrown around on Twitter just the other day.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. That's what Moa always gets accused of. They're always like, "Oh, you have rich parents."
Who?
Moa.
What? Moa? Oh, okay.
Yeah. She was replying to bare tweets like last week because like every so often, like an influx of them come, of people just accusing her of like being a nepo baby from like Nigeria.
No comment. No comment. Or you says my school is really diverse. I'd say there's as many white kids as there were black kids. We were both the minorities. Everyone was Asian and Latino. This is what really interests me about like the dynamics of the US, because ours is just so different. Like there are areas in London that are very Asian, like Indian, and if you go there, you'll probably be a minority if you're black or white, but it's rare. The rest of the UK, everyone is just white everywhere. So unless you're like in London or Birmingham or like Liverpool or something, yeah, your class is just gonna have one person that isn't white and everyone else is English. So it's really, really different.
Yeah, like the closest we have to that here is like there's a few areas in London that are like wait, let me read this. No way.
Imagine flying back to Nigeria every single weekend. That is excessive.
That's a mental.
That is excessive. Yo, this is facts. We guys named Chukwuemeka calling themselves CK.
Sikiru calling him SK.
Yo, no. If there's any Nigerians here, that would kill them because that is so true. Chukwuemeka calling themselves CK. That is jokes. Now, school was actually lit. I actually do miss school. School was fun.
I had I think Nigerian, pretty sure Nigerian international student at my public school as well, state school, I guess, in this
Yeah.
English. And he was notable not just for being an international student, but also he was like super smart. He skipped a grade, so he was like a year and like some change.
That's very
younger than us,
Nigerian as
too.
well.
Yeah,
And
very Nigerian.
he was super cool though.
No,
Or
it's
were
just the
international
Nigerian.
students common?
I guess so. I had one.
Fair enough.
I thought there's a lot of Nigerians in Houston, from what I've heard.
Yeah, that's what Money.
That's what people
said.
say. But no, the thing about Nigeria is because obviously I moved to Nigeria when I was a teenager, and I struggled academically because the school system is so much more advanced. Like the work that you do as a 16-year-old in Nigeria is the work that you do in the UK. It's like university level work and like second year university level work. So if you do chemistry in Nigeria, that's the equivalent, like secondary school is the equivalent, like high school is the equivalent to second year in like college chemistry. It's just that
And
hard.
it's very common in Nigeria. Like they're a lot more comfortable. Like if you're really good at school, they'll just move you up a grade. Like,
Yeah, they'll move you up a year.
Whereas in the UK, like that's not really a thing, like ever.
In the UK, it's just age. So Nigerians are just smart as hell, especially when they leave Nigeria and go somewhere else because they're already ahead academically. So it's different. Like most Nigerians that came from Nigeria and went to school, like sixth form in England, they got all A stars, all A's. Like it was a breeze.
Man said it was a light pack.
No, I was when I first moved to Nigeria, I was struggling. What? They were talking some language I'd never heard. Like the math was so advanced. I was like, I remember the first day. I was like, "Is this further maths?" They're like, "No, that's maths." I was like, "Are you sure?" Like I've never heard of this.
Man was looking at his textbook, scratching his head.
I've never heard of this in my life. Like what is going on? See, T is Nigerian. T said my cousin is 14 in his first year in uni in Ontario. Exactly. that's what Nigerians do. That's very Nigerian. Wait, what did Undersit say? Undersit said that the Nigerians wore Burberry and the white kids wore Jack Wills. Do you remember Jack Wills? Does that brand still exist?
I brought it up, bro. Jack Wills, Hollister, and Superdry.
Yeah, all the kids in my school, they used to wear Jack Wills. What was that one, like Jones something? What was it? Jack Jones or something like that.
I don't even know.
Superdry had them in a chokehold. They used to, bro, don't forget Ralph Lauren though. They used to wear Ralph Lauren. Let's not act like they didn't wear Ralph Lauren. You know the button-ups. They love the Ralph Lauren button-up.
Wait, are you seeing this, fam? She used to live in Cornwall. I'm baffed. What's going on?
She used to live in Cornwall.
Wait, what?
Wait, let me catch up to the comments. Dia said, I had to teach people sociology and English A level, so I had teachers just let me sit in the back of the class and chill on my laptop. Wait, Jack Wills is booming in Asia, totally rebranded. No way.
Oh, that's crazy.
No way. That's like young high society law. Like Jack Wills.
That's crazy.
Jack
Rebranded
Wills.
as what? In what kind of direction?
Yeah, Ralph Lauren, I'm telling you, the button-ups had kids in my school in a chokehold. The button-ups was just like, anytime we didn't have to wear school uniform, they would all wear Ralph Lauren button-ups, jeans, and loafers every time. That was like the uniform outside of the uniform. Just loafers, jeans, and Ralph Lauren button-up. That was it. And then they had, you know, the Ralph Lauren gilet. They love that Ralph Lauren gilet. If it gets a bit chilly and a bit windy, then they flip on the Ralph Lauren gilet. That was like the style.
Here's a question: were you before or after boat shoes in high school?
I think we were. I was after.
Okay.
Yeah, I was after.
Yeah.
I was during.
I remember when it was a thing, but I was definitely after when I was in school.
I was during like Hollister and Jack Wills.
Yeah, a more blessed time.
Tell us more about this boat shoes.
Oh God, the Sperry's. It was a thing. I think, any sort of like posh or prep adjacent crowd, that's what we call it in America, prep adjacent, kind of fell for that. And, I've heard some rumblings online that they're trying to like bring them back in like some urban centers in America. And I think we can all see past, the industry psyop there.
Wait, let me Google them.
It's Sperry's in particular.
And this is gilet in 2 colors. That's hilarious. And Understitch was during boat shoes as well.
Oh my gosh, Understitch, we know the pain.
To answer this question, so I posted a video about this. So, like, scroll through my most recent videos. There's one on like Eddie Simon, and I talk about all the financials and stuff. But essentially, financially, Selena's doing fantastic. So the reason why Eddie Simon is leaving is not to do with the finances, to do with other reasons, which I highlight in the video.
Hey, I'm an apologist for his women's wear. At least the recent collection with like the felt hats. I was down for that.
Yeah.
I wanted a felt hat.
No, he's been on track.
I like
after he had that little wobble with the whole TikTok-y vibe for like a season. He's been on track, in my opinion.
Who said you man are too old? I was in a Huarache time period.
No, I remember the Huarache time. And Roche runs.
I remember Roche runs, Huaraches. What else was in the law back then?
Those were the main two. Those were cooking.
Yeah, Roche runs, Huaraches. Superstars came back around those times too, I feel like.
Yeah.
Superstars had a bit of the time back then. Do you remember those remember when like Yeezys became big and then they started having those Adidas dropped the tubular runners?
Nah, I just remember that when the Ultra Boost.
You mean the Y3 Quasta runners?
Well, I
actually remember those.
I had those, but like the tubular runners were like the Adidas version without the Y3 branding of the Kaza highs and like more wearable. They were quite big, no?
Let me Google them.
Okay, let me tell you another one that was big. ZX Flux.
Oh yeah. Oh, I have. There's a post on my Instagram. I got cooked for them, bro. I got cooked for them differently. So
the ZX Flux. Micah, show people your fit with the ZX Fluxes and those Adidas track pants.
Bro, I stand by that fit. But let me put it up. I stand by this fit.
Like this fit, I've roasted Micah for at least 5 years.
No, I stand by this fit. I stand by.
So if you were post boat shoes, like I would assume that you're like White Air Forces. Was that your era?
I think White Forces was every era. Like at least in London, UK, probably the same as the US, like New York and stuff. Like everyone just always wore White Air Forces, since I can remember. So that was always a thing alongside shoes that come in and out.
Oh yeah, I found the fit. How do I do this? This was the fit, lads. I stand by this fit. I had the ZX Fluxes on lock with the Sam Ross Cole.
Those were the fit pick days. Oh my days, time flies.
But at this point, ZX Flux were not popping anymore, so that's why I was getting a bit roasted for the fit. But live and learn.
You had to match the fit with the snow. Those are the fit pick days when you.
Yeah.
Everything has to be picturesque. I feel it. Hey, but Micah, people are feeling it. People are saying it's drip.
No, it was swag. No, all the comments. I mean, it's still on my gram. All the comments are like, "Oh, I rate this fit except the ZX Flux," and it's like Sid and Bammy in the comments, like fighting over the fit, fam. And then Babacar's there, like, thanks for making ZX Fluxes cool again. This is like
Oh my
2019, Leo,
gosh.
2018 maybe. It was
That's
late.
so
Like, it was
funny.
really late. I was really late.
Apples have been a thing since it came out, at least in certain black communities in the US. I mean, obviously Nike is an American brand, so I can imagine obviously we adopted Air Forces slightly after Americans, but as far as I can remember, Air Force Ones has always been a London like thing that people have worn, like white Air Forces.
And
But
yeah,
obviously
culture.
you
I agree with the like in America thing since like the mid 2000s. Yeah, but I meant like crossover into like mainstream fashion.
yeah.
Have Air Forces been hot as long as Tims have been hot?
I don't know about that because obviously Tims are big in the US. I don't feel like we ever had a Tims thing in London.
I'm asking, like, ow.
Oh, Tims have always been a thing. At least since the I want to say mid 90s. I want to say is the prominent.
Have Air Forces
time.
always been a thing?
Later.
Oh, okay. So Tims came first.
Tims were definitely first, but like you have to have the climate for it. Like in my area, like in the South, like forces were everywhere. But you know, like in climates that could support like a big boot like that, it's very geographically limited.
Air Max 95 is the most London shoe in the world. 110.
These shoes, I actually don't see them a lot in the US, even though once again Nike is an American company. But
now these are the most London shoes in the world.
95s, 90s, and Air Max ones in the UK. Wow,
those are London shoes.
Wow, 95s especially. Like 95s is.
Well, it's because they were just the most all-round shoe ever. You could go to school in them. You can play football in them. You can run the 100-meter dash in them.
But when I was younger, the Air Max 95s was like how I view Ricone's Ramones, like price-wise, because everything was way cheaper.
How much are Ramones? I don't even know, fam.
Well, they're like maybe mainline is maybe 650, 600 maybe, and then Dark Shadow is like slightly less. I could be wrong though, but in terms of like there was a difference. So like Air Force Ones back then were like £50, and you could get them 40 some places. Like Converses were really cheap, maybe £35, £40. So like everything, like Vans were £30. Everything, and then obviously they were 110. That's why they were called 110s. They're £110. So,
but they lasted as well. The quality back then used to be good. Like,
yeah, the quality was really good. But to me, Air Max 95s were literally like a rich boy shoe. Like 95s, you spent.
Wait, so you didn't have a pair? You didn't have a pair of 110s?
Not when I was younger. I couldn't afford it.
GG.
Not when I was younger. Now I've got loads of pairs. I'm living the dream. But when I was younger,
you got Cortez ones and everything, mate.
But I couldn't afford it back then. No way. 110. My mum would kill me. £110.
I try to remember what I used to go to school. Oh no, I used to wear Clarks. Clarks were a classic. But I used to be jealous of the people who had kickers on. Kickers are hard.
Facts, kickers were hard.
I don't think we really got the Air Maxes in the 90s and 95s till like the vintage streetwear boom and like from California.
I think it's because
it took a while.
At the time back here, JD Sports used to be like really hot, and JD Sports would sell like 90s, 1s, 95s, 97s, 98s as well. So people weren't wearing.
And that was like the it like sneaker store to go to. Yeah. That was like it. So no, JD Sports was it back then. It's really crazy. It's weird how certain European countries adopt a certain Nike silhouette, kind of like Paris with TNs.
Yeah, TNs and 95s as well over there as well.
Yeah, in Paris, 95s and TNs, that's them. Us, it's like 90s, 95s and Air Max 1s. The US, even though we have Air Force 1s, but the US is like still, I feel like Air Force 1 still. New York especially, or places like Chicago and stuff. But then Chicago, they also do the Jordans. It's really weird how that stuff happens. Vans are skinny jeans, oversized tee, and dad hat had the streaks and chokehold. Facts. I was wearing Vans with the skinny jeans. I had the Aero. I had the Aeropostale t-shirt. The Aeropostale t-shirt with the Vans. And sometimes I'll wear the cargo shorts in the summer instead. That was swag. Don't let me pull out the fit pics. Those were the
It's not on my
swaggy
phone.
days.
It was when I was in Nige and I had my Vans on with my dad cap and my.
People don't know I actually used to be a skater, and that's how I used to dress. Like, people don't know about my skating era.
This is interesting. Understood said they don't remember many people wearing trainers at all in Kent, I guess. Very different from
Really?
London.
Yeah,
Different
London,
from London, I
everyone
guess.
was wearing tracksuits and trainers.
Even Essex as well, same shit.
Like tech fleece in a chokehold. There was a nearby state school that was really rough and it wore trainers, so I guess we just went to formal shoes by default.
So I just had the Clarks on.
I think in school that everyone used to wear the same shoes. It was like
Clarks,
kickers,
the kickers, and
Clarks.
95s.
Yeah, 95s. Or people used to wear, those like strap-on Nikes. What were they? They looked like Stan
What
Smiths,
ones?
but they weren't quite. But they
I
were
don't know them
Nikes
off the top
though.
of my head.
They looked like Stan Smiths and they had the straps. A lot of people used to wear those as school shoes too. Or like some people used to wear Converses, like all black Converses. But kicker, do people actually know what we're talking about? Do you feel like they know what we're talking about when we say kickers?
I hope so. Pull up some pics, fam. Kickers are
I have
hard
to
now.
show
I saw
people
Skepta
this
wearing
shoe.
kickers the other day, fam. Where was I?
This
And he
shoe
walked
is
past wearing
like
kickers.
cemented in like English school folklore. Like people in English schools just used to wear this stuff. It's like these were like some of the hardest shoes you could wear. Kickers.
Yeah, kickers were tough. I used to be jealous of the people with kickers, but I had the Clarks with
Because
the
they were
toy in the shoe.
expensive. I couldn't like they were too expensive. That's why I never had kickers, because they're literally like they're
No, it's a
actually
hard
quite
shoe. It's
spenny back
actually a
then.
hard shoe.
I have to show the people the kickers. Like, so these are the kickers, and you had obviously the high ones too, but like these are the kickers. But these were like drip in school. If you had kickers, you were actually on smoke. Like you were dripping out of your mind. These
Yeah,
have
these were.
99 shot power.
Yeah, they did.
You can take a free kick in your kickers. Wait, understood. So we used to refer to them as Asbo kids. Even my nan and parents knew that school that way. Kent is very, in hindsight. I mean, Kent is Kent.
Oh, that's facts, bro. Look at Culture 88. Hush Puppies. Hush Puppies were valid as well. Hush Puppies were valid as well.
Yeah, Hush Puppies were swag. Yeah, it wasn't until I moved to London that I found out that Hush Puppies actually made quality shoes. Yeah, Hush Puppies were swag.
Kickers turned everyone into a prime Andy Cole. I'm finished.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you know what? I might have to buy a pair of kickers, mate.
Nah, I might have to get the kickers just for the folk. You know, I'm gonna
Yeah.
write it down. Just for
Mate,
the
I might have to
folklore
buy
of
a
it.
pair after the stream because I'm looking at
Kickers,
this.
bro.
I'm looking at this picture on the screen and I'm getting a bit jealous.
Kickers. What? No, I need to bring that back. Oh yeah, I do. You remember when plimsolls
Plimsolls.
were
Oh my
thing?
gosh, I put plimsolls on my stuff, but we would only use plimsolls for PE. We wouldn't like go to school in
Yeah,
them. We would just use them for PE because they're non-marking black shoes.
but I love them because they're like people used to just get them really cheap and like it was an accessible thing. At least I could afford that one.
Yeah. They were like £10,
The
£20.
plimsolls, yeah, like £10. If you were like swag, you'll go to Top Man and get the Top Man plimsolls. The Top
Ooh,
Man
yeah,
plimsolls are
I
like the
actually
special
remember that.
ones.
And then
They
if you
even had
forgot
like
your
a different
plimsolls,
shape.
you'd have to like borrow plimsolls out of Lost and Found, and they'd always be these like beat up, musty plimsolls that stink, fam.
Wait, as 270 and 2 pairs of trainers, JW Anderson X Converse gummy shoes. I love those though. And a Stella McCartney silver pair. Themselves give you proper trauma. They look like security guard shoes. I think culture's talking about kickers looking like security guard shoes. That is funny.
No, kickers are tough, bro. Kickers are tough.
Oh
I've seen
man.
lately Skepta's been wearing them bears, actually.
Yes, Haider Ackermann has been covered. It has. It has. It was covered earlier in the stream. No, it's crazy though that there's a big difference between like obviously what like people wear in like the US and then the UK. Because
Yeah.
I don't think like did people wear kickers in the US? Was that a
Nah,
thing?
no way, bro. Is it even? It's a British brand, no?
It really is not a thing. I've never seen anything like with that kind of silhouette with those sorts of like lacing eyelets and also the strap. That's crazy. Like
Yeah.
y'all are cooking.
Okay, Kickers was made in France apparently, but
Yeah,
on
I
their
didn't think it
website,
was UK.
literally on their website, on the Kickers website, it says, "Yes, we make shoes and clothing, but thanks to our long history and heritage, we've been an ever-present part of British youth culture for over 50 years." So they're very aware.
Okay, so
They're like,
Well, there you
they
go.
know
I'll
it's
wait for the JWA collab for me to be properly gentrified and brought on board as a cultural tourist.
Yeah,
Ooh.
JW Anderson does need to. That would be one of the most iconic collabs. Kickers, JW Anderson, iconic.
Oh wait. Let me send you this web page. Scroll through this website page, bro. That'll show them the swag that this is showing off that Kicker swag. Damn. No, I'm gonna buy a pair of these after the stream. No cap. These are hard. These guys were really cooking all the way back in the 70s. They came up with this silhouette. GG.
So keep that shit over there. You'll get a Boston Kickers party.
Well, the best thing about the Kickers is if someone beefs you, bro, and you kick them in the head, they're finished. You've got 99 strength of Kickers.
No, the leather on the Kickers was thick.
Nah,
If
bro,
someone
look at these.
kicks
Bro,
you with
look at
it-
What does the strap do? What is that?
It's just part of the swag. I don't know. It's part of the,
No, bro, they're actually hard. They're so hard.
this is part of the laces. It's literally just part of the swag.
No, that bro, it's actually tough. Like genuinely, we were cooking. The kids at my school who were like 9 with their Kickers on, they didn't know they were swagging different.
I need to really study how it became like an actual thing that everyone wears in the UK. Like, what was it about those shoes that made them such a UK thing? I actually need to like study that one day.
Are they weather resistant? They look kind of.
Well, they're fully leather.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they've made weather resistant versions. Probably. Yeah, you can also get the high top ones too. Those were swag too.
I never remembered them as a kid though. I don't know if I ever saw anyone in those.
But the high top ones, I used to see the high top ones.
I never used to see them. Yeah, understitch. I had Clark's shoes. I used to wear Clark's to school.
Facts. Kickers with the Just Do It bag. That was it.
Yeah.
The Just Do It bag that you couldn't fit anything in.
Facts.
You couldn't fit anything.
And the straps
in that
were so
bag.
annoying because it's that little like rope, that like lace.
Yeah. Bro, the things we do for fashion is stupid, bro. Like, if I could go back in time now, there's no way I'm wearing a Just Do It bag. You could not pay me to wear.
What are you
bag.
wearing instead? The JD Sports bag.
Just the Nike bag that's bigger. Like, why am I holding my books in my hand in the name of swag? Like, why am I doing that? Because, like, none of my textbooks could fit in a Just Do It. The shoes don't still exist money laundering scheme. I can't lie. When you think about it, you know the shoe zone stores, they literally look like some sketchy ass like
Yeah.
like if someone told me it was a money laundering scheme, I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, fit one pencil and you'll Just Do It and hold the rest of your books in your hand. The Just Do It was the original Jacquemus bag. Like, get to know. The Nike Just Do It was the original Jacquemus.
We had that in America. We didn't call it to Just Do It, but like I think it was like a remnant of like jock culture, like because it's like a thing you carry around basketballs in originally.
Yeah.
But yeah, it kind of comes from like that sort of jock culture in high school. I can't
No, this bag.
imagine it being that much of a.
Like, look at how tiny this bag was. It didn't make any sense. Like, it just didn't make any sense. Like, why is it so popular to have a bag that could barely fit anything? It just didn't make any sense.
Because you look like a baller, a basketballer, a sportsman.
No, we're diving into obscure youth UK lore here.
No, this is youth lore right here. This is, yeah. I don't know what these other bags are here. We're trying to see the Just Do It's. But yeah, this bag, yeah, they had the London exclusives and all that. I remember those.
I've never seen these ones before.
Oh yeah, and then there was a time when people started wearing, you know, that leather Nike man bag, you know, the messenger.
Was it leather?
Yeah, there was a
I didn't
leather
know it was
version.
leather.
I don't know if there was, but people used to wear the leather version. That's the one I remember. The leather messenger, like Nike messenger. Nike has had us in a chokehold for a long time.
To be honest, it's actually really influential on British culture. I can't go. Like the more I think about it.
Like Americans just running street fashion in London.
Oh, y'all had your own thing, right? Y'all had your own licensee called Nike.
Yeah. That's what we don't call it Nike. I just say it because that's how it's supposed to be said. But yeah, we call it Nike. If I leave this live stream and say Nike outside, people get mad at me.
Yeah, they do get mad, to be fair.
Like, why are you saying Nike?
And if you say Adidas, people look at you left field as well.
They're like, do you think you're American? Why are you saying Nike? Say Nike. Wait, the high heel Tims. Yo, I don't think I saw that high heel Tims. Yeah, I never saw that one. Wait, when I was in school, I was very underground, so I rocked vintage leather bags, mudcloth satchels. I wasn't trying to be on the high schoolers level. When I started to change my style was when I moved to Nigeria, because like London has its own style, but Nigerian style is just 100% American influence.
What, so the Jordans?
Yeah, so Jordans, basketball shorts, snapbacks, or like every facet, even the Americana thing, people had that. But obviously, it's Nigeria's hot, so people wear like wife beaters with like jeans, and then the rich kids used to wear like Visvims, like shoes. So very, very heavily American inspired, and that's when I really got into fashion, because I think generally, like, Nigerians are way more fashion forward than people in the UK. So people in the UK have style, but then I think people in Nigeria know like the brands, but they're not as stylish, or their style is not as refined. So then if you put those two together, because I was coming from both places, so I was like, okay, I know about these brands now, I know about these different things. And then took it back. Like in Nigeria, I remember there was a time when the whole swag thing was big in America and it hadn't hit London yet. So
what, jerk swag?
Yeah, jerk swag. That was huge in Nigeria, but it hadn't hit London yet. So I remember I was wearing studded belts with colored skinny jeans and like Vlados, or like different high tops, like high top blazers and like flannel, like checkered flannel shirts and snapbacks. And I came back to London and people were like, what are you wearing? Why
I bet you got roasted, fam.
They're like, why are your jeans so tight? What are you?
This guy thought he was part of the New Boys.
Like, why are your jeans? They just didn't care. I'm like, nah, like in LA, this is it. They're like, we're not in LA.
Yeah, to be fair, that's valid though.
Like, this is London. This is not LA.
No, that's actually crazy.
God. But that, to be fair, that time I actually genuinely wanted to dress that way. So that was the first time I kind of
Did
was
you have a belt
dressing
as
in a
well?
way.
Did you have like an Amiri belt, fam?
Amiri
Or
didn't
like a
even
Gucci
exist
belt? Do you
for
have a
us,
Gucci
bro.
belt?
No, I just had a studded belt. Just studded belt. And I had shutter, you know, the Kanye West shutter shades, the white ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to wear those.
Oh, so you were just
So
decked out
stupid.
in the time. You were actually swagged out for the time. That's crazy. That's crazy.
But I think that's what really got me into fashion, because I got used to dressing differently to everyone else where I was, and I was like okay with like people being like, "What are you wearing?" and still wearing it, and that kind of just expanded into like something else. But that was like
If
my
you had more money
introduction
back
into
then,
it.
you would have had the MCM backpack as well, fam. To top it off, the MCM backpack.
It's true, because they used to wear the MCM backpacks. That's hilarious. But we have the LA kids to thank for why I got into fashion. The LA kids. Yes, exactly. Obey. That was it. Obey cap. Chokehold.
Oh yeah, the Obey cap.
I definitely claim the shoelace and the hair thing. So I used to get cussed for that. No, MCM is still hideous. It's still hideous.
What's so
Please
funny
do
about
not whip out
MCM as well
MCM.
is the story.
Micah's
The
about to
story
whip
of,
up some MCM thing.
yeah, I'm gonna whip out some MCM shades, guys. Give me 2 seconds.
The MCM is definitely still hideous. 100% still hideous.
Get some shades on for the live. Fucking hell. Oh, sorry for the profanity, lads. Okay, wait up. We're in
Wow.
business. We're in business, guys.
Bro, there's one MCM shades though.
Yeah, but you know,
Why are you
they'll
capping?
do.
Got
They'll
that
do.
swag
They'll
on.
do. They'll do.
Those are definitely LV shades.
Let me turn down my light in here.
It said you're so Congolese, I'm dead.
I got the alligator with the pointy shoes. I'm
Oh,
Congolese.
my earliest fashion memory. I think it depends on what kind of fashion memory, because it depends on like what you're talking about. Like, are you talking about fashion in terms of like when I really, really got into fashion, like knew about Yoji and stuff, or are you talking about because ask Micah, when I really, really got into fashion, all I used to wear was Y3 because I
was an
loved
addict.
Yoji. I loved Yoji, but I couldn't afford it, so I just used to wear Y3. And like no one got it because that was when we used to like resell Palace and Supreme and stuff. And
It was even a bit before. Well, you were selling it then. I wasn't quite on it then.
Yeah. For me, it was even a bit before, but like I was wearing Y3 when everyone was wearing Supreme and Palace, and they just didn't get it. They just didn't understand. They're like, "Why are you always wearing Y3?" It's like, don't worry, it's Yoji. It's a lifestyle.
And the price as well. Don't forget the price used to tweak them out.
Yeah. No, I had the Y3 Kaza highs. I had all of that, all the Y3 stuff. So yeah, but early fashion memories, like when I was a kid, to be honest, there was a point in time when my parents would be like, okay, we're going to take you to Sports Direct and we have this budget for one shoe, so pick wisely because this is going to be your PE shoe, your walking around shoe, your casual shoe. So I had to like do mental gymnastics to pick the right shoe. And also my parents would buy shoes that were like a few sizes too big because they're like, you'll grow into it. So those are like my fashion memories when I was young.
I forgot about that. You'll grow into it. That thing used to be stressful, you know. That you'll grow into it business, and you'll be
I was
wearing
walking
something 2
around
sizes too
with
big,
clown
bro.
shoes for like one term, like praying that your feet grow bigger. Bro, did you ever have to put like tissue in your shoes?
No. Oh, what? When they were too big?
No,
No. You know the paper that
I had
comes
to
in the
put
shoe.
like
You know the
tissue or
paper
like
that comes in
cloth
it
into
when
my
it's brand
shoe.
new. Sometimes I'd cut that in half and keep it at the bottom where my toe is until I grew into them. But I wouldn't like get like external tissue. No, this is a proper Nigerian thing. I can't even lie. You'll grow into it business. What a load of rubbish. Just let me wear clothes that are my size, I beg.
Said Io, that's guessing. There's nothing else I could do. I was too young to make money. I didn't have money. It's just it is what it is. It's just like, unfortunately, I wasn't rich enough where your parents are like, they buy you a shoe that's your exact foot size every single time. I was like, no, you're going to it. Don't worry. Like, bro, the worst one was the school uniform. Bro, the blazers were huge.
Oh,
My mum
I
would
have a
buy
picture
them
somewhere. Wait, let me see if I
swimming
got
in
my phone.
fabric.
I used to
Swimming in
drown in my
fabric,
blazer,
bro.
fam.
Huge blazers.
Be
Took
drowning
me
in my
like 2
school
years
blazer.
just to grow into it.
By the time it fits me, it's already tattered and torn, fam.
It's like T said, I think this is purely a Nigerian thing, I can't lie. I wore the same blazer from year 7 to year
Yeah, exactly. And this is a blazer you're wearing 5 days a week, fam. You wash it like once every like 3 months.
Oh gosh. No, it's crazy. It's actually crazy. That's why sometimes I get PTSD when I can actually afford stuff.
Man said PTSD.
It's like I go to a shop, oh, I can actually buy like Air Force Ones if I want to. Like, wow. Like, oh my God. Wait, so I used to tailor my school blazers, ties, and trousers to skinny fit.
Yo, that's crazy.
I was just doing the opposite.
That's crazy. Understitch had that tailored fit for the school uniform. I hear
Oh
it.
my word.
Understitch was coming through looking fly, fam.
I had a skirt down to my ankles, had to roll that up pronto.
Oh yeah, I don't know if that's just a British thing, like rolling up your skirt, or is that like everywhere?
Exactly. The people understand it's surreal when I can buy my own stuff now. Exactly. It's surreal. It's like, what?
And to be fair, sometimes I bug out a little. It always happens to me when I go into Supreme.
I've done crazy things for fashion, bro. I remember when I had pocket money, and my pocket money was like £10 a week.
Oh, what? And you used to save it, right?
So I didn't eat, bro. I saved my pocket money for months, and I bought Nike Dunks. And I thought I was the guy wearing Nike Dunks because no one had Nike Dunks then. I got them from America. Like, I thought I was the guy. In fact, there was a time when people used to think my shoes were fake because I had like Jordan 1s. And you know those early Jordan 1s where they had the Nike tick and also the Jumpman logo? So people are like, why do your shoes have a Jumpman logo and a Nike tick? They're fake. They just didn't get it.
This guy was importing his shoes from the USA. Bloody hell.
No, just on eBay stuff. My school fucking hated it so much, and this one teacher tried to get me kicked out for it, and I literally went to the head teacher and was like, am I wearing the uniform? I just was out here tailoring school uniform.
No, this shit's actually killing me. It's so funny.
I love that. I actually love that. No, the thing is, like, so they thought you had a fake J. So the thing about just like Jordans in general in like the UK is like basketball is actually a really big sport, especially in London now. When I was younger, I played basketball, so I was like more into like American stuff and like American trends and clothing and footwear. But in the UK, no one really knew what Jordans were at the time. Like no one really knew. And then when Jordan brands started making a transition into the UK, it was like, Micah, do you remember the Jordan Futures?
I'll
Like
Google
those,
them.
like
I don't remember them off the top of my head.
it was like shoes like the Jordan Futures.
Oh, I remember
those
these.
kind of
I remember these.
People
But they
didn't
didn't
know
really.
that.
Yeah, they didn't really slap too heavy here.
Yeah, but people didn't even know that there were actually like numerical Jordans, like 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s. So when I used to wear them, they just used to think they were fake because that's not what you could buy in JD Sports. And to people in London, if it's not in JD Sports, it's either fake.
No, as in it didn't. JD Sports didn't used to stock Jordan brand when it came to like
like
1s,
no
3s,
Jordan
4s,
brand,
like
nothing.
no Jordan brand. The first time I saw a pair of 1s in real life was 2016 or 2017. Maybe 2018.
You saw my ones though. I had Chicago's early.
Yeah, in like 2016, fam. I didn't see them before.
Okay, because I had Chicago's quite early. I remember that. But yeah, people in London didn't know what Jordans were at
As in,
all.
it's crazy how far we've come. Where now you
They
can walk
did
into
not.
JD Sports and buy mids, fucking Jordan 1 mids.
Yeah,
When before they didn't even have highs.
yeah, Jordans did not even exist as a thing in London. Like when I was younger, it just wasn't even a thing. So it was just Air Force, Air Force, Air Force, Air Force.
Yeah, it was just Air Force.
Air
Air
Forces and Air
Forces,
Maxes.
Huaraches, Roche ones. What else? Ultra Boosts
We
were kind
need
of
to bring
popular
the
for a little bit.
Huaraches back. The ones with the strap.
Are
Those
there
ones I
ones
like
without?
the
Are there
strap.
ones without a strap? Is it even a Huarache if it don't have a
Yeah,
strap?
yeah, the ones without the strap.
Dear Lord, what's the point? I
There
need
are
the
two
strap.
different types of Huaraches, the old ones and the newer ones.
I
I
need the
like the
straps
older ones
so
better.
that people know I rock it. Now you used to in Essex anyway. Only like you had to be spending money on clothes, fam. If you had Huaraches, that's how I knew your parents were dropping bread.
Because they're expensive. Back then, they're like £70. That's an expensive shoe back then. £70 was a lot of money.
Do you remember the triple black ones? The triple black ones were the hottest ones, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Triple black Huaraches. That's a serious shoe, fam. Then people started rocking Ultra Boost, Fly Knits. Yeah, facts. Leo remembers.
The T says the majority of Huaraches don't have straps. I think only the high top Huaraches. Yeah, I'd like the ones with the strap. T said the Jordan Futures were hard. I feel like Jordan Futures only sold in the UK. I swear in America they didn't get those. Because no one in America will buy Jordan Futures. They look like 11s. So it's just like they're just 11s but worse.
Oh, NMDs, bro. NMDs.
I forgot about
No, that was
that.
a serious shoe here because they were readily available. That was a serious shoe here.
And then they started doing the collaborations like Neighborhood,
Bape.
Bape, Neighborhood. Then they had the
Oh,
Gore-Tex
what a
NMDs.
throwback. NMDs. That is a serious shoe.
I had Gore-Tex NMDs and I always used to like do too much. I just used to start stepping in puddles.
Oh yeah, you'd be flexing. Man would walk through puddles just to show off. You'd be like, my
Those
feet
were
aren't
literally
wet.
the first Gore-Tex shoes I had. Like, I'm not wet. It'll start raining. People are like, damn, my feet are gonna get wet. I'm just like, hey, Gore-Tex. Jaden Smith wore NMDs everywhere.
Oswego's were more of a fashion crowd thing.
Yeah, Oswego's was definitely the fashion crowd. That was more like the streetwear kids, the fashion crowd. But generally, no one knew what Oswego's were, to be fair. Yeah.
Jordan Futures
that
were
was
the original black Air Force.
The dad before dad shoes.
No, facts. The OG dad shoe.
I still have I have the, in my opinion, the best pair, the Oswego bunnies, the cream ones.
Yeah, those were hard.
Adidas and Raf. Yeah, I still got a tough shoe.
Oswego's were the era of you know when Rick Owens had that Adidas collab, like all those like Rick Owens Adidas shoes that were really cool.
Yeah,
like he had the superstars, those like really thick ones, and like all different shoes. Like that was a time for like sneakers, like really interesting sneakers. And then all these stupid fashion kids would buy Ras Simmons, Stan Smiths,
and then they'd say, "Please don't touch my Raf. Please don't touch my Raf. What's up, brother? Please don't touch my Raf."
Oh my god, the R, like, God, those were awful.
Please don't touch my Raf.
No, that was half a decade before that song. That was a long time ago. That was 2012.
No, people used to do the like, oh, my shoes are Ras Simmons, but obviously when the song came out, then people just used to they turned it into the, oh, please don't touch my
touch my Fred Perry. Please don't touch my Fred Perry.
Oh yeah, Fred Perry as well. I forgot about Fred Perry.
This was a fire shoe, by the way. The Ricardo
no, this is a serious shoe. No, this is a serious shoe.
That was the height of the fashion crossover for the AF1s. So that was what I was referring to.
Yeah, no, that's a serious shoe.
Those were insane.
That had me like wearing Air Force One mids with like the ankle strap and everything.
Yeah. No, that's a serious shoe. That's a serious shoe.
Yeah. No, I have to put this on the screen just in case people don't know that the Ricardo Tisci Air Force Ones, iconic.
Brother was living large.
Yeah, to be honest. What's up, brother?
What's up, brother? Yeah, they're like different pairs. Like you had these ones, but the ones I liked the most were the really high ones. Not this one though. Like these, this one was one of them. This was one of them, and then the black ones. These shoes had us in a chokehold. He needs to design another like Nike shoe.
Does he even have any form of relationship with them anymore? Actually,
I have no idea, to be fair.
He should be like Matt Williams. Bring him up for another round.
The high ones are the only ones I ever saw in person with a jersey dress.
the high ones are tough though.
Yeah. All it took was Raf and V-Lone to get a career as a rapper back then.
No, wait, bro, I told you,
true,
right? I was watching Chicken Connoisseur the other day, and I found some video, and he's rolling around New York with ASAP Bari and V-Lone once. I was like, wait, what's going on? I was like, what's going on? And they're going to different chicken shops. I was so confused.
All right, it's you know those V-Lone Air Force Ones.
That's a serious
genuinely
shoe, to be fair.
might
Genuinely
be
is
one
a
of the
serious
hardest,
shoe.
like material-wise.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be caught dead wearing them.
Well,
just
yeah,
because of the whole Bari thing.
Obviously, for reasons.
And it's so upsetting.
They belong in a museum. They belong in a museum.
That shoe,
agreed.
The leather,
I do think they belong in a museum.
The leather on those shoes, wowzers.
And then do you remember all the like sample pairs that started like some people had their hands on? So like there was a pair that was like all black with a white swoosh, all black with a blue swoosh. I think Ye's been wearing them recently, the all black ones with the white swoosh, but they're like an old V-Lone pair. But I knew this girl who like, it doesn't matter how she got them, but she acquired like loads of them. I'm like
some dodgy things going on in the background.
She used to rock them. She used to rock them still.
No, we've actually like fashion-wise, we've gone through a lot of things. Like in the UK especially. I remember the days when the V-Lone Air Force Ones released. That was the most. You know what? Yeah, I think that whole era of like queuing up at like a streetwear drop, it started to die from that V-Lone drop. Do you remember?
It started to die later than that.
But I mean, I think that was the start of it, because I think with the V-Lone drop in London, that was when it started to get dangerous. I think that was when like people that were literally in like gangs and stuff started to realize that you can make money reselling shoes. So then the whole atmosphere kind of changed.
And once the prices started inflating, that's when, LVMH swooped in, and then you had a slow digestion of like that entire market into luxury streetwear.
Yeah.
and that's how we get Lanvin, getting Future to design a capsule collection for them. We've come so far.
Yeah, we have gone full circle. We have gone full circle. I can't lie.
People are talking about the Revenge Storms. No
way. I actually remember that. I
forgot about those shoes. London.
I was there by accident as well. I didn't know what Revenge Storms were. It was like when I first got into fashion, and I was still like pretty early on, and I was probably trying to make some money or something. And
yeah,
like,
but even that era of V-Lone was over the hill, right? Like, gosh, they must have had like 1 year before it became a laughing stock.
Yeah.
Maybe a year and a half.
Yeah, I don't even want to be like an old head, but like there was a wholesome time of streetwear. And there was actually a wholesome time.
Yeah, no, there was a wholesome time where everyone was just like, nice.
It was like you go to a Palace drop, there's the skate kids who are literally doing kick flips in the middle of the road. Like people are just like mixing and matching whatever. Like someone's wearing an Ed Hardy t-shirt with Palace shorts, wearing like DCs to skate. I was there in my like Y3 head to toe. You've got other people wearing what they're wearing, and everyone's like, "Oh, hi!" And then you see the same people all the time, and then it just became like people like literally fighting with fists for like
Yeah, especially in London. I don't know what things
Yeah.
were like in like New York or like LA, but in London it got roadmen.
And then the next
or whatever
thing,
got
people
involved.
started like throwing chairs at people, and like I was like, okay, yeah, I'm out. Because you remember, Micah, when I literally retired from the. There was a point in time when I was literally like, yeah, I'm done. Like I can't do it anymore.
Gosh.
Burberry
Ron said
Supreme.
it.
That was
Wholesome
late
time.
though, T. The Burberry Supreme collab was like 2022. That's like way post prime streetwear.
Do a kickflip on live stream.
Can you still skate?
No, well, I don't know. I haven't skated in so long. I don't know.
If you got on a board, do you think you
It'll
get from A
probably
to
come
B?
back to me, to be fair, but I need
Could
like
you skate to Asda? Do you reckon you could skate to Asda and back?
Yeah.
Okay, first.
Yeah, I could. But it needs to come back to me. But yeah, because I haven't skated, because like I need to get used to like falling and like.
Yeah, no, word.
But I could like, it's weird because I wasn't really good at like flip tricks. I was better with like, because I learned to skate in like a skate park that had a really big ramp. So I wasn't like a street skater. So I don't really know how to do like grinding on rails and all that stuff. That wasn't my style. I was more like 360 on a big ramp, cannonball off a big ramp. Those are like the tricks I used to do. I never really was like a, double kick flip, heel flip. Like, yeah.
It probably, well, I mean, I say this as someone who cannot skate even slightly, but it probably is like riding a bike where,
True.
if you haven't done it in a long time, it comes back to you quicker than you'd realize.
True. Everyone is always like, people always ask me when I tell them, oh, I could skate, they're like, can you ollie? And I'm like,
can't ollie. Isn't that like the first trick they teach you, fam?
Literally. Well, the ollie is the basis of every trick. You can't kickflip if you can't ollie. The kickflip is just a variation of an ollie. Like, it's you ollie first and then you flip the board. Same thing as a heel flip, but the other way around. So it's like,
this guy, well, you know all the names of these tricks, so you must have been somewhat valid.
Like, those are very basic tricks.
Well, I don't know. You're talking to a non-skater here. I'm still gonna learn though. It's one of my side quests to just learn and become some next skater. You know that skating dome that they have in Selfridges? I'll just start skating in there, fam, with Atlantic. Call it a day, fam.
Gosh, that sure got gentrified, didn't it? It's Selfridges.
Yeah. No, it's facts. But skating is very varied though. You get into different sides of skating. I used to watch Sandro Diaz in the X Games, and because I used to skate vert and like on ramp, so I just wanted to be that. So the whole street thing was never me doing nose grinds. I wanted to 900 so bad, it never happened. I don't think I even landed a 720. I think the best I ever got was a 540. But like I wanted to, like, my life goal was to land a 900. Never happened. Never happened. One day, maybe if I go back to
No, bro,
skating,
I don't think you're picking up that skill again anytime soon. But if I end up becoming some next skater, I'll force you to come skate with me.
I don't mind, but like I told you, I'm useless on the street skate parks. Useless.
Even like I've seen some of these, these OG Lagos skaters. I saw them playing different skater videos to the baby Bo, being like they're doing up Project Mbappe, but like we're skating.
Is Bo skating already?
Bro's like one.
Yeah,
Bro's like 1.5.
Bo skating?
No, but they make Bo watch like videos of skaters, bro.
They're gonna turn Bo into the next skate like phenom.
Like, what's that little girl who's like one of the best skaters in the world? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sky Clark?
Yeah.
No, Sky Clark is different, bro. Sky Clark is actually like, yeah.
You know something I kind of want to do for the Urbans on stream? You know that like Bottega bathrobe, the green one? Imagine
Uh-huh.
if all streams I was wearing that. How much is it? Take
So it's not
off
Sky
the-
Clark. Sky Clark is a basketball player. Sorry, Sky Brown, I think it is.
Well, the like
Sky
little
Brown?
girl.
Yeah. I need
It's
to
not
Google
even
it. I
that.
think it's Sky Brown. I literally said Sky Clark. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's Sky Brown. It is Sky Brown. Yeah, Sky Brown is different. Sky Brown is like landing tricks that I could only dream of landing. Yeah, most of the women skaters are kids. It's kind of weird. It's almost like because maybe skating wasn't promoted or pushed as much. Obviously, when I was younger, it was mainly just the guys. So there aren't many high-level skaters. That all of the women that are high-level skaters now are like all really, really young, like 13, 14, 15, 16. So it's cool though to see that generation of like girls who are like skating.
No, it is cool. It is cool.
Yeah.
I saw a few of them have like dads who are professional skaters as well, though. Or am I too
Yeah. No, you're right.
These guys said, I don't care whether my kid's a girl or a guy, they're skating, fam.
Yeah, in Cali in Brazil, yeah, but they're more like the kind of skaters that would, I'm trying to think of some of their names. They're more the kind of skaters that used to do like the whole Thrasher magazine, like like online content type stuff,
I forgot
like
about
the
all that
online
kind of stuff.
challenges and stuff.
I forgot
They're more
about
like
all
in
that
that
kind
thing
of
rather
stuff.
than because there's a difference between like a competition skater and a content skater. Some people can do both, but if you're mainly content, most of them don't really compete in competitions. They just like get sponsors and just like do challenges and stuff and like try to jump down the biggest staircase in each country and like do all this crazy stuff. Oh yeah, and the Tony Hawk games. Yo, kids are missing out. Kids don't play Tony Hawk anymore.
Oh, times have changed. But I missed the PS2 was a prime console. I'm just throwing that out there.
100%.
They have an HD remake. The kids know about it.
No, but it's not. I don't know, man. The PS2, PS3
We're sounding
prime
like old
console
heads.
as
You
well.
had to be there.
No, but you kind of did, fam. When I was playing WWE on the PS2, bro, life was just different. Like,
I mean, like from a financial standpoint, that really was a different era because licensing of music for video games was much cheaper back then, and you could just get away with a lot more than there is now. And so, like, if it feels different, there's a really good reason.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that skateboarding game, the hit and run. Yeah, I remember that. The Simpsons one.
Oh yeah, no, it was basically GTA, but with Simpsons.
Oh, Culture
Insane
88 says,
game.
I never competed. I skate, but I'm also an artist, so breaking bones from skating will piss me off.
Nah, Culture 88. Teach me to skate, I beg.
That's probably why I
to
stopped.
teach me to skate.
That's probably why I stopped, because I started playing basketball really seriously and I couldn't risk like a silly injury that would set me back. So I just stopped skating one day and just never went back. Just risky. The only reason I used to love skating was there was a good community, and there was a skate park. The skate park I used to go, the skate park I used to go to, which was like close to where I lived, was called Ladywell Skate Park. I don't know if it's still there actually. Let me Google it.
I don't know. I just know that South Bank one, everyone be hitting.
Nah, because once again, bro, that was too far for me. Like, remember I told you when I was younger, the only part of London that existed was Southeast.
Yeah, fair enough. No, but I guess but I mean, South Bank is south, to be fair.
South Bank is really nice. I've been by there. Lots of cool art.
Oh, how frequently do you come to UK?
I've been like twice, but South Bank is like a pretty generally cool area. They got the movie theater out there. They got the National Theater
the BFI, right?
So like, yeah. So I mean, I've been there quite a bunch. I like that area.
Oh, someone said there was a skate park in Brixton. Maybe one day if I do get back into skating, I need to like explore.
I'm not skating in Brixton, bro. Allow it.
This was Ladywell. So this is kind of what I learned to skate on, like these like sort of like ramps and stuff. Like this sort of stuff is what I learned to skate on, which is why I said I'm not like a good street skater, because you just learn to do big tricks. You don't really learn that like you use a lot of air. You don't really learn to like do all these like nose grinds and all this like fancy stuff. And then there was also a place where I used to skate like proper vert, like bigger verts. So that was just me. That was me skateboarding. Literally, that was all me.
First.
Yeah, after this, you know, do mad stuff just for streaming on. It's hard to entertain. So what are you going to do? You're going to buy kickers. What else?
Bro, I don't want to give it all away, but I think we're obviously grabbing kickers in multiple colorways. Then I think we got to get a Bottega bathrobe and only do streams in the Bottega bathrobe from now on. You know, the green one with the intrecciato. Do you know what I'm talking about, bro?
Yeah.
I think so. Because I just checked and the price isn't even nearly as high as I thought it was going to be. So
Oh, come on. There's no way. That sounds like a 6K bathrobe.
No, it's like it's like really cheap. I was surprised. So we'll grab that. Then I've got a couple other things lined up for my fellow urbans. There's no cap here, bro. There's no
Spirit
cap
God
here,
Vans was definitely
these.
more of an American thing.
But they were popping here as well. But the price was crazy.
But for the hype
Resale.
beast kids like Aru Petri and all them, man. But yeah, this was more like Paxson with the Fear of God Vans. Like that was like the sort of like LA sort of vibe.
The in noir Napa leather like joggers. That was an era.
Yeah. Paxson. That was actually does that even still exist?
Nope. They pulled out. American malls. They're not great.
Yeah, because I remember, the Paxson thing used to be massive.
It was the era of Justin Bieber being the king of
that's
white boy swag.
That's prime Justin Bieber, guys. Bugatti Biebs.
Well, when Justin Bieber used to wear his snapback backwards.
Yeah, bro. And man was pissing in restaurants, spitting on fans. No, that's prime Justin Bieber. No,
yeah, Bugatti Biebs, yeah.
That's prime Justin Bieber, man. Man had the flannel on.
People
rolling with Chris Brown. Yeah, bro, that's prime Justin Bieber.
He had to find Jesus after that. Do you understand like how crazy this man was?
People said that he married Hailey Bieber and then became a part of the upper echelons, and he had to change his ways.
No. He switched up before that. He found Jesus real quick, made an album about it with Chance the Rapper, and then then he got married.
Oh yeah, I remember that. He went into the hood and got pressed into doing push-ups. That was funny.
I don't even remember that.
Funny. And they're like, okay, 1, 2. That was funny. That was actually hilarious. He was fearing for his life. And they were just playing with him, literally. That's when they wouldn't let him have black women in music videos because he was fainting.
No, bro. Bugatti Biebs is like, that's serious stuff, that.
No, that's crazy. How is this Leo saying he married Hailey Bieber for a green card? That's insane. That's insane.
Wait, if you marry someone for a green card and then you guys end up getting divorced, you still keep your green card?
I think so.
Oh, nice.
But I think if you're as famous as Justin Bieber, I don't quite think you need to marry someone for a green card. I think there's a visa for those kind of people where they can just like get a green card. Wait, they said Justin Bieber has a video harmonizing the N-word. Oh my gosh.
It was probably Bugatti Biebs, so it doesn't count, guys.
Yes, it was a different time.
It was a different time.
Oh my gosh. No, that's insane. They said that.
No, he didn't. No.
Was that what song was that?
No,
again?
he didn't say the N-word on Maria I'm Drunk. That's just not true.
Yeah. I forgot about that song.
That's one of Young Thug's best verses. Just throwing that out there.
Yes, you do keep it. Watch 90 Day Fiance. I need to watch that. Everyone's been watching that recently. I need to really watch that. Seems really interesting.
Oh
Yeah,
yes, that's the
imagine
thing.
keeping-
He single-handedly banned activists.
Wait, what is that a thing?
That's Justin Bieber lore. It's that the reason why activists stopped making lean was because Justin Bieber was promoting it. That was the times. He brought the
Micah,
boat
they're
down.
saying you're a Bugatti Beep stan. You're a stan, bro. But he said it on Beebs in the chat. Wait,
Is he even on Biebs in the trap? Am I
Yeah, he's
tweaking?
not in Beeps in the
he.
trap.
He's not. That's not.
Wait,
That's,
is he-
that's
is
Nav
he?
and Young Thug.
Oh yeah, that was Nav.
That's
Bro,
and Young
Nav is
Thug.
another guy that was in his Black Boy era. Nav at one point
No,
was
but he used to say he was the best
wildin'.
brown boy on the block, and I believed him.
Nav used to be
2017, I believed
wildin'.
him.
Nav used to be wildin' back then, bro. These Canadians sometimes, bro. Wildin'. Bro thought it was
I
black
don't
for a hot
understand
minute.
why Amani's just spreading fake news in the chat, like bare fake news.
Oh,
We're
Understood
gonna get
says
done
the
for
whole of
defamation,
it, I
guys.
feel like is more US than UK. Yeah, of course. Definitely. Although now, I feel like in London, everyone wears those like essentials, the essentials tracksuit, like top and bottom. That's like
Yeah.
the new thing. Like if you have a tech fleece and you want something a bit more dressy, you get the.
Not gonna lie though, tech fleeces go hard. I've been meaning to get one.
No, I've got a couple tech A's, mate.
Yeah, mate.
You
Yeah,
should
I
have
know
told
you
me if
got
you
a
wanted the
catalog.
tech fleece,
Oh
because
yeah,
when I
you would
go
have
to
sent me one
Nike
for free.
events,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
when
bro,
I go to
beg,
Nike events, like I normally just because it's there, so they're like,
bro,
oh,
I
if you
beg,
want a tech fleece,
slide me a nice tech fleece.
so I
I beg,
swipe a
bro.
couple for my friends.
Yeah, I need one.
It's the socks.
And Tech Fleece last year, I think, was the anniversary year, so they were doing a lot of Tech Fleece stuff. That's why I was going to loads of events. And the new Tech
Yeah.
Fleece is really good, I must say.
Good in what way?
Just like the material,
No,
because they developed this new fabric that's like, oh my god, I sound like a Nike rep. Ugh. But
to be fair, what I will say is I don't think they get enough credit for how much they push like fashion materials forward. They actually do so.
no,
They spend so much time, money,
do.
and research on that kind of stuff.
I'm gonna post a vlog soon, and I hope people watch it. But it's basically going to be when I went to Paris for like the launch event thing, and it was so.
Oh, did you vlog it?
interesting.
You vlogged it.
Parts of
You
it.
vlogged it.
Unfortunately, I didn't vlog all of it, but I vlogged parts of it. Yeah.
We just want to see your. We want to see your real life. We want to see your day to day, fam.
I wish I vlogged like my conversation with like the VPs of Nike and stuff, because they had so much insight into like the design. Because all I wanted to understand was like, what do you think about when you design footwear? Like, what do you consider, all this stuff. But I did get an interview of like, because in the Olympics, this is the first year that they're doing breakdancing as an Olympic sport, and there are a lot of like Nike signed breakdancers. So Nike literally developed the first breakdancing specific like clothing collection, and it has like all this weird technology, like pads on the elbows and the shoulders, and like frictionless fabrics, and like all the stuff that they developed. And like I interviewed one of the dancers who was talking about like her experience like wearing it and stuff. But it was that stuff was like really, really cool.
Look forward to it coming soon on this channel.
When's it dropping? When's it dropping?
In a few days.
Okay. So we'll keep our eyes out for the video then.
Yeah, everyone knows I'm consistent. I'm not like Micah. Micah posts once every 6 months. I post close to every day at this point. Close.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let me do some research. Fashion roadmap.
Go on, have a look.
One
He's
day
consistent.
ago. 3 days ago, 3 days ago, 5 days ago, 9 days
Videos
ago.
over 10 minutes.
Damn.
He's the man.
No, you know what? You've been good recently, mate. Pretty consistent, that. Not bad at all, mate. Not bad at all. I'm not able to relate. I'm just a fraud tuber, but you, mate, you've got some
You said a
stuff cooking
fraud
over
tuber.
here.
No, I've been doing my damn thing.
I'm
And
too
I'm
busy
gonna
hanging out with micro influencers, apparently, according to the chat.
And obviously, I started the other channel yesterday, which I'm not going to talk about here. But
Oh, is
obviously
it? Is it one
I'm
you're
gonna
keeping it
start
quiet
posting
until
daily.
it goes clear, or what?
Yeah, I just want it to grow organically, no promotion or whatever.
Okay.
Like grow its own audience, like
I
separate
feel
to
you,
my
I feel you.
fashion channel. If they find it, fine. But yeah,
No, I hear it.
but it's doing quite well. It's like it's zooming all of a sudden. It's like I only posted a video yesterday. So Aya wants us to go hunting. That's funny. No, not the fragrance channel. That keeps getting shut down, so I've just given up on that one. Fragrance people find me really annoying
You're too flagrant for them.
because I expose all of them. They don't like it, so they all band against me.
Man made it sound like there's some corruption, like in the fragrance community.
Yeah, exactly. You pump fake these YouTube uploads. Like, oh,
Hey,
there's
how do I
Mike
pump
is
fake
like,
them?
oh, there's something coming, and then nothing comes out. Literally nothing comes out.
No, guys, I've got so many. Wait, if I could screen share, I would, and you'd see all the notes. I have notes constantly up because I'm always adding to them for these videos I'm working on. Always working on the scripts, guys.
Oh my word, you're funny. Exactly, Micah. 10 videos. The people
Yeah,
are
and they'll
waiting.
all come. They'll all come. They'll
The
all come, guys.
people are
It's coming, guys.
hungry.
Trust me, guys. Guys, trust me.
It's coming. Trust me, guys. No, I'm being serious this time. No. It's coming, guys.
I'm telling you, one day you're gonna log into YouTube, yeah? You're just gonna see 3 new videos from me all dropped in like 24 hours, fam.
Back to back to back like Kendrick.
Yeah, exactly. Back to back. I like that record. I'm gonna get back to that for the record.
Our $1 million question: who won, Kendrick or Drake?
That's not really
Oh
a $1
gosh,
million
that's
question.
not really a question at all. I mean, Kendrick won, but like, you know, where's the album? Where's the single?
Yeah.
Why hasn't Baby Keem yelled at somebody on camera yet?
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, that's true, actually. No, people literally think that Drake won. And I'm like, where, how, when? You know, the meme that killed me, people said that like Drake fans think that a diss track is about twerking to a song. They only feel like a song is good if they can twerk to it. That was hilarious.
I mean, people liked that DJ Mustard track. They got that number 1 on Spotify.
It's number 1 on Billboard, fam.
Oh yeah? Did they finally announce that?
People love that song. What's
Yeah.
that?
It went number 1.
I'm just trying to keep it PG. People love that, but it's just like, Kendrick won about he didn't say nothing about giving us an album. Him and his wife are somewhere in New York City eating pizza. OVO. I still think it's actually wild that they made that Kendrick diss a club song. Like, it's literally a club hit. Like, people
DJ
start
Mustard got
saying,
powers.
like, even a minor, and people literally sing that. Like, I'm like, wow, that's like a club banger.
It's structured like one. There's like call and response bits, you know, meme bait. It's a good song.
cooked Drake differently. Do you know what happened with Drake? I think ever since Drake won that diss against Meek Mill, I think he just got too big for his boots, and he's been getting cooked since. Pusha T cooked him, Kendrick Lamar cooked him, like everyone else since Meek, he's just been getting cooked. He thought he could like actually battle actual battle tested rappers because he faced Meek Mill, and then yeah, he's just been getting taken L's since. Wait, Lauryn Hill is working on an album? No way.
No, they're
I'd
just
love to
trolling me,
listen to
fam,
it.
because they're trying to say all these people who never drop are gonna drop before I drop.
Oh, okay. I thought it was being serious. That's
No,
crazy.
bro,
He
they're
said,
trolling me.
I heard Jai Paul's working on an album. He's probably going to drop before you drop.
he said Lauryn Hill's gonna drop before you. That's crazy.
This one drop wonder.
That's crazy. Wait,
This
okay,
one
they're
drop
actually being
wonder.
serious. Wait, now I have to Google it.
No, bro, it sounds like a cat to me. It sounds like hard.
I don't know if I want to hear an album from her in this year of our Lord. She's probably got weird politics now.
Oh my. No, I can't lie. I want to see what she's been thinking. Like, let us know what you've been thinking through music. Her bandmate was a CIA snitch. No, man. She's definitely not Oh my word. No, that is funny. Yeah, everyone is always waiting on. Yeah, Frank Ocean is always. We're always waiting. And then he comes out of the woodwork. I do find it funny how he finessed his record label, though. That was funny.
I don't think he ever needs to drop an album again. He just he should
I
be
have
like
a theory.
3 Stacks and just show up randomly on Rick Ross's album and drop like a verse. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah. Yeah, financially he
rap.
probably never has to again, but just for the sake of like creating art, like if one day he decides,
No,
oh,
I have a
stuff
theory
to
he's
say.
low on money.
Low on money? No
Well,
way.
low as in like relatively, obviously.
No way.
He's got Homer now. He's fine. Just
Yeah,
keep on putting
no
out those
way.
jewelry.
Those
Okay.
jewelries were expensive. Oh my
Hey, Drake was
word.
buying.
Ray Mia has one.
No.
Yeah, he has a video. No, because the regular one is like only a rack.
Oh,
Did the
okay, I
Prada
thought it was
collab ever come out? I know that he had Raph
I don't
set him
know, I
up with
haven't
like a
been
Prada backpack and was going to try to sell a Prada backpack ex Homer.
I don't think I saw any of that stuff.
God.
Yeah, that's crazy. Kendrick Drake World Tour before Micah drops. Micah, are you gonna take that? Are you gonna have that?
Bro, I'm gonna drop a video.
The
Yeah,
people
and I'll
don't
make
believe
sure,
in you.
I'll make
You've
sure
lost the
Frank
people.
Ocean, Rihanna, and Lauryn Hill are in the video. That's the only way I can.
You've lost the people,
allegations
bro.
from.
He's got to line up his guests. He's scheduling.
No, I'm being like you know these rappers that just lie about their release dates and never drop. I'm being like them.
2024 video.
Yeah, 2024 video. I love you guys so much. I love you guys. 2024 video. 2024 vlog.
Damn, Biskins will be at a major house before Micah drops. Crazy. And Damna will leave Balenciaga before Micah drops.
What's so peak too is if half of these things they're saying, if they actually happen, they invalidate videos that like I was planning to make.
And Dio will return to fashion before Micah drops. Oh, that is crazy.
They predicted Micah dropping during The Simpsons.
No, guys, like I low key have wait, let me pull up some pics. I fully have like a whole Burberry video I had lined up from when I had like a tour around the Burberry store in London. And I actually filmed it. Wait, where are my pictures from?
Like on Conduit or Bond? Where is that?
The
store?
new Bond Street one. The new
the Bond
Bond Street
store.
one.
Yeah. Lots of mirrors in that one.
And this is when like it had first opened. So I was like, I actually got to see like a lot of
Micah,
stuff.
keywords. Look, you woman, you is doing the Lord's work.
Had well, you know, the footage still exists, guys, but like, you know, it's been a little while now. Don't know if you lot are still interested in it.
Primary word, had.
No, that's valid. That's valid.
No, you know what you should do? You should have Jay-Z come in, and then like you can like basically work on half of the video at the same, you know, and then make it as like a collab release.
Man said treat it like the blueprint. Have one person do half.
That was a Jay Electronica
crazy,
joke.
Micah.
I'm sorry, that might have gone a little bit too deep.
They said
I was speaking of
bro, they said I'll have dreads by the time you drop.
I never say they don't claim you no more. Don't worry, guys.
Oh
when I
my
drop, yeah. Wait, why can I actually not find these pictures?
I might have to grow my hair out just to see if Micah's gonna drop before I have dreads. I'm gonna stop cutting my hair just to see.
Wait, can I find them? What am I looking for here? Ah, here we go.
You woman, you got the winner.
Guys,
that's the best
this
one.
was from that day, guys. I was doing all sorts at the Burberry store.
Did you vlog it?
Yeah. You know, I did.
So what are you doing with that footage?
They probably took me around the whole. They took me around the whole thing. I was trying on all sorts of clothes in the gaff. Proper stuff. What else is there?
Exactly, and yet no video.
Well, you know what? If one of you lot wants to be an editor, we can.
Exactly, just like you and you. That's a picture, not a video.
Well, the videos are on my camera, fam, but not on my phone. I don't have storage to store.
Oh, excuses.
Then we made it to Loewe. Was trying on all these Loewe things of that nature.
Micah, are you having that? Are you having that?
Then we met. To be fair, this is actually. Oh yeah, this is the same day. I went to Thingy's auction and I met like Sancha and stuff.
Oh, I remember that day.
Yeah.
You vlogged that too, and you're sitting on that footage. Wowzers.
Like, no, we'll get there, guys. We'll get there. We're gonna edit all this footage.
Yeah, editing is rough. It is very rough. It's very just like, yeah. I just want to like read about fashion and talk about it. The editing is the annoying part in the middle.
Right, editing is annoying, fam.
You gotta learn the keyboard hotkeys.
Just.
Oh, Culture 88. Do you make videos? What on?
Yeah, Culture knows. It's the editing. It's always the editing. Same reason. My Paris Nike trip was a while ago, but I've just been procrastinating because I know I have to record voiceovers and then edit the audio and blah blah blah, and it's just like,
Leo, start your own channel, fam. You've probably got a lot to say, honestly.
I mean, if you're in this stream, you definitely know some stuff about fashion. So you could always add your perspective.
Oh, this one's funny. Sam Ross would have bought back a cold wall before I dropped. Sold.
Honestly, it says, I think I edit fast. I've got my hotkeys, my style, and yet still takes me days. Yeah, I have like every single like shortcut on lock. I know.
What do you edit with
every
on the
single
Stitch?
shortcut. Are you Premiere Pro or are you Final Cut?
Or DaVinci. A lot of people do
DaVinci.
Yeah, DaVinci Resolve. Yeah. Those are what normally the colorists use, right? The like colorists, they love a DaVinci Resolve.
I just figured out the menus faster.
It confuses me because the colorists, when I've seen them use it, they just have like 10 color wheels open at once, and I'm like, what possibly could you need to do to the colors that you need 10 color wheels open?
They're just layers. They're doing different things in each layer. They're using the same tool, but they're just doing different areas of the
Yeah.
screen or whatever. That's all that is.
Okay, under 6 uses Final Cut Pro.
Oh, okay. Lovely. Love a bit
Yeah,
of Final Cut.
I made the mistake of using Premiere Pro first and then trying Final Cut Pro. I literally bought it and everything, and I was like, hell no. Because when you use even though Premiere Pro is harder to use, when you use something that has less limitations, you can't go backwards. So like Final Cut Pro just had way too many limitations. Like when you're trying to figure out, okay, how do you do this the way I'll do it on Premiere Pro? And then you figure out, actually, there's just no way you can do it. And I'm like, what? So I ran back to Premiere Pro very quickly.
I can't lie, I love Final Cut. I'll be so real.
Did you ever edit with Premiere Pro though, Micah?
Nope.
So Final Pro is best if like you only use Final Cut Pro because it's way easier, way more intuitive and stuff. So it's just like, yeah, like.
Wait,
So
I've just sent you
Premiere Pro.
a link of those leather joggers that I wanted to show the stream earlier. I beg pull it up.
Oh, the Bottega ones?
Yeah. I mean, I know there's less people here, but I just find the Trump lawyer so cool, or however you say it, fam.
Let me see.
No, for me, on Final Cut Pro, it's the magnetic timeline, bro. I don't understand how you can live without it.
The thing is, like, I get it because it's convenient, but actually, it's not every time I want the thing to, like, that's the thing, though. Sometimes I want to put things in the middle, and it's like pros and cons. But the magnetic timeline has its place. I feel like Premiere Pro could literally just add, like, an extension or something where the timeline could get like that, to be fair.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, these are bonkers.
The French Terry styled ones, yeah.
Yeah, bonkers. And in real life, they look exactly the same. Like you just wouldn't know.
Craftsmanship on 5,000.
God, even Valentino had a season where they try to like do shit like this. Like it was kind of funny how everybody kind of jumped on the trend.
The top half is all leather as well.
Yeah, and I guess that would be the case. Leather flannels, leather hoodies, leather joggers, crazy.
Do you find stuff like this seasonal? Like, you know, something you just got to do once and get out of your system? Or do you like this being part of like the brand's identities?
Oh, I think for them it's part of their identity because they're already so well known for like high quality leather, whether it's a bag or now as these garments. But I think for other brands it's more of a seasonal thing. The same way I think Balenciaga, a lot of the Trump lawyer stuff they do, like not just leather related in general. I feel like a lot of it we know them for it because it's like that kind of gimmicky, whimsical side of Balenciaga. You know, like the trousers with the boxes attached to them, or like just that kind of stuff. I've got quite a bit of Trompe l'oeil stuff from them. It's all like stuff that looks like denim, but it's actually velvet and like just stuff like that. So yeah, I feel like when it comes to the leather side of things from Bottega, I think it's quite integrated into their brand identity at this point.
The price though, whew.
Yeah, but it's not for your for, I don't know who it's for, man, but
for people with presidentials, you know?
Literally.
You gotta wear that with a gold watch.
Like 4.5? Oof. In dollars, that would be like oof.
Oh wow, does it sure look like a real regular pair of jogglers?
I mean, eventually this stuff trickles down, right? Like, just the other day I was looking at the Balenciaga, Balenciaga adjacent style, like aluminum fabric T-shirts. They're starting to make them pretty cheap now. You don't have to go to, you know,
which one? Sorry.
I think it was in the first couture collection. They had these like T-shirts that were made out of an aluminum bonded fabric where you could crinkle them and you could shape them however you wanted. And
Oh,
they
I
were part of
remember
the
that. I
couture
remember that.
collection, but they're actually part of the demi couture, like ready to wear line. Where if you went to the couture shop, there was basically like a shop, like before you had to make an appointment and go upstairs to the salon. You could just buy those T-shirts, and there were like 7 racks, right? But like now, ready to wear brands are putting them out, and like the prices are just coming down and coming down and coming down. And like now, I see like Instagram ads for like that fabric from stockists and suppliers who make that stuff. And so eventually stuff like this, even though it's like currently like what 4,400, eventually that'll like come down, and they'll have to rotate it out because it's something like people can do. It just
Sorry, they said I'll be showing, but they said I'll be showing Bottega leather boxes on the next stream.
They were roasting you when you showed your Supreme boxes. They said Mikey's on some freaky shit.
Bro, I was just trying to show them how you were doing with your Calvin Kleins back in the day, bro.
God, do I have any obnoxious underwear in reach? Somewhere I've got my Almerdingo Xenia boxers.
Oh, that is
Like
a
big
Oh, he's
Xenia.
got the Xenias. Oh,
that is
I
a-
was out here
I
balling.
don't even think Supreme underwear counts as obnoxious because it's just Hanes at the end of the day.
Oh, like just
He's got them
super branded waist.
Xenias. Michael, he said you got them. Oh, Leo is hilarious. Leo is hilarious. Funny 4.5 can joggers just for cuties to think it's a pair of H&M sweats. That's why you gotta buy clothes for yourself. If you buy clothes for external validation, you'll be
Yeah,
disappointed.
no flipping cap.
You'll be very disappointed. So just buy what you like, and the person that's for you will appreciate you for you and for the way you like to dress. But yeah, definitely don't go dressing for the baddies.
Plus, in 2 seasons, Zara is going to have this in PU for like a quarter of the price.
Facts. Vegan leather. These times it's horrible plastics.
Yes, vegan leather.
Yeah, bro, don't even chat to me about vegan leather, man. That's a story for another day, for real.
Cruelty free, but it's just plastic.
And even then, they probably found a way to like harm animals with the plastic on the way making it.
This is true, though. It will be on Acne Studio. I remember when Acne Studios used to make some really interesting stuff. Remember when Michael used to wear like Acne Studios?
I still have some acne.
You have that
But
knit
times have
piece,
changed.
right?
have
I
a
had
few
this like shirt
jumpers.
from Acne Studios that was really cool, but I don't. Nowadays, they just try to become a bit too. I don't even know what the word is.
No,
Like, they're too
they-
derivative of many brands.
Yeah, no. Did you see that recent campaign they did?
No, I don't.
It was like very like opium style. It was.
Yeah.
It looks like they're trying to like hit some next pivot, but like it's not really the direction I think they should go.
Acne Studios, opium.
Yeah,
style.
bro, I'm not kidding, bro. I'm not kidding. Did anyone in the chat see this, bro? Did you lot see this? It was like a whole campaign, and the photography style, the models they used, nothing they've ever done before. It was just a hard pivot, and I was looking at it, scratching my head. One of my boys made a video on it. We were both scratching our
I
head
need
looking
to
at it, like,
see
what's
that.
going on?
Acne Studios opium.
Yeah, bro,
That
no
is
cap.
insane.
Is it just a reel on their IG?
Let me see. It should be on that IG. I think he sent it to me there.
No, but there was a time when Acne Studio was like it.
Hey, you know what? I'm just gonna pull up his video where he was talking about that, and we were like, let me see.
Like, you need to learn to share on the screen, mate.
Yeah, no,
Come
you know what
on.
it is. I actually can, but I need to leave. I'd have to leave the stream and then join back. because I had
You're
to.
frequent urban. Wait, why do you have to leave the stream and join back?
Because I only just turned on permissions for like, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm looking for this. Oh, I found it. Did he show pictures? Oh, okay, yeah. Let me send you some of them. I don't know where he got these images from, but I'm sure if you just image search them. Oh, actually, I can do that, to be fair. Why are you creasing, fam?
Do you remember the Acne Studio scarf? That was like,
Yeah.
remember the streetwear days?
No, that's still hot, you know. No, that's still like really big.
Really?
On, yeah. It's like
No
it's
way.
trending again because of TikTok. Yeah, it's trending again.
No way.
No, I kid you not. It's literally trending again.
No, I definitely
Acne
saw it in London
Studios-
this summer. I mean, this holiday season. Yeah, people.
I remember the Acne Studio sweaters, like when the streetwear kids started wearing overcoats and stuff. The Acne Studios scarf was like the next thing that was like the hype piece to get. You'd get like the Burberry trench with the Acne Studios like scarf and like that was like part of the FitPic era. You know when FitPic started to go to like NCL Gallery, classy streetwear, like all those pages.
Yeah.
They used to rinse the Acne Studio scarf.
Yeah, look at what I sent you. I sent you a link to like it's their full winter 2024 collection apparently.
Wait, Eve's tumor. Why?
Because I did
That
I had
is
to
the
do a
most
reverse.
un-Acne Studios thing.
Okay, wait, here we go.
No, that's strange.
There we
That's
go. No, this
strange.
second link I've sent is great. Do the pause mag one.
Okay, let me see.
I had to reverse image search to even bring this up. Fam.
What the hell? Having an identity crisis. What is going on with Acne Studios?
Is the diesel money that good?
It must be. What the hell? Acne Studios. Wait. I just had to cross check. This is Acne Studios. Flipping out. Big time identity crisis. This looks like 2000s hip hop.
It looks like Glenn Martin's.
Yeah. Very diesel coded. Even got the Uggs and everything. Yeah, that's why I said like modern Acne Studio just seems like it has no identity. It's just a derivative of like so many different things, which is quite sad. Because I remember there was a time when Acne was like people used to go to Acne for the shearling jackets. They always made some of the best shearling jackets. The denim, people always used to go to Acne for denim. They were like known as like leaders in the denim space. I don't know. That's sad.
Now, our legacy has replaced them as far as denim goes, in my opinion. Our legacy did some great denim.
I really enjoyed their Emporio Armani collab.
Oh yeah, I saw some of that. Yeah.
Not enjoyed it enough to like buy it over actual vintage Armani, but like it was pretty good.
Yeah. No, I think like they have a good sense of brand identity, and they're getting they're showing themselves in front of the right people.
I think their pieces are high quality, but like in a similar vein to I think a lot of Scandinavian brands, I feel like they don't necessarily do anything that original.
Yeah.
Like
that's fair.
If I picked up a leather jacket at DSM a few months ago, and they were like, "Oh, this is such a highlight of the collection, right? So it's a high-end leather piece," and I'm like, "This is just a more boxy Margiela like 5-zip."
It's a much more affordable though, and as far as
about
denim
half the
goes,
price. Yeah, it's about half the price.
As far as denim goes, they're doing stuff like printing on denim and things like that, which historically have been more expensive for the price point that they're making it accessible at. So like rather than having actual distressing, they'll like print on distressing, and things like that on their denim, and it is quite cool. Like obviously it's been done before, but they're doing it at a price level that like people can actually enter at. So
Yeah.
A brand that people don't like that I'm a huge fan of is Helliot and Mill.
um,
They're Scandinavian, right?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
Danish, right? Yeah. But I like it because like a lot of Helliot and Mill's like motorcycle community adjacent, and I'm like getting into motorbikes a lot. Like they do collabs with like just like all the motorcycling companies and stuff, and it's just really cool.
Do you know anything about like what they're offering for the next season? Because I think they stopped showing like runway shows.
I'm not sure actually.
Don't know if there's a cash flow
I'm
problem
not
or
sure.
something.
But I would like to wear like my Alpine Stars Helliot and Mill to on the bike.
They got cool hardware. They got that like silver metal look. It's like pretty signature. They got some codes.
Yeah, and I have some I have a Helliot and Mill bag that's like really cool. No, I like it. But I know some people what do people say about Helliot and Mill again? What did they say? I think someone said like it's like gimmicky or it's like derivative of something. Well, I'm trying to remember what they said it's derivative of. Yeah, there
Oh
we
yeah,
go.
Fashion Lover 4 really didn't like them.
The
He
leaks.
had to made a video tearing them down.
Yeah, exactly. But then the thing about other IG brands though is that they don't collaborate with Alpine Stars and stuff like that. So that's why I'm always gonna love Helliot and Mill.
they don't collab with who? Sorry.
Alpine Stars. It's like they make like protective gear for motorcycling and like motocross and like all that sort of stuff. But like
Oh,
cool
okay.
gear. Like gear that you'd actually want to wear and like look cool in. And some of their stuff you could just wear casually and it'll look hard.
My Scandinavian brand recommendation for a change would go to silverware jewelry brand All Blues, which does some
I'll
pretty
look it up.
basic jewelry, silver jewelry. But they also recently did the jewelry for Peter Doe's last show. He doesn't have in-house jewelry, I think, so they collabed for the runway jewelry. And their stuff is very minimal, streamlined, but offered at, I think, a pretty strong price and premium, real shiny rhodium-plated stuff.
Talking about Copenhagen, I really want to go to Copenhagen Fashion Week. I just need to time it because I've never been. So it's definitely something I want to tick off the bucket list. Yeah, I feel like in Copenhagen Fashion Week, a lot of the brands will be similar though. It's that very much like Ganni, kind of like minimalism with a twist sort of like thing. But like Danish people swear by Ganni. It's like not even funny. Like all my Danish friends, they all wear Ganni. It's like it's almost like some
I don't know why. I
nationalistic
always
thing
get
at this
Ganni
point.
and Gant mixed up.
Gant's
What
American.
Gant? Gant's an
Yeah,
American
Ganni and
brand
Gant.
for
Well, they
like
both just start with G, bro.
menswear brand. Yeah,
And they both
start
give
with a
stuff to
G.
hella influencers. So to me, they're the same thing. Like,
Gant is like super menswear. Like I don't even know. Like Ganni
bro,
is super
they're the same
women's
to me,
wear.
bro. They be calling up the same
Danish.
people saying, "Come to our pop up in Carnaby Street, and you can take some free pieces." Blah 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 blah. Like it's all the same.
Oh, Ganni has a strong community though, from what I know. What's culture say? I actually like Ganni.
Is
I
Ganni
love
the one
Ganni.
that Emma Chamberlain wore one time on Vogue or some shit to Fashion Week?
Probably. Something that I did like from Ganni recently, because I worked with Barber recently, and they had a collaboration with Barber that was pretty cool. But yeah, I think Ganni is cool because they have like a cool community, and what I mean is like Ganni influences a lot of just Scandinavian fashion. So I can imagine if you go to Copenhagen Fashion Week, a lot of brands will be derivative of Gani because that's what they see. Like it's like, oh, this is what you need to do to be successful.
I see.
Yeah, Gani does have super fans though. But like my Danish friends, anytime they want to like spend more money, they just buy Gani. Like, I don't even think of any other brand. Right, last year they had the biggest show. It was a madness. I don't think I saw it. I need to have a look at that. Shout out to them though. They've been doing.
Yeah,
Really
I think that show is the one Emma Chamberlain went to, unless I'm a tweaker.
Wait, this is crazy. Sorry, Mike. I was scrolling through YouTube and I saw this video. Let me just send you the link. You're actually going to laugh. It's the most random thing ever. But just look at that thumbnail.
Yo, that's crazy.
I actually need to watch that video after the
That's
stream.
crazy. Whose video is this? Let me see. Oh, I don't even know this. I don't even know this channel, fam. That's bonkers.
Right, all my blues jewelry turned black just sitting in storage. God damn.
Oh no!
Oh, wait, why does it
no.
turn black?
What the hell?
I haven't had that experience. It's concerning.
Pray for Arsenal fans.
Bro, RIP Arsenal fans.
Man.
Bro, I don't think. Okay, so basically, a lot of my close friends are big Arsenal fans. I don't know why. That's just the way my life has worked out. And I realized I don't think Arsenal are going to win the league in my lifetime. And I feel bad for these friends that are really. I have a friend, I kid you not, he flew back to the UK just to be in the UK on Sunday for the final game that Arsenal were playing this season. And Arsenal came second in the league. Like, and now he's flying back to where he needs to go. It's rough. Although what I will say is Man City are cheaters, to be fair. Like, let's not pretend that they're not cheaters. But like, the game is the game.
I'm a Chelsea fan. Our season was hell, but we still had fun. Yeah, I'm a Chelsea fan too.
Boo. Chelsea on
Up the Chelsea. Come on, you Blues. But yeah, Chelsea is, I don't know, man. We spend loads of money and we're still mid. It's weird. I know nothing of football. The ticket's expensive. Depends where you want to sit. If you want to sit close to the action, yes, very expensive. Especially if it's a Premier League, because obviously there's different leagues, but the top league, really expensive. If you want to sit in a box, even more expensive. So yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, I'm very much a Chelsea fan. So okay, I'll just mention it quickly, but I won't tell you what the name of the channel is. But the new channel I made, since I've given up on making fragrances, but I want to have a channel where I talk about other things other than fashion for my own sanity. So I started like a football channel. And I started it yesterday, actually. So
I'm gonna be I'm gonna hop off the stream shortly and I'll make a cuppa, watch one of your new vids, mate. See what's happening. Micah, bless the Urbans with box seats for a meetup. To be honest, more time than not, it's actually going to be this guy who will bless you lot with a seat because that guy goes to Chelsea games with a certain brand. Whereas me, I don't go to no football game. I don't get invited to football games.
I don't get invited. You didn't tell me that you wanted to come to.
Bro, I'm not going to no Chelsea game.
You didn't tell me that you wanted to come to a Chelsea game. Exactly.
I'm just saying, there's no brand DMing me saying come to
Micah
to
is weird. Micah is like, you didn't invite me, but then he's like, but I wouldn't come, but still invite me.
No, I meant no brand is inviting me. That's what I meant.
Oh, okay. I thought you said I didn't invite you. I was like,
No,
you are strange, sir.
I meant no brand is inviting me. So if anyone's gonna get
Wait,
these little box seats,
Milan pitch side seats. Inter Milan or AC Milan? Like, you're talking about like San Siro? That's hard. That's actually really hard. A football channel, British accent. What do you want me to say? Football. If I say football, that means American football.
yeah.
If I
To
say
be honest,
footy, like football, that's like, yeah, like football.
soccer.
Soccer. Understood said, oh, a football channel. I'll be sure to avoid that.
Lol.
Oh no, please don't subscribe to support. Like, the reason I'm saying that is because
Man wants to keep his algorithm looking nice.
no, not even my algorithm. I'm trying to like build its own. That's why I'm not going to promote it anywhere. I'm trying to let it build its own audience, like organically. And it's
Well,
just
I wonder
like
what it's gonna be like when the audiences cross paths. Like when your football fans accidentally just stumble upon some next fashion video and discover you have like a
it
whole
might
other channel.
happen. I mean, it could happen. Because even like I got some comments today, and it's literally I've only had this channel for one day, but someone was like, "Oh my god, like you make really good content, even though you just started." And I was like, I didn't want to tell them that, oh, it's because I have another channel, because I'm trying to keep them separate.
It's
And
in the
like I feel
description
like,
though. But I guess
and
niggas don't read the description.
yeah, but they're not gonna look. They're not gonna look. It's just like if someone's really like searching. But the weird thing though is that I feel like if the football fans found my fashion channel, they would have a field day.
They call you
Because
gay, mate.
football fans.
They call you gay immediately,
It's
fam.
like, what is this, mate? Like, what?
Football fans only
What is all
understand spending over £100 on a garment if it's a piece of kit or if it's Stone Island. If it's
Or
not
if it's
Stone
like
Island or
Philip
a
Plein.
I'd say wait, football fans like Philip Plein. I didn't know that.
Yes, Philip Plein is big in football.
No, but I'm talking about regular degular fans, bro.
The football fans are the worst. They actually are. Oh, good. That would invite unprecedented levels of racism, misogyny, and homophobia to this channel. The thing is that they just wouldn't watch it. They just wouldn't be interested, to be fair. That's why I'm trying to keep them separate.
Other than the group of them who are like yourself.
Who knows? Maybe I might be able to convert a big subsector of football fans into people that are interested in fashion. Who knows? Oh yes, football fans definitely call stuff gay as an insult. Yeah. The typical football fan is like, yeah, when it comes to masculinity, they're definitely not secure in their masculinity. Like they're the kind of people that like, if they're around someone that's gay, they're gonna be, oh my god, he's trying to convert me. It's like, mate, what are you talking about? Like football fans are the worst.
Wait,
They are the
Adidas Y3
worst.
football jerseys.
Oh yeah, Real Madrid. I wanted so Y3 released those purple
Oh,
Real
yeah, I'm looking
Madrid
at. Oh, these ones are
jerseys, and I've
tough.
wanted those. I've
These are
wanted them
tough.
for so long, and they're always sold out. It pisses me off. Like, let me see if I can find
Oh,
them.
these are
Those
hard.
white red shirts.
There's like orange ones too, which are like kind of cool.
No, the purple one's
But I
very
like
nice.
the purple one though is the one. Like
This
the
is hard.
purple. Oof, the purple ones are. Let me see. Yeah, this one.
But if you come
This is
something
a
like
kid's jersey
these,
though. But
Jordans,
this is flames. This
he's
Y3
gonna
Real
like
Madrid jersey,
get it.
flamey. But it's just sold out all the time, and it makes me like so mad. It's like all I want to do is just buy a jersey.
Don't worry, mate. We'll make a couple of calls to Adidas for
Wait
you.
till you find out what fans in some parts of Europe say in the stands.
Yeah,
Don't they throw bananas at like black players and stuff and do like monkey chants?
Yeah, it's actually really bad. They go OD.
I think it also depends though. It's kind of like fashion. It's like there's a subsector of football fans that are more level-headed. So there's a football channel I watch called HITC Sevens by this guy called Alfie Potsama. Is really, really funny. His audience is more like level-headed. His audience wouldn't do all that sort of like homophobic stuff. So I think it just depends on what kind of audience you cultivate. If you make content that's along the lines of, oh, this player's shit, oh, fuck him, oh, get him, you're probably going to invite all the problematic like football fans.
Fam, unless it says that this kit matches Strongbow Dark Fruits. Big up Strongbow Dark Fruits. I should have bought some
That's
today,
funny.
to be honest. Could have knocked it back during the stream.
Yeah, that kit with the dragon is fire. Hard. Yeah, the black dragon one, exactly. People know. People know. My audience is tapped in. My audience is tapped in. The one with the dragon, tapped in.
Yeah, the
this
black
is
one.
the orange one that's also cool. They don't have my size though. They have an L. So sad. So upsetting. Why is the good stuff always sold out? Well, I guess because it's good. Joey Barton type football fans interacting with I will be something else. Oh, good. No, the thing is, I'm just going to I talk about football the same way I talk about fashion. So it's not very, because I feel like most football content, which is why I was like, maybe I should make a channel on it because I do love football. Most football content is so, for lack of a better term, unintelligent. Like it's not, like in the fashion space, people are like actually very smart. Like people are analyzing runway shows. You've got like Tuba Avalon and like Bliss Foster and all these people. On the football side of things, they're just like, oh, this player is shit. Like they don't even watch the games or whatever. They just rant. It's so funny. I'm tapped in so deep, I'm harvesting maple syrup. That's funny. Be like, he can't. I could have scored that. That's what football fans always saying. I could have scored that, mate. Put me there. I could have scored that. It's like, well, there's a reason why he's making millions playing for a Premier League
There's a
team.
reason why he's on 300k a week.
And like literally, there's a reason why he's on 300k a week, and you're literally on your couch talking about how you could have finished that goal.
Do y'all have fantasy football?
Yeah.
Is that a thing y'all do?
Yeah.
I literally know someone with a YouTube channel just about fantasy football, and he's got like over 100k subs.
I mean fantasy soccer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantasy soccer.
Yeah. Oh my god, they still sell the Y3 Casa Highs. I had no idea.
Oh, you should re-up for old time's sake.
Goated.
They gotta retro them now.
No, Y3 Casa High is actually a classic at this point.
Has Y3 put out a mule yet? Did they get on that?
Oh, I don't think so. Not yet.
Oh, the cut of some of these garments are quite nice. Wait, scroll up.
No, I still buy Y3 till today.
This is tough.
Last season, I bought a pair of like wool Y3 shorts, like 100% wool. And they're like wide. They fit like Comme des Garçons Un Plus shorts, which is like insane. Like the cut is very similar. So no, I check every season, see what's going on. Sold out. Baga.
They recently had the Y3 Atelier, which was like the remakes of like specific archive Yoji, but like with Y3 fabrics. I didn't see that on the site though. I didn't know if they came and gone already.
Yeah. La caca. That's so funny. La caca. I have an Inter Milan jersey, and every time I wear it, people come up to me and start saying Lukaku, Lukaku, and I'm like, it's not a Lukaku jersey. Like, it's not. It's got my name on it. It's not. That stuff is funny. Lukaku is actually a really, really good football player. He just has no first touch, which I don't understand because he's literally a professional. It's really strange.
Okay, here's a hip hop question. Do you have any thoughts about Kanye sampling the Inter Milan Ultras on that one song?
That was actually really cool. That was actually really cool. I like that. I really did like that. As like, because the vibe he was going for, because the Inter Milan Ultras are obviously very like notorious for like chants, and like it just made sense, I feel like.
Okay, because like that seems very specific to pick that specific group.
I don't know. I think he just picked a team that was like
Yeah, I think
nearby
he
and
just picked the
accessible.
team that's like notorious for like, yeah.
Because he was in Florence when he was making the album. I don't know if it's a quick trip up to Milan.
But I mean, the brands around like Fiorentina, which is in Florence, like they're not really like their fans aren't like they're not the Milan Ultras. It's not the same. Oh yeah, Lukaku does change his accent a lot. It's because he speaks so many languages. Okay, weird story about Lukaku, right? So I lecture MA fashion journalism at CSM. And this year, one of the students is like related to Lukaku. I think it's like Lukaku's niece or something. And it was so weird because I think someone knew I was a Chelsea fan. And then someone was like talking about Lukaku. And then I put two and two together and realized because her surname, obviously, I was like, oh, that's Lukaku's like niece or something. And I like tried to not say anything about football ever because sometimes I might give football analogies just to like joke around. But I realized I have to be very careful because I don't want to like offend her. Because Lukaku, as a Chelsea fan, is like, yeah, that's like taboo. He played horribly for Chelsea, so bad. So people are like, what are your thoughts on Lukaku? I'm like, can you stop trying to trap me into a corner? What did you think about Lukaku at Chelsea? You can't spell Micah without the CIA. Bro, you're basically Vlad.
I know. Oh, don't get me started on Vlad, man. Did you see him the other day trying to get some Princeton lecturer fired, bro? He's such a fed. He's actually a fed.
Like he's such a kid. Like he was trying to be witty on social media. Someone was witty back, and his first response was to try and get the person fired
And he
from their
started
job.
tagging.
Like,
He started tagging Princeton like immediately. I was like,
yeah,
bro, chill. Like actual federal
like
behavior.
off of like some like online conversations. Like, okay, Vlad, like you need to grow up here. No, Vlad is a fed. He's actually a fed.
Vlad the Fleds. Alphabet.
Who's Vlad? It's better if you don't know. Trust me.
Yeah, Jason.
It's honestly it's actually really good. I'm very happy for you that you don't know who Vlad is. Keep it that way. Trust me. Like, I wish I didn't know Vlad existed, but unfortunately, I happen to know.
Then I saw that video of like, no, he just be pushing people for information a bit too hard, like, and it'll just be incriminating information he's asking for.
Yeah. And if it's not incriminating information, he makes everything about himself. Like every topic, he always has to bring it back to himself. It's like, can you just conduct an interview? Like someone is talking about themselves and he'll interrupt to be like, yeah, I know that because like when I was doing my business transaction, it's like, Vlad, we don't want to hear what you have to say. Like, just let the interviewee speak. And he's always talking about women, and it always annoys me. Like, no one asks for your opinion.
How
here.
old is he?
It's like, yeah, because like when I get women, like women with rich men, it's like, shut up, Vlad. We don't want to know.
He's
what you
like
think.
Tim Westwood generation, right?
Oh, he's 50.
He's like old school radio personality.
He's 50.
Wait, he's 50? No way. Vlad is like 70. Oh no, that's funny.
Vlad is an ancient bloodsucker from Transylvania.
Yeah, to be honest.
No,
Are there any other
Vlad
like
is a not.
cool pieces of kit that like kind of have like a fashion edge to them? Because like
there
I
are a
just
lot.
hear about Yoji.
Oh,
Just
there's a
name
lot.
one.
I mean, I like the way Inter Milan jerseys look, but there's no like fashion specific thing to it. So almost every season I buy like the Inter Milan jersey just because. And I found out that Inter Milan is actually a cheat code. So when I went to that Nike trip, because I was just like, okay, what Nike stuff do I have? So I was wearing like football jerseys. And one of the days I wore like an Inter Milan jersey, and like the Italian Nike team, all of them came up to me and they were like, oh, are you like a fan of Inter Milan? I was like, not really. I just like the jersey. They're like, well, if you want to come to an Inter Milan game, let us know. And I was like, God damn, I need to wear this more. They want to invite me to Milan just to watch a football game. I'm like, I will take it just for wearing a jersey. But no, I like Inter Milan jersey. I'm trying to think like fashion wise. I honestly think the most fashion jerseys are like the Y3 Real Madrid ones, to be fair. What else is like?
I mean, it's better than the Americans. I think the only American uniform of note is like Drake's OVO kit for the Toronto Raptors. That's it. That's all we got. We don't have anything designer.
The Napoli jersey is like Armani, but it looks horrible. So that's why I wouldn't like. Yes, it's Armani, but it's just ugly. Like
it's just baggy and loose fitting. Like, pull it up.
It's just the design of it. I'll show you. I'll pull it up. Like, I just don't like it. I'm
intrigued now.
Okay, that's definitely not it. It says EA7 on the corner. Yeah, this is it.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. To be fair, even there are a lot of brands as well out there, like they might not make an official jersey for a team, but they make like their own, maybe like a jersey or a kit or something. So like, for example, Martin Rose does it all the time.
Where, like, yeah, but Martin Rose actually does the kit for like US soccer, right? Or like,
well, it was a one-off. It was like a
one-off. It was a one-off, like design the uniforms for like the tunnel and like the outfits and stuff. Yeah, I don't think she actually designed the kit, but she did design a woman's
like her
kit
own
for the
kit.
England team. She did design a women's kit for the England team, but that was it. This was actually cool. Ajax Daily Paper. No, Ajax. That's actually a good one. Ajax have had some really good. They had that Jamaican kit one time, right? That was really, really cool.
Oh wow, that's really solid.
Yeah. They had that Jamaican kit that was hot. Like, I remember that kit. No, Ajax have some like really cool kits. Let me see if I can find it. Like Ajax Jamaica kit.
Oh wait, lads, I'm gonna make a cuppa. I'm gonna retreat to the chat, and I'll chat to you guys.
Enjoy your cuppa, mate.
My fellow Urbans, though, it's been nice speaking with you all. I'll see
Thank
you
for
in the
joining
chat.
us.
See you, Al.
See
you, Io. Peace out, everyone. Let me know in the comments what we need ready for next stream.
I shall. So make a cuppa and some toast, yeah? No, do not send me the latest news and updates. Tea and crumpets, mate. You going for tea and crumpets, mate? Shout out to the guys that still in the stream. I just looked up and I realized I've been streaming for 6 hours. Good lord. That's actually insane. And some of you have been here the whole time. I appreciate all of you. Okay, football kits. Ow, we're going through football kits. Okay, Ajax, Napoli. What does AC Milan's kit look like this season? Their kits always look really good. I'm curious to see what their home kit looks like this season. It's probably Puma. Yeah, it is Puma. Puma's on the blacklist right now, though. Yeah, I've seen better AC Milan kits. Much better kits.
Huh.
D10 streamer arc. That's funny. I just talk about the topic and then everything after is just all random stuff. Everyone knows that. That's how the streams always go. And then when I clip the live streams, I just clip the actual important bits.
Yeah, after the topics, we had what? Watch chat, lore chat,
Yep.
a swag chat.
Yeah. I feel like you're one of those multifaceted people with like 199 skill sets. What was the Anok Yai thing? When I end the stream, you can watch it back. It was like close to the start, or you can wait for me to clip it, and then post it as a separate video. I might post that tomorrow because a lot of people have been asking about that. So yeah, I might have to clip that. But yeah, Italian kits tend to be a lot cooler. I mean, I'm a Chelsea fan, but the Chelsea kits are nothing to write home about. Like, it's just not really that interesting. It's it's whatever. It's like, okay, Nike Infinite Athlete is what it is. It's not really that interesting. It's like boring. So I don't even have many Chelsea kits because they're not interesting, even though I'm a Chelsea fan, because I buy the stuff for style. I buy what looks nice. The Inter Milan ones, the Ajax ones, the Real Madrid ones, those are the ones that I prefer. Man United kits, really? Not this season, though. Not this season. Nah, the team viewer thing is not it. Not this season. Definitely not this season. The team viewer, I'm not really the biggest fan of that. Oh, okay, he was lying. I was like, what the hell? Like, I was like, Manchester United, definitely not. But to be fair, I do think the Italian kits are always the best. Even like Fiorentina, they always have like that kit with the collar. It's like purple with the collar. Like it's always pretty cool, and it's like Capra and stuff. I feel like Fiorentina always have like some decent kits. I just like the collared kits because not every team has that. Even what other team? I like Roma's kit sometimes. Roma makes a pretty good kit. Juventus. There was a time when everyone was wearing that. Oh yeah. Oh, let me show you a kit that everyone was wearing at one point. This like pink Juventus kit was like football like lore. Like when Juventus used to make these like pink kits.
I mean, that
Everyone
just looks
used to wear
instantly iconic.
Drake. Drake wearing a pink Juventus kit. Like it was a big, big thing. Like everyone used to wear that kit.
No, that's great.
Kappa tracksuit. I wanted Kappa track pants so bad. Yeah, Kappa's still going strong.
Yeah,
I
stronger
think Kappa's
heritage there than I thought.
sports brand that has something from. Wait, Rio Ferdinand said Drake was a culture vulture. That's hilarious. Why? Why? What was the conversation about that Rio Ferdinand was talking about whether whether Drake is a culture vulture or not? It's just kind of like a strange conversation for Rio Ferdinand to be having. Team hopping.
Drake and no team
What is
hopper.
he? Is he a glory hunter? I guess he can be neutral because Drake is Canadian, so technically he can kind of glory hop with all the European teams because he's kind of separate from it. Like the no team in Toronto is playing in the Champions League or like any of that stuff. So I get it. In the UK, you kind of have to pick one team and that's it. And obviously, I was born and grew up in London, so I had to pick a London team. So you just pick one London team and you have to stick with that. Apparently, Drake gave Rio some deep lore about why he's tied to Manchester United. Like an uncle who supported them had passed away. Then Rio saw Drake link up with Chelsea the next week. Yeah, you can't link up with United and then link up with Chelsea. You have to pick one. That is kind of that is team hopping at its finest, to be fair. Wait, Michael said he did it to all the teams.
Combination.
Combination. Drake is hilarious. Combination. I almost forgot about that. Drake is always cosplaying as 10 different people. One day he's Jamaican, the next day he's a football hooligan. Like, Drake is just a joker. Pull out Palace Juventus kit. I didn't actually know Palace. I don't remember Palace collaborating with Juve, but that's really cool though. That's decent. That is actually so decent. When did this come out, by the way? They even made like goalkeeper gloves and everything. Fan scarf. Wow, they did it all. Track pant, tracksuit, shorts, cap, beanie. They went in with this one. The collaboration got teased in like 2015 and didn't drop till 2019. Damn, that completely skipped my radar. I didn't remember when that happened. No way. They went into the Adidas equipment archive. Wait, Micah, you were reselling Palace Juventus on Depop.
Oh my gosh.
When did this happen? When the hell did that happen?
Ew, you said earlier you resold before, right? What did you resell?
No, I used to resell like Palace, Supreme, like sneakers, like different sneakers. Like Yeezys when it was like when it first started and all that stuff. Because it was kind of like that was one, how I paid rent when I was in uni, and then two, that was how I could afford my Y3.
Hey,
So I just used to resell Yeezys and then buy more Y3 and pay my rent.
if it works, it works. No, I think the only time I've ever resold was for the Alexander Wang H&M collab. Got a bunch of that stuff in Texas.
Oh my god!
And I put that on the internet.
I remember that. I remember that. Oh my gosh! That was when they used to do some like iconic collabs. Like it was H&M and Alexander Wang, H&M and Balmain,
H&M
H&M
and
and
Margiela.
yeah, Margiela,
Yeah.
H&M and Kenzo. I don't even know who they're collabing with now. It's probably not as prominent. Didn't they do a Simone Rocha one recently? H&M Simone
They did
Rocha, I
the
think
Blair
so.
one recently. That's the last one I remember.
Ah,
Yeah. But yeah, I did that once. Mailed like 30 packages, and I was like, oh, I don't want to do that much work. I have to drive there. This is Texas, remember?
no, I think reselling in the UK is a bit easy because like you had these they're like these Chinese guys who I guess they had their customers with like the Chinese international students that had a lot of money. So I knew a Chinese guy who would just ask me before I even go, like, what are you buying? These are what my clients want. And then I'd be like, okay. So I'd kind of already know that I've already basically sold all the stuff before I've bought it.
Nice.
And then some of them would like exactly what Micro is saying. Some of them will pay you the cash there and then. Like they'll just give you straight cash there and then.
Yeah, that tracks with stories that I've heard with how like people in Chinatown would like run Supreme drops in New York City.
Yeah.
Just in cash, in person. Multiple
So it's
layers
like
of
an
distributors and
ecosystem.
middlemen. Yeah, exactly.
Because my understanding was that so the Chinese guy that I used to work with a lot, he was actually sending stuff back to China. So those were probably rich kids in China that wanted that stuff. So like I'd sell it to him for whatever price, and then he would inflate it even more and sell it, and everyone's happy. So yeah, I kind of had a proper system on how to do it. That's probably why I was doing it for so long and like using it to pay rent and all that sort of stuff. But it once again, like I said with my car, I retired from the whole thing when it got really like dangerous and all that sort of stuff. It was just like, yeah, I can't really do this anymore. Chinese designers, yeah, there's loads. Especially Uma Wang. Uma Wang is like one of my favorite Chinese designers, to be fair. So good.
Yeah, Uma Wang's like kind of in like the Elena Dawson, Paul Hardinen wheelhouse. Like you're getting
Exactly.
artisanal level, stuff from her. She's great.
But I think for Uma Wang, what is the most interesting thing to me is one, the dyeing process, and two, the fabrics. Those are the two things that stand out to me actually the most, more so than anything else. But obviously most of it is like women's wear, but I still like love it. But it's just the fabric. Like she's known for she has this specific dyeing process where she uses like Chinese tea to dye a lot of the fabrics, which is why a lot of the fabrics have this like brownish sort of like color to them. And that's kind of like one of the signature colors of Uma Wang, which is really cool.
Her menswear is pretty great, and like also is like actually European sizing instead of Asian sizing. So like you have an easier time finding good pieces.
Yeah. It's so funny how like these ballerina shoe thing is now like a trend because Uma Wang has been doing it forever. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Uma Wang. Asian and everything. Oh my god. Ding Yung Zhang is Chinese from what I remember. Yeah. Yeah, he is Chinese.
He's mostly ex Yeezy. That's the main thing that he is.
Yeah, that's what everyone just knows of the Yeezy stuff. I like Asian designers mostly. Cardi Bacardi 2024. I don't think she's ever going to like outlive that. So East Asian sizing is normally smaller. Everything is graded a lot smaller. So when Al was saying, actually, I'll just let Al. You can explain.
I mean, it's you know, you can experience this yourself if you go to www.timu.com. No, I'm joking. But like in a lot of Eastern Asian stuff, Japanese stuff, Chinese stuff, you'll see like sizing, and they'll see sizes that are like 2 or 3 times smaller than what you would find in a normal, I mean, not a normal, a Western equivalent or European equivalent sizing for, you know, a large for them might correspond to a 46 in European or a 30 in American, et cetera, et cetera. It's not just that, like,
Oh,
I
so
think the clientele are smaller, but I think they're
culture is
like also.
saying culture is saying that you said Asian, not East Asian.
Yes, I did mean East Asian. Sorry.
Okay, I think he definitely meant East Asian because I mean Uma Wang is yeah. Because yeah, that sizing is very, but it's weird though because Chinese people can be quite tall, not on average, but there are quite a lot of Chinese people I know that are like really, really, really tall. I see what culture is saying. It's like treat the whole continent. No,
Yes, culture. It's mea
I
culpa.
think Al
Mea
Al
culpa. I
meant
did mean East Asian.
yeah, East Asian, yeah. But yeah, East Asian sizing does not work for me. It's painful. There's so many like Japanese brands I love, but I can't. They're just too small. Yeah, like you know when East Asian brands do that whole like one size fits all, it's so annoying because it's never my size. The whole like, oh, just one size. Like you can style it different ways. It's like, no, let's have sizes. I would have understood. So there's some great Asian brands right now. It's really a shame there isn't a great outlet for them in the continent. Yeah.
Yes, the America is pretty great in that we have like Essence, who does invest a lot in East Asian designers and
Mm,
designers from all sorts of more emerging creative markets. But in terms of wide stockists in uh, continental Europe, there's I think a lot of boutiques who try
yeah.
stuff. I don't think there's like a dearth of that. It's just it's more sparse.
I definitely agree with this. Size is purely a financial thing. If everyone buys the same one, it's far cheaper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Obviously, they always try to market it as some like, oh no, it's like size inclusive and all that bullshit, but it's just a like financial thing. It's like financially convenient. I'd like to see a major fashion week in Asia, but I worry it will highlight the divide and the xenophobia. Oof. I definitely see what you mean there. What the hell? I'm lucky I'm on my twink timing. I can fit into anything. Oh my gosh. That is funny. We have a lot of Asian designers in Paris, famously so since Kenzo, but they should have a closer to home outlet. Yeah, that's why a lot of Japanese brands confuse me because a lot of them kind of like Anne Rillage and like Comme des Garçons, like most of them to be fair, you might be mistaken and think that they're Parisian based because they only all show in Paris and like they only do their showrooms in Paris and stuff. Obviously, the bigger ones have showrooms in Tokyo too, like Comme des Garçons and stuff. It's kind of weird. They're so like Paris focused. Like all of them, even like what's that brand again? Color by Junichi Abe. Um, even Sakai also. Sometimes I forget that Sakai is a Japanese brand. I just see it in like so many Western places. And anytime they do, like they collaborated. I have a magazine issue where they collaborated with this French magazine like Sakai, and they have pop-ups in Paris. So it's just like they almost feel more Parisian than they are like Japanese. Let's see. They're Paris focused specifically because of Kenzo and the culture in Asia of romanticizing Paris. Is that still a thing? Like people still see, you know, Paris as like the city of love and all that sort of stuff. Like people want to kiss and like lock padlocks on a bridge. Um, let's see. It's more valuable to them to show in Paris, even if their clients cannot get there, it adds more value. Okay, interesting. I guess maybe it's your perspective because Westerners do romanticize Asia. Sometimes it's to levels that's like quite weird. Um, Especially Japan, I would say. There's some people that are so overly obsessed with Japan, it's like really, really like concerning.
Japan does a really good job of, I think, exporting its cultural heritage. You know,
True.
so there's a reason why every Rick Owens show is at the Palais de Tokyo. You know, it's not because he likes Japan. It's just that like there's a lot of money out there for collectors of Japanese and East Asian art.
Yeah, I think it's I think the Japan thing is for good reason. Like everywhere you turn, there's some story about Japan's excellence in something. Whether it's like cars, the heritage is just insane. Like there's so many like car guys will tell you that oh the Japanese make the best cars because they actually work and they last, like Toyotas and stuff. And like when they decide to actually compete with Europeans and make a good car, you get like the Lexus LFA or like all these like iconic cars. Um, so it's for good reason, or like cameras, like Yashica and like all this stuff. Um, or like the clothing, the quality, the craftsmanship. It's there. There's for good reason is why like people are obsessed with Japan, but I do think sometimes it just gets out of hand. It's like, yeah, sometimes people overdo it a bit.
I think some of that is some internal tourism stuff too, because you have this idea of like regional specialties in Japan that's like promoted internally for them. Like this particular fruit is a specialty of their province, and you know they even have that internal self promotion, and it's just like I think a cultural way of kind of disseminating their own culture even to themselves. So even in Japan, they have Place Japan.
That's actually funny. Oh yeah, so there's a romanticization both ways, but for the East Asian designers, their clients are largely in Asia, and for that customer, having a show in Paris is more desirable. Yeah, I mean, most of the customers are in Asia. I mean, Japan, funny enough, one I talk about this all the time, but historically, it's always been one of the most important places for luxury fashion. Louis Vuitton became global through Japan, via Japan. It was Japanese customers that first adopted those like Western brands, and then it kind of spread to other parts of Asia. Um, so Japan has always been like really important for that sort of like luxury market, luxury Western market. Obviously now China's the main market. At one point it was Japan. So that's the thing. It's like it makes sense. It makes sense. Like most of their customers are in Asia anyway, but I guess the prestige of showing in Paris kind of adds an air of like, yeah, this is like a serious brand showing alongside Dior and like on the same schedule with LV and stuff.
And it's also like a gateway to international buyers, right? Like
hmm
Paris is just a
hmm
place to be for making sure your stuff gets seen.
I'm not yet a married woman, still waiting for inward things to change before I... Wait, did someone say you're married? Did I miss something? Did someone say Under Stitch is married? Japan and Korea are so ahead of the US, it's crazy. Are they? To be fair, I don't know all the stuff about this because like I'm not too familiar with um Asia in the sense of like actually going there. I hear things like I've heard that Korean skincare is like years ahead of like anywhere in the West. Apparently, I don't know, never been. Definitely want to go one day, but I've heard that being said. If you say Japan is ahead of the US, in like in what way? Like in what aspect? I know they also say that Korea is ahead of the West, like in terms of things like plastic surgery and stuff like that. But once again, stuff I see on the internet. People obsessed with Japan until they go there. I feel really people I know that, especially people in fashion that were obsessed with Japan. When they go there, they become more obsessed, if anything, and they want to go back. Mm. Funny enough, Vietnam is becoming a hotspot for fashion, but not in a good way. In a like, this is where you can get cheap labor way. Yep, Louis Vuitton and Burberry both globalize with help from Japan, 100%. 100%.
I think in terms of fashion, I've heard of Lu
Oh,
Dan, which is
Mrs.
a
Understood.
Vietnamese designer, but I don't think it's a brand based in Vietnam.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I haven't. I definitely want to go to Japan one day. It's weird because I travel a lot, but I never go to Asia. It's so strange. My travels just never naturally take me to Asia, but there's so many places I want to go to. I definitely want to go to Thailand because I do Muay Thai. So I want to do one of those like go to Phuket and like just train in like the Muay Thai gyms for like a month. I definitely want to do that. You can't train Muay Thai and not do that. I feel like you have to do it at some point. Japan for the food, culture, fashion, blah blah blah. Korea for the same reasons. South Korea, of course. Um, I've played with going to China. I'm still not sure on if I want to go to China or not. So I don't really know. I don't really know. You do everything. I do a lot of things, to be fair. I don't, it's weird. Like when I was younger, I played a lot of sports all at the same time. So I did athletics, swimming, football, and basketball. And three of those sports I did to a really high level. So, and I still play those sports and watch those sports. So, like, that's the thing about those. I also used to skateboard until I got really good at basketball, and then I kind of quit skateboarding for basketball. So that's already like what, five different things. And then more recently, because I don't really like all those sports I used to play when I was younger, I don't play them anymore. Like I don't play football, I don't do swimming anymore, like as a sport. I don't skate, obviously. I don't do athletics. All I do is play basketball sometimes. So Muay Thai is what I actually do more like frequently. That's more like what I do week to week. In terms of fashion, Korea still follows Western fashion, but amplified 10x. I don't know though. I think Korean brands, even when they take the minimalistic sort of tailoring approach, is still more interesting than what I see in the West.
And also, like, you got to compare the, I guess, national like styles and trends versus like the super urbanized areas, right? Which will
Hmm.
always, have a hyper speed, uh, next level situation just due to it being a major city.
Yeah. What do you think about Ludan? I think Ludan is cool. Ludan is more like it gives me like serious like punk vibes, like proper like old school like punk, like a bit of grunge sort of vibe. But I love it. Ludan has some like clothes that the silhouettes are like really, really, really interesting. So Ludon is like cool.
70 cinema cuts.
Yeah, writing, I really love. I don't know Ludon, can you show? I only found out about them recently actually because they had like a lot of events during Paris Fashion Week. So I went to like a few of their things. Let me see if I can share it on the screen. Like share their Instagram page.
They're a menswear group.
But it's really cool, like stuff like this is like but to me it's just like very punk. Like punk grungy sort of vibe. Yeah, this was one of the events they had in Paris. It was like a pool like tournament event thing. Yeah, this thing here. This happened during Paris Fashion Week. That was cool. But it's like a certain type of aesthetic. In terms of everyday fashion though, Tokyo takes the cake easily though. You can feel really comfortable wearing anything, no one will stare. That's facts. Yeah, I don't think anywhere in the world is as, and once again, I haven't been to Tokyo. It just seems from all the observations I've made, and obviously so many people talk about Tokyo because I work in the fashion industry. It seems as though Tokyo is one of the few places that you can literally wear almost anything, and it seems like no one will judge you harshly for it. Like London is a very fashion forward place, and people still wear what they want, but you do see a lot of judgment based on what people wear. As someone that like I've been to New York quite a few times, I would say that I think New York is actually more open-minded as a city than London. I think people in New York are a bit more open-minded, even though London people think they're so open-minded. I genuinely think that New York is way more open-minded. Like there's more freedom to dress in certain ways in New York than in London. But maybe I'm just saying that because I'm from London. But it just feels like London is very judgy.
It's good for people watching in specific areas, of course. Equivalent to like
Yeah,
King's Cross, you can go to Harajuku and see people dressed up to be looked at.
yeah. Got Lancey Faux. Silk said see. But yeah, anyway, so this is Ludan for Understitch. Really cool brand though. Really, really cool. Yeah, Goom is amazing. Definitely check out Goom. Goom is like London to the core. We claim Goom in London. New Yorkers genuinely don't care what you're wearing. London likes to enthuse about it, so there's more judgment from other groups. Yeah, it seems that way. New York City very much mind your business until it's not. Tokyo have a lot of fashion subcultures that don't follow trends. No, that's facts. I know that to be true. Um, West Side Gun approved brand. That's set. If Fly God says it's good, then hey, it's good. Is Seoul really judgy? Okay, I don't know that. Once again, I haven't been to Seoul, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, Tokyo though, New York. I think Tokyo and New York, to me, outside looking in, it seems like those are the two places where people genuinely can be themselves, like actually be themselves and not feel like they're being judged for it. But I just don't really get that same vibe from anywhere else. London is close, but not quite. London is like, you can wear what you want, you can, and you can like get away with it, but someone might tell you something. Someone might stop you on the street and like ask you questions, like rudely or meanly about your outfit, depending on where you go and stuff.
Berlin, they're also pretty great about not caring how you dress as long as you pay in cash. They don't like credit cards out there in Germany.
They're like, we are not trying to pay tax. Give me cash. In Korea, there's no personal fashion. Really, people follow trends like a formula. So anything outside of that is judged. That puts into perspective Korean brands that I like Kanghyuk and like Blindness, that deviate from that a lot. So that means it's quite like radical to do what they're doing, coming from a very South Korean perspective. There are people that like individual fashion, but they would never do it themselves. Oh, wow. Wow. I had no idea. Once again, like I said, I've always wanted to go to Seoul, but I haven't as at this moment. So this is all new to me. Seoul is very judgy. They are very aware of how trend/conformist they are, but they honestly got some sick fashion stores. It's fun to visit. Interesting. You cannot still be on this live. Oh my god, you don't. If you were part of the OG live group, I've live streamed for like, there was a time I live streamed for like 17 hours one time. I think that's the record though. But I'm not gonna do that today, definitely not. I'll be off in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut off at 7 hours as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, yeah, Al, you probably have something to do too. Hear nothing but great things about Ada era flagship. Never been there. Interesting. I didn't know that their flagship was held in such high esteem. 6 is the most I've seen. No, it was during. So when I was doing the really long live streams was during the pandemic, when no one had anything to do and I was just bored at home. So I just started streaming and looking at old runaway shows. That was what started the streams really, because I'd never really streamed before COVID.
I think if I were to go to Seoul, I'd want to try to go to the Gentle Monster flagship. I hear they got perfumes now.
Oh, that would be interesting to explore. Interesting. I feel like London, you'll get iced out of a group if you don't wear what is good in their eyes. Whereas in America, they seem to love all the attention, even bad. Maybe different parts of America, but I think like I genuinely feel like when I'm in New York and I wear certain outfits, I don't feel judged at all. The way I feel judged sometimes if I wear it in London. Not that I care, but you notice like if I walk in a train and someone has this funny look on their face when they're looking at me, you just notice. It's not like I care, but you see it. So that's what makes me believe that. No, now everyone's making me want to go to Korea. Go and visit all these places. I will go soon. I think what it is because it's so cheap to travel to Europe and all this stuff, and because I'm so close to there, I've always just thought, why don't I just explore Europe a lot? And because one day I might move to the US and then traveling to Europe might then become expensive, I might as well do it all now. So that's why I've been to like mostly European countries, like Italy, like probably 10 times, France probably 10 times, Spain probably 8 times, Portugal like 3 times. So like all the European countries I've been there loads of times. Been to all the other countries in the UK, of course, Wales, Ireland, Scotland. Um, also went to Turkey last year for the first time. So yeah, I'm just traveling to places close to me. I think Asia is just so far. It's like if I was to take a direct flight to Thailand, how long would it take to go? Like, let me actually Google how long a direct flight from London to Thailand is. It would be so far. London to Thailand flight time. 15 hours. Oh my God. 15 hours on one. Oh, hell no. On one plane. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'd have to be in a mood for that because I really don't like flying. Like, not that I'm like scared or anything that the plane is gonna like crash into a mountain. It's more to do with it's too claustrophobic. It's like after like 5, 6 hours, you just feel like I need to go for a run or something, but there's no space. It's like you get really fidgety. In Japan, I felt like I was more part of a city compared to Seoul. I saw more variety in Tokyo for sure. Or your thought process is the same as Asians. We are like, it's cheaper to travel to Japan/Korea, so we just go there all the time. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I feel like most people do that. That's why like a lot of Americans go to like Jamaica and like all those kind of places because close. Oh, thank you very much for the turkey video. I loved making that video so much. It was so much fun going to Turkey and like learning about because when I went to Turkey, I went there with not much of an understanding of what the Turkey fashion scene was, which is why I was there for so long because I really wanted to like uncover it and really learn about all the designers, all the different sides of the industry, which is why even in the documentary, I tried to get like a jewelry designer, a fashion journalist, a PR person. And it's really interesting. Like Turkish people are really nice and like accommodating, to be fair, because they didn't know me from anywhere. I was just this random kid. It's like random CSM student, like, oh, can I film you for my documentary? And they're all really accommodating. So that was really nice. I live in South Africa, so all my flights outside the continent are far. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oof, 12 hours to Paris. Oof, that's a long one. My flight to South Africa was far from London. It was like 11 hours when I was in South Africa. Ow, are you frozen? Wave your hand if you're still alive.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Someone was asking if you're frozen.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add in terms of like world travels. I've also been to Turkey. It's pretty nice. I recommend everybody visit and see the sights. There's two main fashion areas in Istanbul,
Yeah,
and there's one that's like more factory focused, and there's one more,
yeah,
I guess, higher end. I think you covered a lot in your video about Nistantishi. I think that's how it's
yeah,
pronounced.
Nishantashe, yeah,
Yeah,
Nishantashe.
Nasantashi, and that's a pretty cool area to walk around in. Um, Otherwise, good metro system, great public transportation.
Yeah. If you're new to the channel, by the way, let me just put that video on the screen just because obviously some people might not know about that video. So it's this documentary here. It's called Turkish Fashion, Talent Amidst Chaos. The reason why it's titled that is like when I went to Turkey, there was a lot of like political turmoil. It was like when they're about to have an election, so there was a lot of like things going on. Also, the really fatal earthquake just happened when I went there. So it was kind of yes, a fashion documentary, but also talking about how they are um how designers are like sort of regenerating their brands and kind of regenerating the whole industry as a whole, with all the issues that they've been facing. So that was kind of what the documentary was about. But yeah, it was a lot of like deep stuff that we talked about in the documentary. But yeah, it was really, really good making it and like sharing their story. Nishantache is expensive part of Istanbul. Yeah, I guess why I can see why you'd say that, because obviously all the like luxury stores are in Nishantache, but I also found some like not just luxury stores, like some secondhand stores and stuff that are really interesting in Nishantache, like run by like young people. So I think it's kind of like both. So
It's a pretty
everything was
dense
like
area.
kind of there. Yeah, there's a lot of things there. Yeah, exactly. Like, and yeah, I guess that's what you meant, like the expensive shops, and a lot of international diplomats live there. Are you gonna do another doc when you have the time? Maybe Copenhagen? Yeah, definitely. I just need to like find a better way of like, because for the Turkish documentary, I did like a GoFundMe, which I don't want to have to keep doing. So I just need to find a way maybe to like get a sponsor involved, and like when I can get all of that sorted, I definitely want to, because I made a documentary now in South Africa and Turkey. So we need to continue the series. We need to keep going. We definitely need to keep going. But yeah, on that note, I think it's time to call it a day and say goodbye to all of you fellow urbans. So thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you, Al, for joining the stream and sharing your
Thank you for
thoughts.
having me.
Thank you. And I'll see you guys whenever next I stream. It could be tomorrow, it could be a few days from now, but